Hey there to all you wonderful people. Welcome to a Wednesday edition of Man, This Trial is About to Get Good, starring Rebuttal from Johnny Depp's team. Oh, that witness yesterday. So I've been doing a deep dive into that person. Actually, my wife has been helping me with that quite a bit, and we have found some insane stuff about her. Enough. Well, let's just say there's enough there to fill an entire live stream, probably. I mean, it's pretty crazy. Like she's definitely a gun for hire. She's definitely does the same thing that we saw. Like she's definitely a man hater. I mean, there's some crazy stuff even in her advertisements. This was something that really got me interested that somebody mentioned. So in her give me one second. In her main press, she mentions how she represents different types of cases. And one of the cases that she represents is when females kill their main partners. She basically comes in to testify how no, 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 no. That was duress. That was duress. It was caused by abuse. So this is the kind of thing that she typically does. She's a minimizer of female violence. Amazing, amazing stuff. Raquel Forrester, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, don't forget the painting. I'll pull it up. I'll have to pull it up on the break. I forgot about actually about it. I totally forgot about it. These days have been long, and that's totally my fault. I spaced it. Woo, man, it's been like crazy days. Actually, I see it here. Give me one second. I'll find it. I made something yesterday too, or I'm sorry, I don't want to take credit for the artwork, but oh, look at this while we're waiting around. Trial it kicks off in about 30. So since there was popular demand for it, check this out. We have a new shirt. Captain and the Cat Lady. Look at that. We have the cat lady looking all like a Disney villain there, chasing good old Captain. We have this one. Point out, ooh, and we have one that looks like a poster too. It looks like a Disney poster. So check this out as well. I'll drop a link to that in the description, but check the other one out too. It gets even better. So look at this too. One second. That's work by Peter Gilmore. So here's the actual poster. There's one just the captain and the cat lady look. Yeah, look, it's featuring muffins and mega pints. She's all like, she looks like a Disney villain in the background. He's like, no, I gotta get out of here. Oh, I love it. I love it. That's fun stuff. Remember, if you do buy a shirt, that all profit, not proceeds. I can't promise proceeds, but profits. There's that one too. All profits go towards charity. Why? Because fun times. Let me mention one other thing too while we're doing a little housekeeping beforehand. So we have a book out. We are 10 backers away from 1,650, which is amazing. We have about a week left. We have a week and change left on the counter. There will not be extra days added to that, by the way. Afterwards, the timer runs out because you can only have 60 days on it. But this is our third comic book, Hunt for the Littlest Umbrella. This is all ages. That means for everybody. It does not mean just for kids. 44 pages, full color. Detective noir, I'm going to say. Like you have a detective and a little sidekick going out and solving paranormal adventures. This is the classic Monsters meets Twin Peaks. The normal comic, by the way, once you strip out the ads, is about 18 pages or maybe even less sometimes. So it explains away a lot. The artwork is done by the amazing, amazing S.K. Bennett. Look at that. He's an all-in-one beast. Love his work. I absolutely love his work. But if you're wondering why Umbrella Comics, my daughter used to pop around, and her avatar was the little umbrella girl. So for her, this is Dad and me going out and doing adventures. For you, it's a detective and a little sidekick going out and doing stuff. But you can see her artwork here. I think it's cool. But we have our first books attached to that as well. You can look at the artwork, everything on it. If you want, you could buy pages. I mean, there's all kinds of ways. And if you're not interested in comics at all, if you're like, I don't care about stuff like that, well, you can do one thing that these people can't do, that they just trial. You can pick one up for donation. We will match that. We'll put another one in for donation. And we'll take them first to children's hospitals around the area once they get underserved by any kind of charities. And then afterwards, well, we'll see what's left. We'll take them to anything that needs that. But kids, they could use something like that. This stuff, too, this is how we combat industry that doesn't appreciate you. You know, you can either walk away from these industries, which you should. These industries have allowed this kind of nonsense to happen. They are like poison. You know, they are the poison that destroys. And they treat their customers like absolute trash. So me, I think we have to build up something else, though. We don't just give it away. We don't give away the industries we love. We create alternatives, and that's what we're trying to do. And you folks have helped out quite a bit. Thank you for that. So yeah, if you want to check it out, link is in the description. I love those shirts, though. Those shirts are so funny. The captain and the cat lady. Somebody mentioned like having a Disney type setup, and I thought, man, that would actually be funny. So Peter Gilmore made those. Like I said, if you pick them up too, the good thing about it again, we'll just having fun with some stuff. A lot of this you have to make light of some of these people, or they'll drive you crazy. To be honest, they will, because they're some of the most repugnant people imaginable. Here's so Raquel Forrester was mentioning her artwork. Here's her artwork. I'll pull it up real quick. So she painted for him. A lot of people have sent me some pretty cool stuff. Showing me their artwork and stuff. I like your artwork, though. But yeah, man, there's been a lot of people that have just, again, one of the greatest things about all of this is it puts you in touch with some people that, you have creatives out there that express themselves that way. You also have people that tell you, the thing, what MeToo should have been when it kicked off, you see expressed in trials like this, like you absolutely hear the way that should have started out. I'm going to read some super chats while we're getting there. Cheeky Bird, thanks for the 5. I can't wait for Johnny's team to obliterate her witness with real facts. Exactly. Mama CEO, thanks for the 2. I sent you an Instagram. I found cases. She testified. Yeah, I've been looking through all kinds of stuff. I'll check that out too, Mama CEO, and thank you. Wally, thanks for the 2. Finally, I'm on time today. No tattoos booked today. Awesome. This will be a good one to start on, too. So you'll enjoy this one today. BQ, thanks for the 5. Can't wait for Dr. Karen, cross-exam. Pepe laugh. Indeed. Carolyn Star, thanks for the $6.99. And the super stickers with the hippos. Thank you for that. Corrupted, thanks for the 10. Good morning, Tug. Why on earth would Elon pay for her defense when it clearly seemed done is moved on? Why does Elon still care? That's a good question, actually. That is a very golden question. Very golden question. I wish he would answer that. He's not looking to take her back or anything, is he? I don't know. Average bloke, thanks for the 2. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's see. Jerry the Fairy, thanks for the 5. Is it possible for Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to win both their cases, like a stalemate? Well, first, it wouldn't be a stalemate if it could happen, and no, because the case is predicated on the idea, like part of her defense for her counterclaim is that what she mentioned was free speech. So no, it wouldn't work. You wouldn't be able to do that. One is going to win, one is going to lose. It also wouldn't be a stalemate. Like, just say you could have done that. One suing for $50 million and one suing for $100 million. Because Amber Heard, like she said, Why did she sue for 100 million? Because Johnny Depp sued for 50 and she wanted 2 times that. It literally says that in the counterclaim. It's amazing. That document is freaking gold. We need to go over that one day. Actually, we'll have a break. So I think next week the trial is on break. You know, you have a week off. So what we'll do is we'll stream every day. And I mean, there's a million things to talk about in these trials. And we haven't had time to catch up any of it. So that's what we'll do. We'll start catching up everything. And I think it'll be gold. I'm actually glad to have a break so we can talk about everything that's come up because there's so much. Katrina, thanks for the $30.99. Thank you for that. That woman was triggering. It's so upsetting. Everyone is disgusted with Dr. Hughes and her bias, hearsay facts, gaslighting, violence, underplaying, man-hating testimony. Is the mainstream media hearing us? Hashtag tell them Johnny Audio. Some do, but the mainstream, they will turn on you in a cocaine heartbeat, basically. You know, they'll turn around and they'll listen to somebody that obviously, okay, like yesterday, for example, I was pointing this out. So she said that Amber Heard was forced to dress down, for example, right? Johnny Depp wouldn't let her dress up and do things. Okay, well, this is them together in Tokyo, with her being forced to wear her mom jeans. Wow, those are the best examples of mom jeans I've ever seen, right? Also, as I was pointing out, she said in the UK trial that the reason she kept looking over her back was that she was checking to see if a giant bruise was showing. And I kept thinking, where exactly is that on like her pinky toe? I mean, we can see everything else. Come on, what's up with that? But yeah, that's an example of him forcing her into modesty. She was saying she would be forced into essentially, you know, mom pants is what she was saying. Nothing wrong with mom pants, by the way, but you know, that's a lie. Like he wasn't forcing her into modesty. I mean, you could tell. And Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 10. Maybe not be a healthy thing to admit, but after things finally ended with my abusive ex, I had secret window on repeat. LOL. JD helped me through all the worst crap in my life, and he doesn't even know it. Hey, I get that, man. It's insane to think about how prevalent. First of all, how prevalent abuse is for anyone, but just the mindset of getting any kind of coping, again, especially when males deal with this kind of stuff. I mean, that's a window into what males deal with. That lady would have excused, she would testify. She's the kind of person that would, for real, this is no joke, she would come and testify on behalf of Amber Heard if she would have taken it out to its worst conclusion. She would have testified on her behalf. 2012 Jameson, thanks for the 2. Crazy Lady Witness, switch folders to JD's team. Yeah, I saw that as well. Like, that's something that people have been bringing up. So I did wonder what was up with this. So check this out. There was let me see if I liked it or if I have to pull it up. So yeah, here's somebody. I've got to mute the audio because the audio has a. You can play copyrighted songs if you want on TikTok, but you can't do it here. So here's something too I wanted to point out before I point that one out. So I thought this was interesting. So you look, like she's got her folder here, right? This is the guy, the new PR dude, right? Now look, she leaves a folder behind intentionally. Check that out. She'll leave it. Just walks away from it. It's like, oh, look, oh, okay, well, I'm going to leave now. It's like, yeah, and look in the back pocket there. Did you notice that? The guy leaves with the thing. So she's feeding her PR dude his direct orders right there. I thought that was kind of fascinating to see. I mean, she's just straight up feeding him orders out of the courtroom. So that's what she's doing during court coverage. And there's also, okay, the folder switch. Give me 1 minute. I'll point this out as well. I'm going to pull this up too. Just give me a second. Here we go. All right, so here, well, let me blow this up. That's too small. Give me 1 second. It's way too small. It's hard to see. I'd say something about how people window their stuff, but okay. So here we go. All right, if you look at this, you have
Dr. Hughes puts her notes she has been reading from for the trial into a green folder.
You can see the green folder here, right? See her put it in a folder.
A good evening. Do not discuss the case with anybody. And
I'm letting them play their thing through. And then when
then
they
gives Johnny's
end,
team her notes from a Navy folder for them to check over.
when they go to check
Bit
her
suspicious, if you
her
ask me.
notes, she supplies them out of another thing. It was the way I understood the thing. It was to check over her notes, not to check over copies of notes. So it looks like she turned over something totally different. I thought that was kind of interesting, right? Hey, Raquel, thanks for the additional 5. I get my artwork away to a quiz I attend to. It's great fun and help me deal with so much trauma that I dealt with in my life. I love sharing it. Yeah, art is a perfect perfect way of dealing with really any type of stressor in life. It's amazing how good just anything to channel time and mindset, because when you're setting in your small hours and you're dealing with things, and again I say this as a mental health professional, that's when it just makes sense anyway. You kind of get sidelined by your own thoughts then. So having something to fill that void, having something positive to fill that void, better, much better. Jim, thanks for the 5. Amber Heard's screen time in Aquaman 2 cut to 10 minutes. Following petition to have her removed. This true? That's what's been reported. Actually, what's interesting too is if you look around for stuff about her, maybe I'll do a video talking about some of the rumors. Again, something's changed, but here's the thing with Warner. They put themselves in a very interesting quandary because they can't just bail on Amber Heard anymore, because they backed her as a spokesperson for abuse, essentially. So if they bail on her, what does that say? What does it say indeed? They put themselves in a weird place. Leave that. Torres, thanks for the 10. Did you realize that at the end of the case yesterday, AH left her yellow pad? Yeah, that's what they... Did you think her notes are just script for her witnesses to counter everything JD's team has presented? She's feeding notes to the... she's feeding that to her PR people. I mean, she's basically telling them what they need to do. So that's what that's all about. She's trying to feed salacious articles. Well, that's why she fired her other PR team, because she needs somebody that's willing to be right there and to do all of her dirty work for her. Again, she needs to change the social narrative. And right now, that's what she's trying to do. She hired, like I said, that lady that was brought in. That lady that's her job to say nasty stuff. And she is a clout chaser. Like, absolutely. Like I said, I've found a million things on her, and enough to fill an entire live stream. I'll probably do a video, and we'll probably do a live stream, maybe Friday, because I want to do an entire live stream dedicated to that person, because I want to tear it down to nothing. That's what I want to do. Video, great, but there's so much to tear apart with that. Look, Nut, thanks for the 5 there. Just watch. Now she's going to claim sexual assault. Well, that's what she did. She claimed that JD was leading her around with his fingers, let's say. There was a lot more description in that, but I'm going to say it that way. He also, she said that in Australia, he used a bottle, and she kind of disassociated in the moment, and all she could think in that moment was, I hope it's not the broken one. So, yeah, she claimed it. And there were other ones, he would cavity check her, she said. So she claimed. Oh, she definitely claimed. I was thinking, are you kidding me? Like that's the problem with listen and believe these days. That doesn't claim there's no way that you're going to have any proof whatsoever to back up any of those claims. But that is some salacious stuff. You want to bury somebody? That's some salacious stuff. Because the typical person will be like, oh my God. Hopefully they look at it and think, oh my gone girl. But you never know. Leslie Motley, thanks for the 5. My husband was in a relationship before he met me, just like JD and AH. He can't watch anything about the trial due to triggering. AH is fake AF. Yes, I feel for folks like your husband. I mean it's rough stuff. The one thing about I'm glad more people. I realize it's hard stuff to watch too. The one thing is the more people that speak, the more people that are loud, the more people that can, the more you counter that mainstream narrative because you have to. Court TV is already like, oh, bravo, that move yesterday, it was the smartest. Why? They've already turned. They have already done it, and all of them will. All of them will. Hey, Jill Lovingler, thanks for the 2. I am reply. Deboosted on Twitter, Tug. Yeah, so Twitter has been ghosting folks. I found out that I was looking through after this case kicked up. I didn't have this before, and I've got a ghost ban on myself. So I was looking up shadow banning, and check this out. Twitter has been ghost banning people talking about this. That's check it out. At That Umbrella exists. No search bans, but ghost banned. So what that means is, this is what it's referred to: conventional shadow ban or thread banning. It comprises a search ban while threads are completely ripped apart by hiding every reply tweet of the affected users. So if I reply to you or if I talk in a thread, it bans my conversation. And that happened because this case. Fun times. That's the kind of stuff you tell everybody because that's what they're doing. Twitter is trying to bury this conversation. 2012 Jameson, thanks for the 5. Ask your wife. Lama John Gante was doxxed and arrested. There's a picture of it. Y'all, no free alpaca. Poor alpacas. Etsy, thanks for the 2. If JD wins the MeToo movement, what will happen? Nothing. Nothing will happen to me too. But what I'm hoping is that people need to understand the idea of what Me Too should be is a decent idea. It's saying, yeah, this happened to me too. The problem with Me Too is a rudderless ship, a very powerful rudderless ship. Had nobody in charge, had nobody steering the thing, and then lo and behold, people came around, they hijacked it, and guess what they did? They used it for their own gain. So hopefully people will learn from that and they'll do something. But still, as long as there's power to be gained, people will hold on to that power and they'll push it. It's just society has to wake up and be like, yo, this stuff is dangerous. It destroys lives too. We need to find a way where there has to be a happy medium somewhere. The problem is that stuff like this, you have to be careful too, not to shift the pendulum too far. In challenging the idea of believe all with, like, say, believe all women, what you have to challenge is don't blame all either, because it's not the fault of women that this happens. It's a societal issue. There's a judicial issue in it, and it needs to be remedied. But you have to be careful with the pendulum swing. You don't want to believe all, and you definitely don't want to blame all. So it's going to be people have to just watch it. Ramirez, thanks for the 2. Those allegations are disgusting. 100% hearsay. Oh yeah, definitely. Jenna Lee, thanks for the 8. If she was worried about the bottle being the broken one, then the essay had to have happened after the finger injury. Timeline doesn't work. Well, her timeline, the doctor messed up in the timeline and said she got the wrong year with one of the accusations. I'd have to look it back up because I wrote it down. I wrote a note down. I thought, that's the wrong year for that. But she got the year wrong on something that she pulled out, and it was in her own notes. So, Lyric 0810, thanks for the 5 there. It It's like we lost the ability to think critically. Speaking of credibility, Dr. Hughes has none. Her entire testimony was Amber told me. Oh, yeah. There's going to be a lot of that, though. She's going to pull out her mental health professionals that she talks about. Those are, again, a therapist is a client advocate. They're not there. They're not an investigative reporter. They're there to believe you. That's where listen and believe belongs. A client comes to you and they say something happened. Yes, you have to believe them. You're obligated to. They shouldn't be testifying. It should be considered unethical. Gosh, thanks for the 2 there. Hey, you returned. Welcome for everybody too. Appreciate all you folks. Make sure to share this, telling people that we're going to be live today too. If for some reason, by the way, yesterday we got knocked offline for about. It was this platform, the only place that we went down. I didn't have any computer problems. I didn't have any loss of signal. I didn't lose any other platform, but I lost YouTube temporarily. I thought I'd gotten struck or something, but nothing supposedly happened. If that does, I will be back. So please, you switch over and watch again. That's happened twice since this trial started. Very questionable stuff, but I will be back. So I appreciate you all. A lot of you hung around too and kept that. It's ridiculous. They do everything to keep people from covering. It's just like I challenged one of the live streams. They demonetized them. Like you can't get any ad revenue off. And one of the things they told me with one of them is that I needed to go in and I needed to edit out some of JD's notes. Like I needed to blur them. And since I didn't blur them, if they were live, too bad for me. It hasn't gone live on the other coverage yet. They may be live in the courtroom. There it goes. Now it's gone. All right. I'm pulling it over there. Hey, Matt Rainwater. Wow. Thanks for the $300 super chat. That's crazy. Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that for sure. Hey, Tug. It's your bluegrass buddy. I think you missed my super chat yesterday. I purchased the Big Bundle comic and Mega Pint mug. I see there was something about a mask, but it's sold out. Big mask collector here. Will that be available again? And what exactly is it? Much appreciated, brother. So in the comic book, we made masks. I'm pulling up I'm setting everything while I'm talking to. I do know it's live. In the comic book, we use a mask. We got to explain the no face thing, and we're using a mask to explain that. So we made some limited editions. There's 16 of them, and I have 6 left. I hadn't decided what I'd do with it. Write me if you're curious about that. Write me about that, and I'll let you know. We can talk about that if you want to. Appreciate you too. Like I said, thank you for that. Seriously. You need to come to Matsuri and we're all supposed to go there. You should come out and chill and, just hang for a bit. I think you'd enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. If you can. Hey, Raquel, thanks for the 20 there. Relationship trauma with people I knew was the worst for me. I wanted to die by my own hand. Bad friends, bad relationships. I became suicidal. Now the great friendship, relationships, organizing our wedding. Yeah, in the moment there, people aren't built. They don't. We sometimes, here's the problem. We don't know how to cope with situations like we're seeing. And what we heard from JD is 100% what we hear from so many other people too. It's just, it's tragic stuff. It is absolutely tragic stuff that goes on in people's lives. And people need to be able to seek help and to find help. That's a kicker with that too. They need to be able to find help as well. Marie Watson, thanks for the 5. I tried to post my past articles and a nice new one, but Twitter won't validate the card. WordPress thinks it's very strange. That's very weird. Christian Winberg. Oh, here we go.
All right, good morning. All right, if I could have counsel approach for a moment, please.
All right, they're going to handle business. Oh, here's the good news. So yesterday, I was talking about the AP UK, the Associated Press UK, they were copyright claiming all of our live streams, trying to say that's ours. And it's not, by the way. It's not theirs at all. So I challenged those, and I was very blunt about it when I challenged them. And the AP relented yesterday, so they dropped all their copyright claims. TMZ, though, the cabinet video, TMZ is still holding on to their copyright claims, saying that they own that. And that's interesting because what it tells you is that they bought that footage from Amber Heard and her team. They 100% they bought it. I think that that's fascinating. Like I said, tell people, that this is up. This will be a good day to talk about coverage too, because it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something. Kristen, thanks for the super chat. The lady in red sitting next to the new PR guy in the front row works for Court TV. Not surprising. So Court TV's people are front and center. People need to stop watching Court TV. Tell people if they watch them, they're trash. Like they got some, they got a comment from JD's PR team. Yeah, and they spit on him every chance they get. Caroline Starr, thanks for the 7. As you know, they are passing notes to the PR, but the lady from Court TV was sitting beside him, and he opened the note, and she read it fast. Oh, that's who that was. That I didn't really, I did. Thank you. Thank you all. Like I said, I like all those pieces. Thank you for that. Marius, thanks for the super chat. What would be the opposite of me, too? Me neither. Yeah. Gabriel Badwolf, thanks for the 449. So if your client, so if I was your client and said I was probed by aliens, you'd have to believe me. Actually, if you said that, I would I have to look at why you're there. Why are you there? Are you there because aliens probed you? Are you there because you're afraid to go out of your house anymore? Are you overwhelmed by depression and anxiety? We treat your depression and your anxiety. But yeah, if you started telling me you were probed by aliens, I'd probably I would definitely give you some evaluation tests to see what was going on. The key is I'm not there to dispute your story. The fact is that you believe you were probed by aliens. So you have to look at it that way. It's not about what I think about your story. It's I have to leave that at the curb, Give me a Coke. Thank you. I think that's actually a good question, though. To be honest, it's funny, but it's a good question. Like multiple personality, for example. People will come in, they'll claim, I've got 9 voices in my head. Well, it doesn't matter if you believe in multiple personality disorder or not. The fact is the client believes in it. So you have to look at the needs of the client. Why is the client reporting that? Again, it's all about customized care. And that's why it's so dangerous for, I'm going to put the subscriber mode on. All you have to be is a subscriber for 1 minute. We'll get a lot of bots in here otherwise. Then we'll get the prawn and bit bots. So I'm going to attach that. Again, just subscribe for 1. I turn it on the lowest threshold I can, I don't like turning on anything that limits. But like I said, all you have to do is be a subscriber for 1 minute. So if you haven't liked this too, the more people that like, the more get it out there. And like I was saying, they're just handling business right this moment. So we're not missing anything right this minute. Dot Reaver, thanks for the 2 there. Appreciate that. If the nurse notes, in the nurse notes, I saw Amber said JD went to detox and was still clean. It was not drinking. Do you know what date that note was from? It could show days. He said he was drunk, or she said he was drunk was a lie. I mean, that's something I didn't even notice. All of the information, all of the slides and everything else that we see, they're supposed to be added to an upload. So you should be able to You should be able to look all of that stuff up in the aftermath. I'll look it up. I'll look up everything this weekend of anything that's. I'll try to look up some of it before the weekend, or not before the weekend, before Friday, because there's so much. There's just so much that's presented. Look, Nep, thanks for the 5 there. Blindly believing anyone means you do see the truth too. Yeah, you may see some truth, but the problem is you filter. Yeah, blindly believing. You see truth, but you create more victims in the process. And the whole idea of something like MeToo should never be about creating victimization. It should be about curing it. K-Rab, thanks for the 5. You were the only channel affected because I checked Ricada to see if he was up, and he still was. Like I said, I've been covering this for years now. Like, this is the one thing I focus all of my effort on for the longest time. And this channel has been hit hard for this coverage for the longest time. So I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. Nathan Jasper, thanks for the 5. Just wanted to quickly plug BetterHelp. My therapist has helped me greatly. If anyone needs help or someone to talk to, please check it out. So BetterHelp. All right. Check it out. I hear people talking. Let me see what they're still handling. So they're still handling their court business. So when I hear them talk, I check. Cal Forrester, thanks to the 20 there. Relationship trauma with people I knew. I hate that one.
I put the microphone on. Sorry, Judy.
Every time she speaks, like quit speaking when there's no reason. RV Nana, thanks for the 2. Thank you for your coverage. Thank you. Debbie Dobles, thanks for the 5. New to your channel, absolutely love it. Super informative. Thank you for that. Like I said, there are people out there that'll tell you law and everything else. I'm not trying to claim, I'm the most informed person ever. But I've kept up with this case for probably over 2 years now. I've been keeping up for a long time because the cases like this, they interest me.
Yes, ma'am.
She needs to turn her mic off if they're just going to sit around and blather. Yosa, thanks for the super chat. Heard reports of AH taking the stand today. Not sure yet. Not sure. Elizabeth Stafford thinks so too. AH has hair in such a way so she can hide her face. Yeah, maybe when she's laughing and stuff. Mandy M, thanks for the 2. Andy won the same challenge because it's evidence. And Warren, thanks for the super chat. GTA Vice City mission. Jury Fury. Next GTA AH will star as a side mission villain. Amber Turd mission. Blackmail, DV, SV, defaming rich, gold digging, fake story, tabloid, beef fartlow, born rotten. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Anne-Marie thinks with 5. Tug, have you seen the video of AH's lawyer passing a note? Yeah, I was showing that today, this morning. Yeah, PR guy using finger typing motions with his fingers. Yeah, she's running them directly. What I think is interesting, and I didn't know Court TV was part of it.
Come back to the stand for me, please.
All right. Checking my volumes.
All right, good morning. Good morning. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Hughes. I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met before.
No, good morning.
This is Cross.
You testified yesterday that you have to give careful attention to gendered stereotypes. Correct?
That is correct.
When you're talking about intimate partner violence, you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes. And during your testimony, you in fact paid attention to gendered stereotypes, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, you said we were going to have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes, and then you testified at length where you referenced both men and women. You paid attention to those stereotypes during the course of your testimony, correct?
What I was saying was you have to pay attention to gendered stereotypes when you're conducting these evaluations. You can't assume all the time that the male is the perpetrator and the female is the victim. You have to go into the evaluation understanding that the male also could be the victim of intimate partner violence.
In fact, you're aware that there are large-scale studies that do say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence. That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
You, in fact, said women gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said, woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard to be the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my evaluation in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
That
You
is
don't
true.
remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So I
didn't
treat
ask
and
you about
evaluate
treatment.
men
I-
all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right, why don't we take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't wait to watch her get owned.
right.
That's true, by the way. It's absolutely
Transcript of the
true.
deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77. Let's look at page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female, and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So, let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in IPV against another male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony, and the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I testified
That you
in.
testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court, I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
She doesn't want to be a bully for hire, man.
What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practice is successful enough that you maintain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work that you're able to perform unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct, and I also do pro bono work as well.
There. In fact, you actually instruct others on the use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom and how to, for advocates and people who could not have this level of training or experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence, yes.
All right, can we pull up PX 1241?
Yep. You need someone to testify that get you dismissing you're beating your male partner. She's got you. You can help
You
her
recognize
stay
that
on.
document?
Yes, it looks like the front page of a PowerPoint presentation
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
by myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in the area of domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
Okay. And who did you give this presentation to?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their partners in self-defense, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment, are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really know how to come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? All right, 1241 in evidence. You can
She gets partner
publish
murderers
or-
Yes,
off.
let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
That's what her lectures are about. Hey, you murdered your partner? Well, here's how you defend those folks.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
All right. And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called The Use of Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation talked about was some of the things that I talked to you all about yesterday, the myths and misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the Bar Association.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right, they were prosecutors and defense attorneys in attendance at that Bar
All right.
Association.
At your deposition, you testified that you were going to be paid $100 an hour for your time in this case.
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an errata in the transcript at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them, that's correct.
All right. So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much are you getting paid?
I'm being paid $500 an hour.
$500 an hour. And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Depp committed intimate partner violence against Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. I formed the opinion that Ms. Heard's report of the intimate partner violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role here comparing individual data to group data and then just determining whether it's consistent, correct?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct.
You wouldn't use the word limited role?
A limited role in terms of how we go about a forensic evaluation,
you
not
know
a
whether-
limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you probably think I did, but sure.
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed in this case.
No, I'm asking you your independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. And you're not testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different documents, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard, and how that comports with the therapy records and all the other documents and the photos and texts that I reviewed.
And you have no personal knowledge of any abuse.
Correct, personally. Correct.
Right. And all you know is what Ms. Heard self-reported to you and others.
That's not correct.
Because you did collateral interviews?
And I reviewed medical records, and I reviewed other witness statements of what they witnessed and what they saw.
And all of those statements that you reviewed, those were statements that started with Miss Heard, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, the medical records did, didn't they?
Well, the medical records, if she's self-reporting what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Yeah. Everything Miss Heard reported directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet Miss Heard until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged?
Engaged?
How'd you get hired to do this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
Or were you interviewed by her legal team as to whether you were going to testify here?
I was not.
You were not interviewed.
I was not.
You were contacted.
Correct.
Had you worked with that legal team before?
I had.
Yeah. So they already knew who you were, right?
Correct.
Right. And at any time that you were working with Miss Heard or assessing Miss Heard, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Heard.
And the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right. Several times yesterday, you used language about assessing Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relationship without talking to both parties, can you?
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party, absolutely.
But
And
you're gonna-
especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy records, you can get a lot of information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask whether you get a lot of information. I asked whether you can assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that, but you certainly can.
You talked to Ms. Heard for, what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long have you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
Right. In fact, you never met Mr. Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I did have information, although I'm not making a conclusion about Mr. Depp himself.
Is the standard now not necessarily totally blind?
I'm not
That's how
sure.
you assess the relationship? If it's not necessarily totally blind, I can assess it?
No, we assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamics that happen in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports what the individual is telling us, way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data to support that conclusion.
Let's talk about some of that data,
Sure.
all right? You chose to conduct some collateral interviews,
Correct.
right? And you interviewed Dr. Bonnie Jacobs.
Correct.
And you looked at her notes,
Correct.
and you know that Miss Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, doesn't know anything about the version of what happened in Australia until Miss Heard had already been sued, correct?
I believe she was not in treatment with Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred, so that would be correct. She did reach out to Dr. Connell Cohen about Australia, who she was treating with at that time contemporaneously.
All right, I'll ask you about Dr. Cohen. We'll get there. All right. So, you know that Ms. Hurd stopped seeing Dr. Jacobs in August 2014.
That's correct.
And she didn't go back until after she got sued, right?
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
Yeah. And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Connell Cohen.
That's correct.
And you also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that when he was treating a patient, he assumes the patient is telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
If he has no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, that your patient's not being totally honest with you, then you believe what they're saying.
Right. No other data to believe otherwise, but the sole thing that's happening is Ms. Hurd is talking to Mr. Cohen, or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him, she's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical psychological expertise to understand the connection between her symptoms and what she's reporting, what's going on in her life.
All right. But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, I understand that statement in his testimony. I have a lot more rich information of having spoken to him for 2 hours and reviewing his clinical notes.
He testified he was making a leap of faith with respect to that, right? With respect to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
All right. And you testified yesterday that Dr. Cohen never diagnosed Ms. Hurd with any personality disorders. You remember that?
Yes,
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
correct. And I asked him specifically, did he have any indications that even if he doesn't, as his practice, use them, does she meet criteria for a personality disorder? And he told me she did not.
All right, so you asked him specifically with respect to a topic that you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in no document.
It's reflected in my notes. It's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms.
You talked about Dr. Cohen's concern for Ms. Hurd's safety.
Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional safety. Wasn't that what he was talking about?
He was concerned for both.
Okay. Did Dr. Cohen testify that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Hurd?
I believe he said that. I mean, he talked about Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him, Dr. Cohen, concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Hurd.
Let's do this again. Ms. Hurd told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined that from the treatment he was providing Ms. Hurd.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had correspondence with Dr. Kipper. So he had other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consulting, right? Consultation on relationship.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with them once.
Correct.
All right. And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Hurd's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
All right. You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that the person may be wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Hurd after Mr. Depp had already sued Amber Hurd.
Right. The entirety of my work in this case happened obviously after the lawsuit.
Did you review, in that context, any of Paige Hurd's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Miss Heard. I mean, Miss Heard, Miss Paige Heard, Amber Heard's mother did talk to me about her relationship with Mr. Depp.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, you testified that you approach a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This skepticism didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Right, I did not speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's not correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel Anderson do on behalf of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions. As I stated yesterday, one of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, I guess, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with Ms. Heard individually. And then she saw them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
So you didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did? How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
All right. And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson didn't believe Ms. Heard to be a victim of spousal abuse?
I believe those were her words, yes.
And you also understood from her deposition that Mr. Depp had not had a very long history of being violent with any of his wife or women.
That, she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Heard significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been, her words, well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
Right. I know that you testified that you reviewed medical records.
Yes,
All right. So, you know Ms. Heard had a personal nurse,
correct,
Erin Filati.
correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with Ms. Heard on a regular basis during her relationship with Mr. Depp.
Correct, I had her clinical notes that I reviewed.
Right. And you reviewed her deposition testimony,
Correct,
some of which the jury's heard, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. And you reviewed the nursing notes.
Yes,
So you know that Ms. Heard admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
I know that's in the notes. That's nowhere else in any other record, so I'm not sure where that came from.
But you relied on everybody else's notes.
And there are some things that I disagreed with, like I disagree with Dr. Laurel Anderson about it being mutual abuse.
Right. So the stuff you disagree with, you disregard, and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
But that's what you did.
That's not correct.
All right. You know that Ms. Filati saw Ms. Heard immediately after she returned from Australia.
I'd have to look at the notes again to be sure, but I know she did see her when she came back from Australia. That's correct.
Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Heard in her notes?
I did not see that in the record.
Okay, so you looked at her notes, and there's no injury to Ms. Heard documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about this concept, which you then defined, lethality. And you testified there are certain factors of their present relationship where a woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look as to whether a woman is in a very dangerous situation.
Correct.
Can we pull up PX 92? So
It's an evidence.
published to the jury.
Yeah, it will be published.
Do you know what this is?
I believe this is the knife that Ms. Heard gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish?
Un poquito?
Do you know what it says?
Yes, it says hasta la muerta, until death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life, gives her intimate partner a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
Okay. We can do that later. So we talked about, you talked a little bit about Mr. Depp purporting to demonstrate jealousy with Ms. Heard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you specifically talked about Mr. Depp displaying jealousy regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, the very first time you met with Ms. Heard, she talked to you about Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page. All right. So, do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what I would like to do, what is it?
It's a top sheet of a background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. So, now, this is, who filled it out?
I filled it out,
Whose form is it?
my form.
All right. I'm going to move just the first page into evidence because we're going to talk about other portions of it later.
Could you back us so she can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, I can.
We will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
Sure.
No objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full. Okay. Are there any identifiers that need, or we're just going?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some.
All right.
Probably.
Okay, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but
Okay, well, you
Yeah.
can discuss it.
We'll work with
Okay,
them on that.
thank you.
but I'm
All right.
positive there's identifiers in there.
all right. 1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right, you want to publish to the jury?
Yeah, let's publish it to the jury. I don't,
Well, we can, why don't you,
I don't see anything on the first
if
page.
you want to look at that, any objection to that? Well, that's what they're going to show. right
That's
now.
what we're going to show.
All right, publish then.
All right. All right, so this is the bottom corner, your notes. And it's under the section of your notes that's entitled Intimate Relationships.
Correct.
Right. And one of the notes here on the right, it says JF, that's James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close but really wanted to be with Johnny.
Well, it says JF friends. They were friends.
All right. Said friends, but you put him under intimate relationship.
Well, there's a line there because I was asking specifically about other things that were allegations in this matter.
There's a line there because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form?
She wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. I queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case.
And there's a note for December 2015.
When they became more friends, more friendly.
Right, and that was a period of time in which Ms. Heard was married to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
So she became close with Mr. Franco in December 2015, and at least you put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. Did you provide another header, like a header that says friends?
No.
No. Well, let's look at the next one. The next one says, I think it says Elon.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
All right. May 2016.
Correct.
Met Ball.
Correct.
That's a big fancy party in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And she says she dated him after Johnny.
Correct.
She met Elon Musk in May 2016 when she filed the TRO.
The last answer was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 27th. If I'm correct.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that.
All right, yeah, sometime after the TRO?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You talk, we can take that down. You talked quite a lot yesterday about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah. Just so I understand your position on this, is it your position that if Miss Heard was abused, she gets to hit Mr. Depp?
That's not my opinion.
But you know she hits him, right?
And I testified to that.
Right. And how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit him?
Do I believe that she told me, or how many instances were there?
Well, I don't know. How would you know other than her telling you? You weren't there, right?
I was not there, that's correct.
All right. How many times did she admit to hitting him?
She indicated a number of times in a number of instances.
You indicated that you had listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case?
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to play you a portion of one of those recordings. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. It's already in evidence. And for the record, the portion I want to play is 2 minutes 46, 246.01 to 247.20.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just
And
happened.
I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured
in
it
the
out.
face. And you said, no, fucking, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No,
I know.
when you fucking have a close
You
face.
didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not punch you. I did not fucking deck you. I fucking was hitting you. I don't know what the motion of my actual hand was, but you're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? I'm not sitting here bitching about it, am I? You are. That's the difference between me and you. You're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you started
Johnny.
physical fights.
I did start a physical
Yeah,
fight.
you did, so I had
Because-
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
You agree with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah. Anything about this tape suggest to you that it's characteristic of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, if she said she hit him first, then that would not be reactive violence.
All right. You testified that
Oops.
Ms. Heard reported to you that she engaged in low levels of violence, correct?
Well, I don't think she said that. I think that was the characterization of knowing the types of minor and severe levels of violence.
Okay, I got it wrong. You consider it low levels of violence.
Well, I considered what the literature and the research talks about low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested that Ms. Heard sustained more severe injuries, correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly the incidents in Australia and the sexual violence and the incidents on December 15th, 2015 were quite severe.
You said you reviewed medical records in rendering your opinion.
Correct.
And you reviewed photographs.
Correct.
Now, other than the reports to her therapists, which you call medical records, right?
Yeah, I would call those medical records,
Right.
sure.
Other than the reports to her therapist, there's not a single medical record that reflects any injury to Ms. Heard, is there?
That's not correct.
No. There is not other than what doctor reflected injuries to Ms. Heard?
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, Falat, I'm not recalling her married name, indicated that she was headbutted by Mr. Depp and that she went for a concussion check and she had a busted lip and then she went to Dr. Kipper's office in order to get checked.
What? And there's a medical record other than that note that reflects it?
There's a note that she showed up at Dr. Kipper's office. There's a note in the
But there's
similar
nothing
2
from
days
Dr.
that
Kipper,
Dr.
is there?
Laurel Anderson saw the 2 bruises from that same incident as well.
All right. You reviewed photographs.
Yes.
All right. I'd like to put up PX 144. It's been published to the jury briefly. I'm going to keep it up very briefly. That photograph doesn't reflect a low level of violence, does it?
Well, that reflects a severe injury, I would agree.
Yeah. Why don't we go to PX 145? That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp on a gurney, correct?
That is a severe injury, correct.
All right. Is it your testimony that throwing a can of mineral spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right. So you can throw a can of mineral spirits. What about if you throw a can of Red Bull?
Again, it depends on the incident I think that you're referring to. That was not necessarily reactive violence. That was in a state of frustration or anger.
All right. So when you throw a can of Red Bull in a state of frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence?
No.
All right. What about if you throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon? Is that reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be a characteristic of reactive violence? Throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon.
If it's in the middle of an assault, perhaps. If it's independent of that, no.
Right. So, for instance, if your husband was just having a couple of shots at the bar.
Again, you would need more information and context to make that determination.
All right. You don't think that's a reflection of reactive violence? And you'll agree with me that when you throw the second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, psychological violence and abuse is psychologically destabilizing, which destabilizes individuals' coping strategies. That is absolutely true.
Lost what's true. Is it your testimony that once you've thrown one bottle and missed, when you throw the second one, now it's reactive violence?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any context.
All right. All right. I'm going to ask you about some of the testing that you did. One of the things that you did was a form, looked like called a CTS2 relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactics scale, correct.
So CTS2 stands for conflict tactics scale.
That's correct.
And this is one of the documents that you had with you on the stand yesterday.
I had all my testing with me and all my clinical notes from my evaluation with Ms. Hurd.
And you gave me a copy of it because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right, all right. But you have a good recollection of what that test is about, the CTS2 test.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most accurate and thorough information. After having done 12 tests with so many questions, I wanted to just be as accurate as possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS2. It's dated 9/26/2019.
Correct.
All right, 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about what you've done and what your partner has done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
And every single one of those questions is preceded by the same question, right? How often did this happen in the past year?
Correct.
You knew that as of 9/26/2019, not a single one of the things that Ms. Hurd identified happened to her in the last year.
Correct.
Right.
She was oriented to a different time frame to get a checklist of those behaviors.
Right. And one of the although it says, please, how often did this happen in the past year? One of the questions is, my partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
Do you have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
I have a recollection at that point in time, she was framing those type of acts as angry sex.
Oops.
She
And you
wasn't
helped
framing them as physical force, as most women don't on these measures.
And you helped her to reframe it as something other than angry sex, didn't you, doctor?
My job was not to do treatment, my job was to do an evaluation, and that's what I did.
All right. So you did an evaluation, and one of the evaluations you did and one of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right. And you diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD long before you made use of the gold standard test for PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
And I make the diagnosis of PTSD in my clinical practice without using the CAPS all the time.
All right. So just so you and I are on the same page, and I think we are, this gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS-5.
That is correct.
That's the one that Dr. Curry administered, correct?
Correct.
All right. You didn't administer the CAP-5 until after you'd already diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in 2019. She had PTSD in the beginning of 2021 when I evaluated her. And then she had PTSD in December 27, 2021 when I administered the CAPS. That's correct.
All right. I think I asked a much more narrow question than that. You didn't diagnose, you didn't give the CAPS 5. Hold on, I'm going to strike that question altogether and start it again. You had already diagnosed her with PTSD before you did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the CAPS 5, there was enough data in the psychological testing and my clinical evaluation to establish that she met criteria for PTSD. That is correct.
You submitted an expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
In the January 11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes on that.
Did you reference the CAPS 5 in that at all?
I don't believe I gave the results of the CAPS 5 to the attorneys at that point.
All right. You met with, I got dates here. This time I'm using the cheat sheet. All right. You met with Amber Heard on September 26, 2019.
I would love to have my cheat sheet, but I'll take your word for it.
I'll share.
Thank you.
October 11th, 2019. When did you give the CAPS 5?
The CAPS 5 was administered the last time that I saw Ms. Heard. I saw her over, as stated multiple times, over the past 2.5 years, and having not seen her in about a year to get an accurate assessment of her current symptoms. Having had all the background information, the CAPS 5 is a great structured clinical interview to do that.
All right. So you hadn't seen her for about a year before you gave her that test.
That is correct.
And you did it over Zoom.
That is correct.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1247? And this may.
What a mess. She didn't bother testing her. She just diagnosed her. She's
Sure.
she's not doing
It's just the
therapy.
witness right now, so, okay. Okay.
Sure. You can, Dr. Hughes, you can actually help with that question. This is like more than 20 pages long. Right?
It's about 20 pages.
Right. All right. Let's get a copy of it. This is a series of questions that you use to test for PTSD.
Correct.
And you recognize the first page. This is the first page that you filled out. That's your handwriting.
That's correct.
I'd like to publish the first page to the jury.
Do you wish to have it in evidence? Are you moving it into evidence?
Yes, I am.
I'd like to have a copy of it before I.
He's just publishing the first page. Any objection to the first? Okay, first page in evidence?
I think, Your Honor, in the future, they should, at a minimum, give us a copy of whatever they're putting in.
All right.
I don't have the ability.
Could you put your microphone on? I'm just having,
I don't have the ability to scroll down, so I can't see the rest of this, and it's a brand-new
I'm
exhibit.
sure they'll get you a copy of it.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Cat lady.
I'd like to go to the second page. Can we put up the second page?
Are you putting a second page into evidence?
Not yet.
Then I can't put it up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like the witness to see the second.
The witness can see the second page.
Thank you. This is the second page. This is instructions on how you do it.
Correct.
All right. And then we'll go to the third page. Let's let the witness see the third page. Now, this is entitled scoring.
Correct.
So when you score, you look at two things, right? You look at frequency and intensity.
Correct.
All right. Those are the two factors you use to score.
Correct.
Can we go to the 4th page of this document and just show it to the witness? All right. So, Dr. Hughes, this is the first page of the CAPS B where, other than the identifying information, where there's any input into the document, correct?
The CAPS 5, you said the CAPS B?
Yeah, I
Okay,
misspoke.
yes. This is the criterion A, which means that in order to, as I said yesterday, to obtain a diagnosis of PTSD, you have to have sustained a very specific traumatic event. That's the first gate to get through the door.
All right. So, Your Honor, I'm gonna, I'd like to be able to get them a copy of this. Is it too early to take the break, or?
A little bit if you
All
can.
right, I can do something.
Okay.
All right. All right, so do you recognize the first page, or the 4th page of this document?
Yes, I do.
And the handwriting on the 4th page is yours?
It's all my handwriting.
All right, the entirety of it is your, I'm going to move this document into evidence along with the first page. And that one is, what number? I think it is,
You're still on 1247.
1247,
Okay, so you want to move the entirety of 1247 in.
yes.
Do you have a copy of 1247? It's Exhibit 1247?
I don't have the whole page in front of me.
Well, I mean, do you have plaintiff's exhibits 1247? Plaintiff's 1247. I don't have it either.
Oh, it's defendants 1435.
1435. Defendants 1435.
I'll try it as quickly as possible then.
Take your time.
Did you want to take a look at the court's copy? Would that be easier for you?
It's 59 pages. What is he moving in? I mean, I don't think
I
we can
think
do
he's
a
moving the,
partial.
are you moving the entire document in?
Yeah, I'm going to move the entire document into evidence.
I don't think I have an objection to that.
No objection?
No
Did you want to take a look at the court's copy, or you're good?
Yeah, I would, thank you. My apologies.
That's fine. Thank you, Jamie.
It's going to show the evaluation too, right? No objection, no.
All right, so even though I pulled it from defendants 1435, we want to make this 1247 plaintiffs, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay,
Does your other one back?
I kind of need it. All right. Thank you. We'll just change the number on it.
They get their housekeeping
So
in order.
1247, okay, 1247 in evidence, plaintiffs 1247 in evidence, and now it can be published to the jury.
Thank you. Why don't we publish the 4th page where we're talking about? All right. So what this references is the event you said was the worst, and what you have filled in here is 3 words. IPV by Johnny, right?
Correct.
All right. And then what happened is the next box, and you've not written a single thing in the box, right?
Because I've already spent 20 some odd hours with Ms. Hurd, I know what goes in that box. If you
So-
look at the top, it says administer the life of check checklist or an other structured trauma screen. That screen had already been conducted.
Right, but there's a box on the gold standard test that asks what happened, and it says, how old were you? How were you involved? Who else was involved? Was anyone seriously injured or killed? Was anyone in life danger? And none of that information you provide in your analysis on the CAPS 5.
Your Honor, I hesitate to object, but that's very compound.
It is.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection if you want to rephrase.
We can do it
Okay.
the slow way. The first question is, how old were you?
All of the information that would go in that box is contained in my 80-plus clinical notes of my evaluation of Ms. Heard up until this point. It would have been incredibly redundant to do that again here.
But you knew other people would review this, didn't you?
And I knew that they would have my clinical notes as well.
Oh, so they're supposed to parse through your clinical notes so that they can figure out what you chose to be the anchoring event.
I didn't choose to be the anchor. The client chooses to the anchor to identify what the worst event is for them.
You wrote IPV by Johnny. That's what you determined to be the anchoring event.
When I asked Ms. Heard, once again, of the traumatic events that she experienced in her life, which one is the worst? This is what she indicated.
Okay. But you provided no details with respect to it.
There are a plethora of details in my 80-page is a handwritten, single-spaced clinical notes.
Right. All right, let's go to the next page. All right. You felt it appropriate to fill this page out, didn't you, Doctor?
Well, these are the questions about the symptoms, so I'm asking specific questions and getting her responses.
Didn't you know this already?
Well, I was making sure at this point, having not seen her for a year, what is the trauma expression at this time? It can change over time. It could go away. It can get better. It can get worse.
All right. Why don't we go a couple more pages in? Let's go into page 7 of 20. Now, there are a couple of boxes that you filled in on this. Let's look at item 5, B5. You don't provide any indication of what kind of triggers, what kind of reminders trigger these reactions.
She answered that on the previous questions.
All right. And you didn't provide any answer as to how long does it take to recover.
She has some difficulty recovering.
Okay. And then there's this question that says, how often has this happened in the past month? Number of times.
Correct.
And we talked about how these things are scored, and we looked at, you got to look at frequency and intensity, right?
Correct.
And you left the frequency box blank.
Well, no, if she said several times a month, then that's what the frequency is.
And you didn't fill that frequency box in at all.
Because she told me it was frequently several times a month, which is one of the anchors encoding the CAPS.
All right, let's look at the next one. The very next box. Again, this is scored by frequency and intensity. How often in the past month?
Correct.
Blank. That's-
Pardon?
How often in the past month? You left that one blank again, right?
She tells me it happens at least twice a week, so certainly I could multiply 2 times 4 and put in 8.
And you certainly could have written the number 2.
But it wasn't 2, if it's
Oh.
happening 2 times a week.
All right, so 2 times a week towards times the number of months. Now you got 2 digits instead of 1, right? That's all it took to write that down.
This is in a 1-month period, so it would have been a 4-week period.
How often in the past month? That's what it says.
Correct. You
You
said
chose
months.
not to answer that question. Let's look at the next page. Again, scoring is frequency and intensity. How often in the past month? Again, you left it blank.
If you look on the right-hand box, that is where we are indicating the frequency and the severity. If you can see where I circled moderates happening more than twice a month, that's where I'm indicating the frequency of the symptom expression.
Okay. But aren't you skipping a step? You're supposed to do intensity and frequency.
And when somebody says it's happening more than twice a month, that is a frequency indicator.
All right. Let's go to the next box. Again, we have, in the past month, how many of the important parts of event have you difficulty remembering? Number of important aspects. Didn't fill it up.
Well, I listed 2 specific incidents of where she indicates she has important aspects that are missing.
But all you had to do was put a number in here. You know you knew how to score this thing.
Well, this measure actually doesn't get scored by the frequency.
All right, you know something, you're right. Let's look at the next one.
I know.
The next one gets scored by the frequency. That's blank, right?
Well, I did not code it as a PTSD symptom.
Okay, let's go to the next one. How much of the time in the past month have you felt that way as a percentage?
Right? So as you can see, I circled 20 to 30% of the time.
Right. But
It's
you
just
didn't
as
fill-
I'm putting it on the right side in the box where I'm coding the instrument.
We're going to talk about the right side in a minute. You took issue with the way that Dr. Curry did this test, didn't you?
Correct.
All right. But your test, in every instance where you're asked the number of times and to fill in the blank, you leave it blank.
They're on the right side of the document.
All right. You want to talk about the right side of the document? Let's do that. After you did the CAPS 5 for the anchoring, the 3-word anchoring event, IPV by Johnny, you went back through again and said, maybe I should consider childhood trauma as well, right?
I wanted to test for the limits and see at this point in time, Ms. Heard had a child, and sometimes when people have children, their trauma gets evoked. Is she having those symptoms as well? She already had, based on this instrument, the PTSD from the interpersonal violence. I wanted to see if there were any additional symptoms.
All right. And you knew that she had severe child abuse as a young person.
That is correct.
She grew up in a home full of heroin addicts, right?
Opiate abuse, yes.
Yeah. And there was IPV between her parents.
Correct.
All right. And so you wanted to make sure that there wasn't some impact with this childhood trauma in the diagnosis of PTSD.
Yes.
Right. And so you decided to give her the test again.
Well, I didn't give it again. It's called testing the limits. I went back to some of the questions where she answered in the affirmative and said, and is this also happening vis-a-vis your childhood abuse? Are you also having intrusive thoughts and feelings about childhood? Are you avoiding thinking about things about childhood? Is that happening for you now as well?
All right. So there are a series of notations on the right-hand side. Let's go to page 5 of 20 in the test. All right. Why don't we highlight the right-hand notations that start under the word childhood? All right. So the way you tested for childhood PTSD is to write a notation in the corner and answer a couple of questions. Same test.
Well, I wasn't administering a whole CAPS again. What I was doing was seeing, as we know with people who have what we call poly-victimization or re-victimization, someone could in fact meet criteria for the PTSD from the domestic violence, but then they're also experiencing some symptoms as a result of the childhood abuse. Both can occur.
Right. But Mr. Depp isn't responsible for her childhood abuse.
That is correct.
Right. And the way you tested this childhood abuse PTSD is you made notations on the right-hand, in the right-hand column of a form that you partially filled out for the IPV by Johnny, right?
Well, I disagree with the partially filled out. The frequency was clearly filled out in the box where we score the caps. But yes, I did write about the childhood to the right of that box.
Okay. And that is the appropriate way that the gold standard test for PTSD for childhood trauma should be administered.
If there were any affirmatives and I needed to go further, I could have administered another CAPS 5. There were not. I did not need to do that.
Okay. So you chose not to do a second CAPS 5, although you knew that she had suffered from severe childhood trauma.
No, because she wasn't suffering symptoms at that point in time, PTSD symptoms from the childhood trauma.
All right.
Mr. Dennison, are you moving to a different topic now?
I am.
Okay, all right, this might be a great time to take our morning break then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our 15-minute break. Please do not discuss this case with anybody. Don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
They're sticking with scoring and how scoring was administered. I would focus more on what's actually in the notes, because I find it fascinating, again, that we were told before that Amber Heard was reporting 19 out of 20, again, self-administered questionnaire. You know, all of this is all of this,
We'll go
it
ahead and
asks you.
Your Honor, before
Yes.
you take the break.
Yes.
May I get a copy of the new exhibits from them so that I can see it over the break?
Yeah, I don't know if we can do it before, but we'll certainly get them to you.
Well, I mean, I need to be able to redirect, and I had never seen these.
Okay, well, we'll go through it. That's fine, all right?
Although it's in your exhibit list.
So that's
Well,
fine.
if it's in my exhibit list, if they just tell me.
To tell you the
that's
exhibit
fine.
numbers, that's fine. We'll work through it, okay? Let's take a recess to 11:40 then, okay?
Junior-
All right, back at 11:40.
It's your new exhibit notes, but you've never seen it. All right, good job there. Oh, man. One of the things that I found, like the best one, and they should have hammered her for, in my opinion, was the idea that she didn't report issues with any type of forced, I'm just going to say forced coercion for, they named different types of sex. And she scored that as 0. She said no. So this person went back in and helped them redefine how they were administering that. Now, I find that to be a very questionable tactic there. I've screenshot, if you're curious about any of the things that were pulled up, by the way, I've put them all, everything that they have noted, they're on lunch break, but I've taken everything that they're noting right now, and I've screenshot them like this. So you see, each one is an item. These are self-reported, by the way. This is how you test for PTSD. One of the things, though, that you have to note is when somebody is telling you in every freaking item box that they experience that doesn't happen. People with PTSD, let me rephrase that. It very rarely happens. Statistically, to have somebody that's going to report every experienceable item with PTSD, that's just, again, that would be almost unheard of. But, you know, unheard of. I mean, seriously, though. What a mess. She also, interestingly enough, you know, they wanted to dance around the idea. She keeps bringing up there are doctor notes with injuries. The only doctor note that even claims something like that is the nurse note that we saw. She went over, Amber Heard knew that she was going to be over there. She comes to the door looking disheveled, and her lip supposedly is bleeding. And she said, oh, you know, Johnny did that to me. Also, he ripped out my hair and stuff. She checks her for any type of injury. There's no injury. So she tells her to go in and to get checked out by the doctor the next day. She does go in, but she doesn't report all of the things that she's reporting now. She doesn't report. She goes on record as saying, again, this is the incident where she supposedly has 2 black eyes, a broken nose, she has a busted lip, and more. She doesn't report in that incident any of that transpiring. What she says is she fell down and hit her head or something like that. And when they examine her, they list no injuries whatsoever. They give a concussion test to her, but all of that, again, is self-reported. There is nothing backing up any of these items. Again, you have to take her word that something transpired, and you have to take the pictures that she took, but you have to think that no medical professional that ever saw her saw that. Now, she also said one of these folks, one of these mental health professionals said that they saw 2 bruises on her face. All right? They have a duty to warn, like I said. If you come into me and I see injuries that you are reporting as part of domestic violence, if I see the injury, I am obligated to report it. I'm not obligated to report if you're reporting domestic violence, but I am obligated to report if I see injuries. So they're going to tell me that some random person after the fact said that, oh yeah, I saw 2 bruises once. But they didn't do anything about it at all. That's messed up. Even this witness said that at one time, which I found fascinating. Muhammad, thanks for the 20 there. My dad is in the same field as this doctor. He's cracking up at this lady. Yeah, I mean, like for myself, I'm a mental health professional. I'm a therapist. I diagnose people. I don't see a lot of clients anymore. I do other things now, but I did that for the longest time until abuse. Some people can do that all the time. They can work with abuse. Like for me, ooh, man, it'll mess you up after a while. Truly seeing real abuse day in and day again, especially when you see children as clientele. I saw children until again, that's not taking anything from them or saying, "Oh, look at me." I just couldn't do it anymore. It was too much. But I did it for a long time. And yeah, when you look at the way that she's handling this, she's not, here's something you have to consider too. When you look at her notes, you have to remember she's treating Amber Heard like she's her client now. Not her client like she's filling out a report. She's supposed to be doing an evaluation of symptomology. She's supposed to be compiling an evaluation. She is not treating her. She's not there to treat her as a client, but she's treating her like she's her client. She's treating her like she's obligated to believe everything that she says. And you are not. As an evaluator, you are not. If you are meeting with her as a clinician, you are. But she's not her clinician. She's her evaluator. Big difference. My Bears, thanks for the 8 there. And that super sticker, appreciate that. Anyone, I will get every super chat too. If I did not hit yours right then, I'm hitting some while they're here, or while we're talking to see what's there. Heather Roberts, thanks 5. I hope one of the jurors that's in healthcare after you're done to be treated as legal documents. No question. You don't skip anything. Well, especially for evaluation. Like they're talking about scoring and stuff. I really like the go see my notes. Go see my notes. You're doing an evaluation for legal presentation. That's not how that works. Like if you're doing it for legal presentation, I've had to go in and talk about something a few times with cases involving CPS, and in those, I made sure to have every single, I dotted, T crossed. Like you don't talk about any of this stuff legally without making sure you have it all together. And it's fascinating to see her be like, you can find it in my notes. Linda James, thanks for the 5 and the super sticker for that. Appreciate that. I found that to be, Shabaka Wookie, hey, what's up? Thanks for the 7. Explain to me how she can fill in the holes left in her report on the stand, yet she had to read from her notes yesterday. She needs to make a pint of Amica here. Indeed. Maybe she had some. Maybe that's how it happened. Water Girl, thanks for the 2. Her lawyer needs to tell jury duty to report. Yes, yes. Here's the thing. See, all of this stuff, you can have a million different things, but you have to. It's not. It's not the witness. It's not the evidence. It's how you present it to the jury. So, it's all in presentation. We can't see the jury either. You know, that's one downside. Obviously, there's a reason for that, but I'd be curious how the jury looked there. 2012, thanks for the 2. To paraphrase my cousin Vizzy, everything is BS. Indeed. Indeed. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for 279. PTSD tests have trick questions to see if you lie. Yeah, well, they ask and they re-ask the same questions. You run into something and you'll have it relisted in another way. It's counterbalancing. And again, just the idea of you reporting that you experience on 20 scales. Again, self-reporting 20 different scales. If you're telling me that you experience 19 out of 20 of those, you have 95% experience for just every random thing under the sun. That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. Like I said, it statistically could happen, but just being real, it doesn't happen. Look, thanks for the 5. You're number 1. Now, you folks are number 1. Thank you for showing up. Appreciate you. Tell everybody we're live. Like I said, this has been pretty interesting so far. I've been snapshotting too. If you can't see a legal document or you want to hover over it for a minute, I've also been taking screenshots and posting them on Twitter to make sure that we have all of that listed too. Janice, thanks for the 5. JD's lawyers are not being aggressive enough. Can't they switch lawyers? They could switch lawyers, but this is in my opinion, this is one of the downsides with their approach. They like to be likable. One of the lawyers that they had before, Adam Waldman, is a pit bull, and he was kicked off the case. He wasn't fired. That's Johnny Depp's personal lawyer, but they wouldn't let him do this, and I would have loved to see him be the one out there. Again, that's not taking shots at their team. Adam Waldman is a beast, and he knows this case inside and out, and he would be all over them, just tearing them to shreds. Anna, thanks for the 10. Super sticker there, the laughter indeed. I think the questioning, what they need to do is they need to just take apart everything that's noted in it. Not the scoring necessarily, not the shortcutting. Because again, she's just going to say, well, see my notes. I took all of that in. And again, they're at what they need to do when they're looking at this stuff, they really needed a professional, hopefully, to look over it. Hopefully they did have someone like Dr. Curry look over these notes. Because if you gave me a night with these, I'm going to look at all this stuff tonight. I'm going to tell you what the flaws are in it tomorrow. But I need a day to look at all of it and actually examine everything. And then I can tell you. I can look at it myself, and I can tell you what the problems are in it, in my opinion. Now, one of the things that you will run into with any type of psychological testing too, again, I say this a million times, psychology has science behind it, but diagnosing, being a diagnostician, that's an art form. It is an art more than a science. You fill in specific blanks, you draw inference, you are the one trying to figure that out. This lady diagnosed PTSD before she even went in and met with Amber Heard. She went through notes and she said, yeah, she's got PTSD. Oh, because other people said that. You don't do that. You as an evaluator, you go in and you diagnose on your own. Every time you see a client, in fact, you take the notes from someone else. If you came to me just as somebody needing a diagnosis, you need help. We look at you new as a client. We take your past, we take what you were on and everything else, but we look at that because we're looking at it for mistakes. Maybe you were misdiagnosed. Maybe that's the reason that you need to still be in here. Maybe that's the reason you're still having problems. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 10. Finally finished work, slowly catching up. Just sending a super chat for Giggles. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Hopefully you can catch up in everything. Like yesterday was an infuriating day. I'm glad to see this person crossed. And yeah, I'm waiting for some kill shots in there. Ronnie, thanks for the super chat. Feels like a weak cross. Witness had the control. They need to be more aggressive, in my opinion. I think that they need to be more aggressive. I mean, that's just my opinion on that. They need to. They brought up some good points, like I think they're getting bogged down into some minutia right now. I think they had some really good points on the, hey, he's on the stretcher there. So that's low-level intensity violence, you're saying? That's excusable? Oh, you listen to this? We play the recording of her saying that she actually committed violence. I wasn't punching you. I was hitting you. Yes, I start physical fights. That right there, she's admitting to being an aggressor. Again, this person placed their entire evaluation off of self-reported items from Amber Heard, items from their friends, or, again, mental health professionals. And again, she says, well, there was one note with this this nurse. I would have tore that apart. I'd have been like, oh, so you're talking about that one note where she's supposedly has a bleeding lip, but they can't find any kind of hematoma, and the next day that she went into the doctor, they found nothing? That's the one you've decided? Fascinating. I would have taken her apart for that. But Bears, thanks for the 15 there. I wonder what this doctor thinks of the grumpy left as a quote-unquote prank, huh? Yeah, indeed. I'm sure she thinks that's okay. I'm sure she thinks that's okay. Yeah, I saw somebody list, it specifies in the last month. Well, you can take in time frame something. It depends on if you're testing a person currently for PTSD. Yes, if that is a PTSD score, yes, you're supposed to be evaluating them in the now. If you're doing an evaluation for what happened in the past, you can ask the same questions and figure out, yes. But if you're evaluating them, you're not supposed to be evaluating them for, again, the past happened, therefore, in the last month. Again, it evaluates your mindset due to past experience. But yes, I mean, and that is true. That is very true. Time frame is supposed to come in. Reference is supposed to come in to say if that person has PTSD or not. Yes, because you're diagnosing them at the moment from what happened. But you can use this you can use the question referencing and framing to do your own report. But again, she said, I had 80 pages, single spaced. Okay. She sounds like some teachers I had way back when that I thought, oh my God. Ronnie P, thanks for the super chat. JD's lawyers want to be friends. H's lawyers want to win. Well, that's the thing. You can. They have moments where you think, "Whoo, man, that's some good stuff," Right. C. Lyles, thanks for the 2. Look at your day 11 coverage. Hour 34. Lip explained. What are you talking about? You talking about like explained it from the medical notes? Is that what you mean? Jerry the Fairy, thanks for the 2. What is Amber Heard countersuing JD for again? She says loss of jobs, and loss of reputation, basically, because he spoke up for himself. She said, oh, he's obsessed with destroying her. Like all of this litigation, it's about re-victimization. That's what she's saying, even though she's the one who shots fired, And again, her money total is based on, I'm taking 2 times what he asked for. She says that in the document, by the way. We'll have to go over that document. We can even pull it up at break if you really want to see what it looks like. Savara Sapphire Flame, thanks for the 5. Males can only be victims. They are kids by authority or same. Extra lates. Why didn't law ask so? Is your test that femme cannot be an aggressor? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, this person testifies on behalf of women. She is an expert. She said she testifies in same-sex relationships. So, men can be abused if there's another man involved. But this person is a witness that comes in. And again, if you look at, so what she was bringing up before, this is actually something that's a very good point. What she was bringing up before as her lectures, she teaches lawyers how to get women off if they've been accused of murdering their spouses. So this is actually her lecture point. This was what she teaches. And it's about expert witnessing testimony, how you bring in expert witnesses and you use them to get your clients off when your client has murdered their male partner. That's what that's what she does. She explains away murdering male partners. You know, she's the kind of person you bring in. And again, I thought here was another really good question. I think this is a very good question, in fact. You know, the whole knife thing. So she's scared for her life, right? She's terrified he's going to do something terrible for her or to her, and yet she's buying him knives. This is a birthday present for him. So she's terrified for her life, but she's buying this. And Jasper, thanks for the 2. Please make a meme of JD's lawyer on Molly's wrecking ball. That would be funny. He came in like a wrecking ball. Ronnie, thanks for the super chat. How can AH justify the sum of a $100 million claim? She can't. I mean, that's the whole problem with her claim. Like, she cannot justify that amount of money. Laura Cooper, thanks for the 2. And you can't leave blank space in medical paperwork. Well, you can't, you know, with evaluation, again, she can say, you can see my notes on that. That's how I was figuring it up, you know, for those items. But again, when you're doing this person is a practitioner. She does not accept insurance, by the way. She takes, I think from clients, it said on her website, I was looking at it last night, she charges $350 a session. I keep thinking, man, I'm in the wrong, I guess I'm in the wrong field, you know, because I work with the impoverished, and yeah, we don't get, you know, I live in rural Tennessee too. And again, we work with Medicare and Medicaid clients, and yeah, we don't make numbers like that. But hey, I mean, I guess it must be not, again, it's not saying that you can't do good work charging people money, but my God, man, the amount of money they charge people is absolutely insane, you know? It just kills me there. Hey, Surfer Rosa, thanks for the 9. Rebecca Barton, Inside the Magic blog, headline author, came out and stated the article was not based on fact. I'm going to have to pull that one up there. Can you, Surfer Rosa, can you do me a favor, or somebody do that, where the Inside the Magic headline author, it sounds like they're back, maybe. I heard somebody banging around, or maybe not. They haven't come back yet. I heard one of their mics come on. I keep them pulled up except at lunch. So can somebody snapshot where the Inside the Magic author actually comes out and says that article they were using was not based on fact? Because I would love to grab that. I have not done that. But Rebecca Barton, where she did that, you can write me at granular, GRANULAR, heaven, HEAVEN, 2 words, slam them together, at gmail.com. Yeah, they're back in. I'm pulling it up now. Making sure we got everything pulled up there, nice and lovely. They're bringing the jury back in, so they I almost said jewelry back in. Oh my day! They're bringing the jewelry back in because they're going to bling bling. Matt Nice, thanks for the 5. The expert witness was clearly paid to simply read Amber's testimony for her. Yes, very much so. Okay, Gal, thanks for the 5. Your stream didn't even pop up on my homepage like it's supposed to. The law or who Amber's stream came up. Yeah, I told you they shadow us. Like me, I mean, thankfully all you folks share, and I share to Twitter and stuff. Like I said, if you would do 2 things here, are all free. You like, just hit that like button and tell people we're live. That way word of mouth gets out that we're actually live over here. You know, because of that, we've grown every day. We're having to do it guerrilla style.
Next question.
All right, they're back. I'm going to shut off. Well, when he talks, I'm
Why
going
don't
to
we
shut
put
off.
back up plaintiff's 1247? Again, this is the caps 5. You didn't administer this until you already had Dr. Curry's scores, did you?
That's not correct.
No, you administered it after Dr. Curry made a disclosure, correct?
That's not correct.
You administered it after Dr. Curry had administered hers.
I learned that in late February when she submitted her report, but I had no way of knowing that in December of 2021.
And you didn't make any reference to this in your disclosures until after Dr. Curry made reference to hers, right?
I don't recall the date of the final disclosure or the fourth disclosure.
All right, can we go to the next page? Let's go to the top of the page, we'll blow that up. Instructions start with standard administration and scoring of the CAPS 5 are essential for producing reliable and valid scores and diagnostic decisions. See that language?
I do.
All right. You don't contend it's standard not to fill out the frequency line.
I think if you're filling it on the right side of the box, I think that's perfectly fine.
All right, so you think it's standard administration to simply leave blanks that are already in the form?
I didn't leave blanks when I needed to find out the frequency of the symptoms.
All right, let's go down a little bit further. Let's go to administration. It says, number 2, read prompts verbatim, one at a time, and in the order presented, and then has a variety of exceptions. With respect to the childhood trauma notations you made in the margin of the CAPS 5, you didn't read the prompts verbatim, did you?
I read the first prompt. If there was a yes, then I would have made a decision, do I need to administer a whole nother CAPS?
Right. And you ultimately didn't do that. You just simply wrote in the margin of the last one.
Because she wasn't endorsing those symptoms.
Okay. You talked about endorsement of symptoms. Ultimately, what you're looking for with respect to PTSD is functional deficiencies. That's one of the things you look for, right?
Well, with any DSM diagnosis, you're looking for what are the functional impairments as a result of the symptoms that the individual is experiencing.
Okay. So, in fact, if you go to all the way to the end of the form, one of the things that we deal with is impairment in occupational functioning, right?
Correct.
All right. What's Ms. Hurd's occupation?
She's an actor.
All right. And she had just wrapped a major motion picture, correct?
That's correct.
So you didn't determine that she had an impairment in occupational function. She's still performing at literally the highest level of her profession, correct?
She had a number of PTSD symptoms while she was filming Aquaman 2.
Right.
That interfered with her
Aquaman.
ability to really organize a lot of resources for herself in order to go forward and film that.
I asked you whether
Production.
she was performing at the highest level of her profession, yes or no?
I don't know if I'm qualified to answer that.
Okay. But did she report to you that she loves to cook?
She loves to cook, yes.
Yeah, hike,
I don't recall hiking, but
read,
yep.
spend time with friends?
If she can, that has been significantly diminished as a result of her PTSD symptoms as a result of this case.
She just had a baby,
She did,
right? Exercises every day?
for the most that I can tell, she does.
Yeah. Completed level 3 sommelier training.
She did.
All right, she did all of these things, and you've made a determination that she is impaired with respect to her occupational functioning.
I made a determination that the symptoms interfere with her functioning. She does these things, but it's not like the symptoms aren't there. She has to continue to work even though she has a panic attack, even though she has an intrusive recollection of the trauma, even though she's having heart palpitations and sweaty palms when something comes into her mind. It does not stop her from doing what she needs to do, but it does interfere.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you about another test that you administered. And that one's called the PAI. Do you know that one?
Yes, I do.
That's the personality assessment inventory.
That's correct.
Why don't we put in front of the witness the PX 1244? Ron, if I can approach you.
All right, 1244. Thank you.
All right. So, Dr. Hughes, do you recognize PX 1244?
Yes,
And it's a list of critical item endorsements,
correct,
and that's derived from the PAI?
correct.
And this is the PAI that you gave 9/26/2019.
I don't have the cover sheet in front of me, so,
Why don't we scroll down to the bottom, Tom? There it is.
yep.
There
Thank
it is
you.
down there.
Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Now, critical item, I'm going to move this document, PX 1244, into evidence.
Your Honor, I would request that the entire document be put in the piece of case.
I'm only going to ask her about this piece.
I still would ask for the
Well, it's his exhibit. Do you have any objection to his exhibit, which is just the first page?
No.
All right, 1244 in evidence.
Okay. So critical item endorsement, this starts a total of 27 PAI items reflecting serious pathology have very low endorsement rates in normal samples. These items have been termed critical items. You're familiar with that concept?
Yes, I am.
All right. And I just want to ask you about a couple of the critical items. The first one is potential for aggression. This was deemed, under your PAI, a critical item. And it says, sometimes my temper explodes and I completely lose control. How did that potential for aggression bear on your analysis?
Well, there's a few things. Number one, certainly Ms. Hurd reported to me that in her relationship, that would happen. Her anger and her affect regulation would become impaired. Number two, you have to look at the total scales where that scale is not elevated, so it would not be a major cause of clinical concern. Number three, she had 4 responses that she could say to this question. Mainly true, very true, mainly true, sometimes true or false. She chose sometimes true. So she's answering honestly about her experience.
So it's sometimes true that sometimes my temper explodes. That's
Correct.
what you're testifying.
Correct.
All right, so you've talked a little bit about this concept called malingering. And there's one here for potential malingering. And this is another one of these critical item endorsements. Critical items means that these are serious pathology, right?
Well, as you can see, it says endorsement of these critical items is not in and of itself diagnostic.
No,
So you
I-
need to review the content of the item, and that's how you make the determination. Is this something of clinical concern that you need to do more understanding about?
Okay, so this critical item endorsement, this one reads, under potential malingering, I think I have 3 or 4 completely different personalities inside of me.
Correct,
And she endorsed that as sometimes true.
correct.
Okay.
And there's not one elevated malingering scale on the PAI.
Let me ask you about another document. to mark the document as PX 1248.
1248?
1248.
All right, yes, sir. Okay.
All right. Can you put up PX 1248 just for the witness? Dr. Hughes, do you recognize this?
Yes,
All right, and these are critical items that were deduced on the TSI-2 critical items list.
correct.
And what's a 0 mean?
Means that she scored a 0 on that item. She said it's not something that's relevant for her at the time frame that the test was administered.
And these are all self-reports, right?
Correct.
And so she scored a 0 on doing something violent because you were so upset.
Correct.
See that language? You knew Ms. Hurd to do violent things when she's upset.
This test specifies how often have you had these symptoms in the last 6 months?
Just in the last 6 months.
Correct.
All right.
So
she
now
had
that
in the
matters.
last 6 months.
Correct.
So now that matters,
This
right?
test also asks and inquires about intentionally hurting yourself or cutting.
In the last 6 months
Right.
is the prompt.
All right. In the last 6 months.
Correct.
Had Ms. Hurd previously indicated to you that she cut herself?
She indicated one time as a teenager in a reckless moment she did. It was stupid and I never did it again.
All right. So that was the first time you met her. She indicated that she had cut herself. What did you do to satisfy yourself that she didn't continue to engage in that behavior?
As with most things, I asked about the frequency of the behavior and had it ever occurred again. Had she ever engaged in suicidal behavior or suicidal gestures? That's part of that screen.
Where did Ms. Hurd cut herself?
I'd have to look at my notes to be sure.
All right. Why don't we do that? That's in your intake note, correct?
I don't recall.
All right, why don't we go to PX 938?
She cuts her arms. Hint, haha. See, that's big stuff too, because the wounds on her arms look self-inflicted.
And if you'd put it up for the witness. All right, that's not it. Let's go to the next page.
And she's actually admitted self-harm at other instances as well, but she's
There we
actually
go.
changed her story.
PX 938, we're on the third page. This background information sheet has already been admitted into evidence. And there's a discussion here we talked about earlier about intimate relationships.
I'm sorry, the question?
Yeah, let's go back to the first page. All right, there we go. What number is this? This is in at 1246. So this page anyway, I'll ask that it be published to the jury. All right, we're going to do it again.
So 1246?
1246.
All right. Okay, it's in evidence. There's supposed to be redactions though, but, okay. All right, that's in 1246.
All right. So why don't we blow up the intimate relationships section? There's intimate relationships here relative to a variety of people, including a person called Tasha.
Tasha Van Ree, huh?
Who's she?
She was Miss Heard's wife.
Okay. And that relationship preceded her relationship with Mr. Depp?
That's correct.
Did you say on direct that you saw no previous inter-partner violence? Just yes or no?
I don't believe I did.
You don't believe that you saw inter-partner violence, or you didn't say it on direct?
I don't believe I said that yesterday.
Okay. Your Honor, can we approach?
All right, yes, sir.
Thanks.
They're going to bring in her previous relationship with, let's see, they opened the door. Actually, this lady opened the door to prior relationships, and Amber Heard was arrested in 2009 for attacking her partner. So they're going to ask her about, well, she did attack her partner, didn't she, in the past? There you go. That's why she opened the door for this, though. You knew it was going to happen after yesterday, which I think is hilarious because they brought her in. All that testifying that she was doing, yeah. You get to ask her questions about that relationship. Now, they'd like to deflect and say, well, those charges were dropped. The charges were actually dropped not because they didn't want to press on that, but instead because they were in a different area from where she lived, and it's too expensive to keep it going there. So they let her off with the caveat of, don't do it again. She tried to blame the arresting officers for being misogynists and homophobes, and one of the arresting officers, came out at that time and said, first of all, they were female, and second of all, they were a lesbian. So, yeah, whoopsie. Again, one of them has a history of violence in relationships. One of them has been arrested before. Here's a hint. Johnny Depp wasn't. See, that's a little part that the media loves to leave out, that all these people, they love to leave out, and that Amber Heard definitely doesn't want to be brought up. But it needs to be brought up. It needs to be discussed because, again, her history, she has a history of violence. It was overseen. The police saw it. They arrested her in an airport because of it. I thought it was interesting, too, that they brought up in the scales what they were discussing previously. They brought up the idea of violence and actually and malingering. So she actually did answer at least one of the malingering scales. And that means faking PTSD. One of the malingering scales was, I think I have 3 or 4 completely different personalities inside of me. And she endorsed that as sometimes true. Again, you have plenty of malingering scales attached to that. But she's endorsing things that you'll find people faking that quite often, too. It's become very prevalent.
Did you speak with Ms. Heard around the circumstances that gave rise to the TRO?
With, on May 21st?
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did Ms. Heard ever tell you that James Franco spent the night with her at the ECB between May 21 and May 27?
I recall, again, it would be helpful to have my notes so I can tell you exactly but I do recall that she did see him at some point. I do not know if he spent the night.
Do you know if Elon Musk spent the night during that period?
I don't know.
All right. You cannot testify that Johnny Depp was not abused, can you?
I can testify that he had physical acts of violence perpetrated on him as well as psychological aggressive acts perpetrated upon him.
No further questions.
All right, redirect.
Dr. Hughes, you were asked about some presentations. I think plaintiff's 1241 was the first one. If we can bring that up. Tom, could you help me out with that? 1241?
Yes.
And if you can scroll down, what was the significance of this presentation? And can you give her control, or do you have to have control of the document? It's just one page? Oh, it's not the entire presentation. Okay. Can you please tell the jury what you provided in this presentation?
To the best of my recollection, it was what I spoke to you about before of how people who are not trained in forensic psychology but who are working with victims of domestic violence can go into court and navigate with the court system and present and talk about domestic violence in a legal setting.
Okay, thank you. And that's been moved into admission, that's been moved
That's
in,
in it,
correct?
yes.
Okay, well, let's go to the one that I don't think was 1242, please. Tom, if you could bring that up. All right, and is that just one page too? How many pages is that one? Okay. Do you recall this presentation, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you please just, well, I'm going to move the admission of plaintiff's exhibit 1242, first of all.
Any objection? All right, 1242.
And could we publish it to the jury, please?
Yes, ma'am.
And Dr. Hughes, could you please tell the jury, explain to the jury what this presentation entailed?
So I was asked by the head of the Kings County Bar Association to give a presentation about intimate partner violence, domestic violence, and how psychological experts can be of assistance. This was just because of how Brooklyn is, a bar association that was attended by many of the prosecutors from the Kings County District Attorney's Office, as well as defense attorneys. And as I stated before, this presentation was about how to really understand cases of domestic violence, how to understand what if she drops the restraining order, what if she doesn't call the police, what are the myths and misconceptions about intimate partner violence. And when she uses force, what does that mean? How do we understand that? How do we evaluate for that? So again, without seeing the rest of the presentation, I believe that was the thrust of this presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now, you testified about the notes you took and the notes you reviewed, and you were asked about some limited questions on testing. I'm going to ask for Defendant's Exhibit 1434.
You gonna do that one or what?
No, oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, we need, thank you, Sammy. But you were doing a fine job, Tom. I didn't mean to take it away from you. Thank you, Michelle. Dr. Hughes, is this your CV?
Yes, it is.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 1434. You're out of completeness. They've got all the other records in here for Dr. Hughes. I'm trying to see completeness.
I understand. I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Let's go to defendants 1435, please. Now, Dr. Hughes, you've testified about the different testings that you administered, and this is one of the ones that I believe you testified to earlier, correct?
That's correct.
And this is the DSM-5?
This is the clinician-administered PTSD scale for the DSM-5.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of 1435.
Any objection?
We object, Your Honor, because it has a lot of other documents in it, not just the CAPS 5.
It's not the CAPS, it's the DSM-5. But she administered all these tests, Your Honor, and they can't, for completeness of record, they can't put in partials and then not have the rest of it. I think
Well, I mean, there was no objection to when they put theirs in.
I would
Now
say-
they're objecting to you putting,
I would say rule of completeness, Your Honor, Rule 2, Virginia Rule 2:106, that they can't just put a partial in and then not have the completeness of the testing in the documents.
well, they put their test in, now you want to put more tests in, correct?
Correct.
But that's not a completeness argument then, that's just a different test.
Well, it's
But
also,
what's the objection, though, that there's, okay, all right, I'll sustain the objection. Thanks.
Oopsie.
all right, well, then we'll go for the other ones. You did the TSI. Well, before we go on to the others, let's talk about, could you please tell the jury what you administered in this DSM-5 and why this is significant?
Objection upon out.
Sustain.
Can you tell us why the DSM-5 is significant that you administered?
So the DSM-5 is the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual for Psychiatric Disorders. It's published by the American Psychiatric Association. That's where it has all the criteria and all the information for our major mental disorders like major depressive disorder or panic disorder or PTSD. What the CAPS is, the clinician-administered PTSD scale, is it follows all of that criteria that's in the DSM-5 so that you can make a very accurate diagnosis.
And what, if any, diagnosis did you make as a result of this DSM-5?
Right. So not only on this, I mean, this instrument can stand alone where she meets PTSD criteria just by virtue of this instrument, pardon me, but also the other testing that I gave where she had elevated scales on PTSD measures which correspond with the DSM-5 symptoms of PTSD. So there are multiple measures that are consistent across time that she meets criteria for PTSD.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you were also given one page of the scoring on the TSI 2 and one page with respect to the PAI. Do you recall seeing that?
It wasn't the scoring, they were the critical items on those respective tests.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1858. Which is the full PAI. And was this the actual testing and scoring?
Yes, this is the profile, the scores that are generated from the 344 questions that Ms. Hurd answered on this test.
And what were the results? What did you determine based on the testing of this PAI?
Well, that the results were valid and reportable. There was no evidence of exaggeration or malingering on this test, and there were significant symptoms that correspond with traumatic stress and post-traumatic stress disorder symptomatology.
And I believe you said again that there was no elevated scores. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by that?
Objection leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
So elevated scores are a way that we get to know where a cutoff is to say that something is clinically significant, and that follows very standard statistical principles. So when a scale is elevated, it means that we have sort of greater confidence that this individual endorsed a lot of different symptoms that make this scale relevant, and then we want to figure out why that person is having an elevated score on something like depression or anxiety. It gives us greater confidence that, you know, this person's maybe reporting depressive symptoms like people who are depressed.
And what would constitute an elevated score?
Well, on different tests, it's different things. Certainly on the PAI, it doesn't follow linear T-scores. It's a little different statistically, so you have to look at it differently. But certainly, it's usually about a T-score of a 65, and on some it's a T-score of a 70, which is a T-score is a normative curve, is a way of allowing us to compare people's scores, comparing your scores to the normative group of scores.
And would it be at all helpful to have the entire test as opposed to a one piece of paper or one page?
Well, certainly you cannot tell the entirety of how the symptoms that Ms. Hurd endorsed and the scales were elevated just by the critical items.
All right, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1858,
Objection, hearsay.
and this is the completeness, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Let's bring up 1859. And this is, you were shown one page from the TSI-2, the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. What is the significance of the TSI-2 exam, the full exam?
The trauma symptom inventory is a test of common symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder and related traumatic symptomatology. And on this score, she had, elevations in intrusive experiences, which is the intrusive component of PTSD, where thoughts or memories or feelings come into your mind when you don't want them, with accompanying distress. And then the defensive avoidance, doing many, many different things to push it down, to try not to think about it, to try not to talk about it, so that you don't get upset. And she also scored high on a scale of relational avoidance, having difficulty feeling close in relations and relationships, not only intimate relationships, but friendships as well. And that's a related trauma symptom that individuals have after having sustained an interpersonal trauma like domestic violence.
Okay. And would it be helpful to have the full exam as opposed to one page out of it?
As with anything, seeing an entire profile gives one more information.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 15 for 1859,
Objection, hearsay.
and I would argue the
If
completeness
we could
rule
approach
again.
for this.
They couldn't admit Tasha Van Ree, the prior abuse. They lost on that. That is trash. That was opened up by this witness, and they ended up not being able to admit the fact that Amber Heard was arrested before with a prior act of domestic violence. That's a huge miss, but that's also trash. The judge, because this witness opened that door. They brought up prior relationships. She testified yesterday that none of this stuff was there before Johnny Depp. Now, today on cross, I would have dismantled her on that. Like, Depp's team went soft on some questions. They asked some good ones, but man, they missed a bunch of stuff in there.
Now,
They should have.
Dr. Hughes, you were shown a couple of finger pictures of Mr. Depp. And I believe you indicated those were shown to you, and I think you were asked if these were severe injuries, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you have any understanding of the cause of those injuries by Mr. Depp?
I do understand that there's competing accounts of what happened, for sure.
All right. Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibits 373. Your Honor, I think this is already admitted.
I don't see it, and Jamie doesn't have it, so 373, I can mark it, but it's not admitted yet.
I think there was
Unless
a
it's-
version of that. If I may,
I don't know that.
Your Honor,
I can just tell you that 373 has not been admitted into evidence.
Your Honor, it's not redacted, and I don't believe it's been admitted.
The part I'm trying to admit is in another exhibit, so let's go in a different way. We'll take that one down. Let's go with 398.
398 redacted isn't evidence.
That might be the one. All right. If you could blow that up. And I think we're looking for, if you could move that up, Michelle. There we go. You could blow that one up. And this is an email from Mr. Depp to David Kipper. Your understanding was that was his doctor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to draw your attention to the last part of this, and this is on 3/19/2015. Thank you for everything. I gotta figure out how to do this. I'm missing the controls on this. Thank you for everything. I've chopped off my left middle finger as a reminder that I should, thank you, Your Honor, that I should never cut off my finger again. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that's Mr. Depp admitting that to Dr. Kipper in 3/19/2015.
Objection leading.
Okay,
I'll sustain the objection next.
okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. Let's go to Defendant's Exhibit 499. And, Your Honor, I believe this one is in as well, or is it the
It's a
redacted?
redacted one.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
one. Thank you. And then if I could draw your attention, this is a text message from Mr. Depp to Erin Falati. We talked about her earlier on 10/31/2015. And it says, this is the second time he's held off giving me my meds by blackmailing me into seeing him. The first time I had just chopped my finger off. Do you recall seeing that as part of the documents that you reviewed?
I believe I did.
Okay, thank you. We can take that down. Now, you were also asked to listen to an audio tape, and it's plaintiff's 343. I'm going to, and do you recall listening to that audio tape at some point as part of your review?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to now pull up that same audio tape from the same date, and I believe that's June 2016. And if we could go to, and we're going to have a few different ones, so hold in there with us. We're going to start with 2 minutes 40 seconds 00, going to 2 minutes 40 seconds and 21.
Knocking on the door. I don't
Because
get
that
why
is a
one
fucking
informs the other.
irrational and violent fucking maneuver.
How
So
does
a
one
man would
inform
want
the
to
other?
get out of that area so that he doesn't get so fucking angry that he actually does pop the fucking wife.
How does one inform the other?
Oh, man. Go home and listen to the tape.
Now, that was just before the punching, hitting that was played. Do you recall that?
Objection leading.
Well, the tape recording that you listened to was at 2:46:01 to 2:47:20, and that was 2:40 through 2:40:21.
Way to prove Depp's point.
Correct.
I understand. yes.
Objection leading.
Okay, now let's go to after that.
Overruled, go ahead.
Thank you. Now let's go to after that, 2:52:00 to 2:52:34.
This yesterday. Because of how it's been lately. I like since Australia, and I've been on the road with you. I haven't been working. I don't know what else I could fucking do.
Since Australia, you've been on a honeymoon. You had a great time other than the fact that we had a fight in the train.
Yeah.
Physical.
Yeah.
Then we had the fight in San Francisco. But I thought everything else was great. You're saying in essence from Australia.
No.
And then let's go to
I couldn't even hear that.
3:20:00 to 3:21:37.
I don't even know what that said.
And while they're getting that, I'll just ask you the question, Dr. Hughes, do you recall that Mr. Depp said that they had fights in the places that he listed on that audio tape?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
All right. What do you recall Mr. Depp saying about fights that they'd had on that audio tape?
Objection, no foundation.
She just listened to it.
Overruled, okay.
Yeah, I think it was hard to hear in this one. I had listened to it previously, just acknowledging that there were fights previously.
Okay, thank you.
More physicality, more physical abuse on each other. Because had we continued, it would
I
have
know.
gotten fucking bad. Baby, I told you this once. I'm scared to death. You're a fucking crime scene.
I know.
If we don't get our shit together, and that, by getting our shit together, that might mean fucking A, we do this, we make it. That might mean, goddamn, you know, say, I've tried, done, to lose. But we've got to get our shit together as individuals and as a couple. Because I love you. And I do not want to leave you. I do not want to divorce. I do not want to get out of my life. I just want peace. If I'm the culprit, majority of the time, I will fucking do everything I can. And I will recognize when I'm fucking starting to go sideways. I will recognize it.
Do you recall listening to that part of the tape, the audio tape?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recall from that portion? Again, I know it's hard to hear, but
It's hard to hear, but what I recall from hearing that was the negotiation that the couple is trying to do and trying to say, you know, I'm going to do my part, I'm going to do better.
okay. Is it possible to turn that up anymore, or is it, I have one more? I'm just,
Good job. Nobody can hear what you're playing.
thank you, Jamie. Okay, my last one is 3:26:20 to 3:29:50.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, yes, sir.
Nobody can hear any of this. I couldn't even hear the last two. The only one I could hear was a man has to walk away so he doesn't pop the wife. That's the one I got. Way to go! You really owned him with that one. They've bungled two so far. I mean, they bungled those. Like
When you're ready.
What are we going to do different in the moment when you're mad and you go fuck it and you decide all bets are off?
Well, look what I did in Australia. Look what I accomplished. I put the fucker away. I told myself every fucking day, no, he's gone. No, he's fucking put him away. Put him away. And by a list of the things that I feel that fuck you over or make you feel shitty or anything like that, I when we're in the moment, I remember it. I remember what I put on my list. I remember it. And I try to bring it down notches, many notches. I'll try, if we're heightened, to say, please, I don't want you to feel this. I don't want to feel this.
I need to know what we need to do different. I need to
It's
know.
got to be done with your mind and your heart.
What do we do different if I have a problem? You
Tell
need
me.
to tell me how to tell you different if I'm hurting you. You need to let me be able to be mad. Sometimes you're going to make me mad. I'm a human. I cannot live where it's like,
Well, then it's the same thing goes for me then. You're going to have to allow me to get mad.
yes, exactly. If
Okay,
I do
but
something
get
that makes
mad
you
and then you
mad,
start fucking yelling.
I don't have to start yelling. I think I start yelling once it gets fucking heightened. I've gotten a lot better about that. It's just I only start yelling when it's fucking hour 11 and we're really in it.
You have to get better about that. Otherwise you wouldn't have had 3 physical fights in the last 1.5
I was talking about the yelling.
You witnessed it. You're the one that brought it up. Australia was fucking great. We just argued. Let's go back there. Let's go back there in our fucking heads and in our hearts. Let's go back there. And know on your
Is
list.
the monster gone? Did you put him away? It's been so, when you get on that train, you get angry, you stay on it for so long and you won't come down, you won't talk to the person
That's
that
not,
is you.
That's not always.
Doesn't have to always be the monster, but what is it? Can you put that away? Can you remember the bigger picture? You don't want to spend your life. I've asked you this so many times in fights. You want to spend your time like this. No, you don't. But I ask you because this is something you're choosing. I'm saying to you, olive branch. And you don't take my olive branches. You made me feel humiliated for offering them. You asked me to stay in Australia. I stayed, and then you walk out on me all the time. You've got to take some olive branches from me. You've got to offer them too. You've got to be bigger than what you feel at that moment. And so do I. So do I. But if I call you on it, will you hear it? You call me out on it if I'm doing it.
Do you remember listening to that, Dr. Hughes?
Yes, I do.
And what is your interpretation of that? What do you recall?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
She's an expert.
Overruled.
I think this is more of how this couple is trying to negotiate in the face of all of the turmoil and the violence and the abuse. I think it's important pointing out, is my recollection is that there's 2 Australias. They're talking about the honeymoon Australia, not the Australia where the incident happens. They go back, and that becomes a honeymoon time for them. And I think certainly hearing how this couple has talked about the monster and the person who comes out, we talked about that cycle of violence where the person who, hurts her and hits her and controls her isn't the same person that she loves and she cares about and that she wants to be with.
Thank you, Dr. Hughes. Now, you also were asked about Dr. Bonnie Jacobs and her treatment and her treatment notes. And did you review those treatment notes from Bonnie Jacobs?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, can we bring up defendants 1059? And do you recognize this document?
Yes.
Okay. And what is it?
This looks like the first of Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' treatment notes starting in October 17th, 2011.
Okay. And do you recall whether Ms. Heard was already in a relationship with Mr. Depp at that time?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And you testified quite extensively yesterday about Bonnie Jacobs' notes and entries there. Were those reflected in these notes?
These were the notes that I.
Objection leading, Your Honor.
I can ask it differently. And what, if any, of those citations that you gave to the jury were in these notes?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
These were the notes that I was referring to yesterday.
And what was the significance of these notes to you? You were asked again about them on cross.
I found the treatment notes very significant because they had contemporaneous reports of what Ms. Heard was going through, not only what she was reporting in her relationship with Mr. Depp, but her accompanying symptomatology. What the notes revealed was there's a significant amount. Well, we see it unfold in time. We see where the violence starts, and we see how it unfolds. We see at least 3 indications of sexual assaults. We see constant pleadings and upset about his substance abuse and trying to find ways to get him help. And she joins Al-Anon to get herself help as a family member of someone who struggles with substance abuse. We see how she's reporting a lot of controlling behavior and obsessive behavior. We see that there's 2 instances where the police were going to be called and when in her apartment in Orange. Because of the fighting at that time. Once they actually were called and once they weren't, from what I could amass from the notes. So what it does is it really shows how this relationship is unfolding over time and actually getting worse.
And then you indicated that Amber Heard moved from Bonnie Jacobs to Dr. Cohen, and that was in 2014, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is your understanding of the relationship between Dr. Cowan and Dr. Kipper?
They were professional colleagues and they were friends. And it's understanding why Ms. Heard left the relationship with Bonnie Jacobs. It became a tumultuous relationship for her there because she was doing a lot to protect Johnny, and Bonnie Jacobs had concerns.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
No foundation.
I established the foundation. She reviewed the notes, and she interviewed Bonnie Jacobs.
I'll overrule the foundation objection.
Go ahead.
Objection non-responsive.
I'll overrule non-responsive.
Please continue, Dr. Hughes.
The reason that Ms. Heard left her treatment with Bonnie Jacobs, well, one, that Mr. Depp continued to denigrate that relationship, her therapeutic relationship. But number 2, really more importantly, is that she wanted to protect Mr. Depp because she didn't want Dr. Jacobs had some concerns about perhaps his substance using in front of his children and that she would be a mandated reporter. So Ms. Heard did not want to do anything and talk more about what was going on with about Mr. Depp with her therapist for fear that something might happen. So she left that treatment really to protect Mr. Depp.
I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1059, the treatment notes.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor. This is what we dealt with yesterday.
Your Honor, I think that for completeness here, he's relied upon these, and they reflect the present sense impressions.
I'll sustain the objection to hearsay.
For completeness,
Let's
it's
go
already
to
failed
Defendant's
40
Exhibit number
times.
57, please. And Dr. Hughes, you also indicated that you relied on the treatment notes of Dr. Conan, correct?
Connell Cohen, yes.
That's it.
Dr.
Okay,
Conan,
And you
the
also
barbarian.
interviewed him as well?
Correct.
Okay, and what was the significance of what he reported to you that related to your opinions?
Well, this was a continuation of her treatment, and the treatment here where it seemed like Dr. Connell Cohen was going was a harm reduction model, really trying to help Amber stay safe in the relationship by not talking back, by leaving, by not engaging. And those are very sort of short-term strategies when you're in a relationship mired with interpersonal violence. What we also see is what I mentioned yesterday is her psychological status and functioning continues to deteriorate. She continues to have more anxiety, more affect dysregulation, sort of feelings are coming up and down all the time. She's having more sleep problems. She's going on more medication. And the sort of the conceptualization and understanding of that is, sort of exposure to repeated trauma causes psychological disequilibrium and destabilization. And we're sort of, again, seeing the trauma unfold over time. And also in these notes, I mean, certainly there are those contemporaneous reports that correspond to specific incidents, like I was speaking with you yesterday about the Boston plane incident. There are actual notes where she called him after
Objection, Your
she
Honor.
called
Yes,
him.
what's the objection?
Beyond the scope of the question?
All right,
I think
I'll
that-
sustain the objection. Next question.
Okay. What, if any, additional information did you get from Dr. Cowan that assisted you in your opinions?
Well, certainly from the notes, as I was stating, that, you know, there were times where right after an incident, you know, Ms. Heard wrote, she contacted Dr. Cohen either by text or by email and saying, you know, Johnny did a number on me tonight. I really need to see you. I'm safe. I'm hurt, but
Objection,
I'm safe.
hearsay?
I think she can rely on hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustain the objection to hearsay.
Okay. Well, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of the notes, defendants 1057.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
Move to strike the hearsay testimony as well.
No, we'll continue on. Go ahead.
Thank you.
They should have struck the
You were
hearsay
asked
testimony.
about a knife. You were shown Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 and a knife that's, I think, is till death. What is your understanding of the significance of that knife and that phrase as it related to Amber Heard?
Objection, Your Honor, no foundation.
He showed it in cross-examination. I'm able to ask about it and what her understanding was. He cut her off when she was trying to talk. I'm just letting her go back in.
Her understanding of a knife?
Let's pull up Plaintiff's 92. Tom, can I get you to do that, please?
Yeah, you got to frame it a little better. What's your understanding of a knife again?
I believe you in response to the questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp, you said it depends upon what the context is. What did you mean by that?
Well, first I believe that this is the knife that has a turquoise end. And this was a time when Mr. Depp was filming The Lone Ranger and he was in a turquoise phase. And she purchased him that because she thought it would be a kind gift. The phraseology is that Mr. Depp told her the only way out of this relationship is death.
And
Objection, hearsay.
I don't understand the objection. I think she was entitled to be able to speak to that.
But she,
Yeah, it's Mr. Depp's statement, party
all right,
opponent
I'll
admission.
overrule the objection.
Thank you.
When did he say that?
And what is your opinion? What do you think of that as a clinical psychologist in specializing in IPV and trauma?
I mean,
Objection, Your Honor. Can we
Okay.
approach?
Sure.
Dr. Hughes, do you think that the phraseology on the knife bears any relationship or significance to the opinions you've had in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Oh, Lord.
What, if any, significance does the phraseology on the knife have to the opinions you have provided in this case?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
He brought it up in
I'll
cross. Your
overrule
Honor.
the objection.
Thank you.
So there are several things. I certainly am aware that at this time that Ms. Heard purchased this knife for Mr. Depp, she was engaged in her whole lot of denial and minimization about the extent of the violence in the relationship. There is a notation in Dr. Bonnie Jacobs' notes about when Mr. Depp uttered this to her, was around the discussions of the prenup. And he said, I don't want one because the only way out of this relationship is death. Dr. Jacobs didn't think that that was funny. Miss Heard was taking it like, oh, maybe it's endearing, maybe this is okay. But it was definitely a clinical cause of concern at the time that phraseology was used.
So till death
Thank
do
you,
us
Dr.
part
Hughes.
is
Now,
scary, right?
You listened to an audio tape, and then we showed some additional ones from that. What, if any, photos did you review as part of your examination?
Objection beyond the scope of cross.
He was asking all the different authority. I'm just establishing that she also looked at photos.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
It's beyond the scope.
Dr. Hughes, based on everything in the cross-examination and the redirect, what, if any, changes do you have to any of the opinions that you provided to this jury yesterday?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
I don't have any changes to my opinions that I gave yesterday.
And do you still hold those within a reasonable degree of psychological probability or certainty?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody, but you're free to stay in the courtroom.
You'd never
Such case
tell
you're
any of
an
them
expert
about till
testimony,
death do us
All
part.
right, thank you. All right, I think we'll go ahead. Yes, sir? Okay.
Yep, you need to approach on that. I'm not sure what you'll approach on. Some of that is so absurd, though. Yeah, you see, they try to explain away the knife thing. The problem with the knife thing that they don't want to talk about is the idea that she bought a freaking knife for somebody that she says she's terrified of. That's what you're bringing up there. If she's terrified, if she's in this relationship and she's afraid that something terrible is going to happen, why would she turn around and buy something for that person, something that could do harm like that? Oh, well, she was in denial. Well, she apparently wasn't in denial enough not to be talking to therapists and everyone else about the relationship. So it does kind of bring up the question of, things that make you go, I find that fascinating. Looks like they'll probably break for lunch soon. They have a lot to talk about with that psychological testing and everything as well. There should be some fascinating stuff to discuss. It's been interesting, though, to see them try to explain away things that, again, they just for the normal person. I mean, when you look at them, you got to ask, like, why would that happen? That doesn't even make sense. But again, really. What she was, I figure, she wasn't afraid of all of that, because if she slathered on enough amica cream that, well, that's just like a knife through vest. Can't cut through it.
All right, Judy. Okay, let's go ahead and take our lunch break now. Just do not do any outside research, and don't talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll see you back here too, okay?
So they're dismissing the jury, which is good. They need to dismiss them. There's plenty to talk about in the break, though.
All right, we'll be back at 2 then? All right, thank you.
All right. So now I thought his lawyers went very soft on her during cross. They should have gone much harder at her. They asked some good questions, certain ones, but they spent a lot of time with the psychological coding. But they didn't apply the test right. They could have hammered that point a little bit more to make it clear. You got to remember they're talking to a layperson. That's the one thing you always have to remember with all of this. You're talking to a layperson. You have to make it make sense to the lowest IQ person out there. Again, that's not meant to insult, but rather to explain what a jury. You never know. You have no idea, how they're dumber than mud. And then, well, yeah, also, Mickey Varney said, thanks for the 5. He said, so about the knife, it's a camping knife with a sharpened false edge. It's for penetration. It's a stabbing knife. If you look at this, again, what they were trying to say is, well, Johnny Depp was in a turquoise phase. So during his turquoise phase, this knife right here, well, of course, that would make the perfect gift. Again, the whole point to that is to say that it's not about what was there or the gift. It's about the mindset of the person giving it. And again, they talked about his phraseology, saying, you know, a relationship is until death. You say that in your matrimonial bonds. Till death do us part. I mean, Lord. Ashley, thanks for the 5. I've been an attorney for over a decade. I can't believe a lot of this testimony has been allowed, expert or not, will not work with the jury. That's what I'm saying. Like, you talk about, there was so much hearsay presentation in that. It should never have been allowed. This person has had repeated issues with stuff like that, too, over the years. They've had repeated problems with items. She's a bully for hire. She's always been a bully for hire. It's astounding that they let that in. One thing that I did find fascinating is there's a few pieces that connect that I believe prove that she had an affair with James Franco. I think she's left enough breadcrumbs in there talking about her relationship stuff. I've enjoyed like covering the James Franco angle too. I like to take shots at it. She doxed James Franco early on. I did a video about that this morning. She doxed 83 people, or 89 people, I'm sorry. And James Franco was one of those people, actually. She also, she doxed J.K. Rowling. She doxed Elon Musk. I can't remember if Musk had his address on there, but she doxed so many different people. It shows you, like her team, they don't care. They do damage even if it causes collateral damage. They've done all kinds of crazy things over the years. A lot of people that are just tuning into it, they have no idea how crazy some of this stuff has been either, you know, like the level. Like if you think some of this sounds crazy now, whew. Dingo Gal, thanks for the 2. Thanks for that, that super sticker, appreciate that. Miss Doglover, thanks for the 449. She may as well have given him a bullet with his initials on it. You know, it's more like when you look at that relationship for sure, like he was more likely to end up with a knife than, you know, in him than anything with her. So yeah, she wouldn't be afraid of that. Ramirez, thanks for the 5 there. Everything her team has put out there. Sounds like bad erotica novel. Whomever came up with it needs a lesson in writing. 3 acts of sexual violence they added for this case. Again, the case, it wasn't enough in 2016 when they had 3 acts of domestic violence. By 2020, they had to inflate it. But it wasn't enough for this case to have 14 incidents of alleged violence. They had to inflate it. So now we have 3 acts of sexual violence added to this that we've never had before, you know? Crazy stuff. Tasha Perch, thanks for 449 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Why did they bring up the arrest? The judge shot it down. That's it. That's what happened. The judge shot it down. We don't know what the argument was. We couldn't hear it, but they couldn't bring in Tasha Van Ree, and that is a huge problem. Matt Rainwater, thanks for the 5. Judge seemed more and more biased for Amber. Amber probably said she would give her some goody. JD's teams need to be more aggressive. They need to be much more aggressive. I very much agree. They need to be much, much more aggressive. Mandy, Justice for JD, thanks for the 5. Let's not forget the UK testimony. AH states she only hit him one time. That's true, too, in the defense of her sister. But now there's evidence that she says different, perjury. Yes, that is actually true. In the witness that she brought up says that there were multiple acts of violence perpetrated against Johnny Depp, physical violence that she admitted to. And in the UK, and in her witness statements, she has mentioned only one. That would be on the staircase. You know, the fist coming across Travis McGivern that he testified, that he had a fist go over his shoulder. Yeah, her own witness just said that there were multiple incidents. So again, oopsie. Kelly Schaefer, thanks for the 5. You never give a knife as a gift. It's like telling that person, this is what I'll kill you with. It's bad luck to give a knife as a gift. I don't care if you give a knife as a gift. Like, my problem is this, though. My problem is you don't give a knife as a gift to somebody whom you're saying is going to kill me. If I'm afraid for my life, that is not sending the same signal. You know, oh, she was in denial. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. You know? Gator Face Show, thanks for the 2. She was going to kill him and use DV as an excuse. Yes, I firmly believe that. I put out a video yesterday that talked about that. I think she had a plot to kill him. I think that was absolutely the plan. I think that in 2016, like I said, you notice the relationship, it goes something like this. You know, you have all of this stuff. She's building this case behind the scenes. Johnny Depp has no idea about how bad these reports are. She's reporting it to multiple doctors. There's no physical proof, but she's reporting things outside. She's reporting her mental state. You know, it's deteriorating around him and all of this stuff. She's telling her friends. They're talking about bringing knives to conversations. Then, April 2016, he finds out that he's lost $650 million, the lion's share of his money. What happens? 1 month later, no more relationship. J.D. Ailes, thanks for the 10 there. Why has no medical record been found proving AH's physical injuries on the point made? There is none. And why? Because there is none. There are no medical records proving her injuries. There are none whatsoever. Yeah, BS. Hey, Yellow Flash, what's up? BS, they didn't bring up her ex. By the way, let me just throw a recommendation out there. Yellow Flash, too, has been covering this for a while as well. He's been putting out videos. Make sure that you support independent journalists as they go through and they report on this. Yellow Flash, too, good channel. I live stream there on Saturdays. We talk about this stuff, too. Make sure you tune into that on Saturday nights. But check out his videos. They come up at least a few times a day, 3 times, sometimes more, because there's a lot going on. You know, we'll have a break in the case for a week, too, that will come up. We will do a lot of catch up during that. We will have live streams. It'll be a good way to catch up everything. But yeah, I mean, there's just a bunch of insanity in this that makes no sense. You know, like you said, with medical records. How do medical records work into that, you know? What do you think about the passing notes to PR? Well, if they're considered part of a team, you can get away with that. The thing is, though, what's interesting is they don't just pass the notes. They're passing them straight to court TV. Like they got a representative of court TV standing right beside them. So I find it more fascinating that you have a direct handoff of note to PR to that. And again, there's been some distinction. Okay, here's another issue with the team. I understood from reading the thing about Eve Barlow that she was saying people that are part of your legal team, not people that are part of your PR. So I wonder if the judge understands that that is a PR guy. He is not a legal representative. You know, I mean, he's akin to a tabloid reporter. Tabloid reporters, you know, again, I think that's, like I said, I think that's a little iffy, like big time iffy. GL, thanks for the 2. Why the judge denied Tasha Van Ree. We don't know. We don't know what the argument was. We actually didn't hear it, but it was shot down, and you could tell because they pulled back from going into it. So we weren't privy to the argument for that. So I don't know, but that was a huge loss in that. Scott Wiggum, thanks for the 10. That looks like a hand-forged and etched pattern with Damascus-style knife. It wouldn't have been cheap. Oh, no. And the sentiment relates to their marriage vows, IMO. Yep. I hate how everything can be twisted. That's the problem. You know, another problem with stuff like this is when you trust somebody intimately, when they are there to just enrich themselves, the violation is... This is a violation of everything in somebody's life. It's almost ugly to look on and watch sometimes, you know, because you're like, oh, like I feel like a spectator. That, again, obviously, this is a thing that needs to be seen because you don't need the media translating it and stuff. But at the same time, it feels so dirty. It's gross. Bunny of Death, like the name. Thanks for the 5 and the super sticker. Thank you for that. Ashley, thanks for the 2. AH had a record sealed, so no Tasha. So that's some garbage there. Sunday Z Crows, thanks for the 15. Night Umbrella Dude, my head's spinning after listening to Porky's BS. I'll listen to the rest on your channel again tomorrow. Thanks for all you do. You're a good man. Hey, I appreciate you being here. You get some sleep. He gets rest. Like I said, just make sure people understand what's going on. KST, thanks for the 2. Love that JD has purple on today for DV awareness. I didn't even think about that, to be honest. That's good. Melody Walker, thanks for the 5. No statement, plenty of statement and backing. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. D-Dubs, thanks for the 2. Does anyone know in JD's team to send that to? To send what to? The thing with the note passing and stuff? Oh, yeah. That's already been mentioned, and that'll get to the appropriate people if it needs to. You can trust me on that. I'll make sure that it gets to appropriate people. If it's the thing, like, is it something that needs to be brought up? Well, they'll let them decide. But yeah, it's been forwarded to the appropriate folks for sure. Claire, thanks for the $1.79. Thanks for coverage, Tug. Much appreciated. No problem. Thank you for being here. You folks, you empower that, and you've allowed the channel to get to the point that it has, so thank you. Reheat the pasta. That's funny. Thanks for the 2. Amber Heard with the knife in the stained bed. Indeed. That's a terrible clue move, isn't it? MTB Scotty, thanks for the 5. Did JD get any of his $650 million back? He got a settlement and some other stuff. We don't know all the particulars to everything that happened with that. He didn't get everything back, though. That's for sure. He had some pretty messed up times, it sounds, in there. I mean, heck, on top of that, like, look at some of the expenditures he also had to pay during that. Like Amber Heard is a $20 million expenditure, too. You realize, like, we found out the other day, so it wasn't just $7 million he paid out. They also had community liabilities that he paid. He cleared them. That would be debt accrued by both parties, whatever. That's $13.5 million. And you had another $500,000 on that for a lawyer. So he actually ended up paying around $21 million for the divorce settlement. That's crazy, huh? Tasha Purse, thanks for the 179. No statement. Plenty of statement backing. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Shabaka Woogie, thanks for the 279. Tug, sent you something. I hope you laugh. I'll check it out for sure. Every time I see her, like, go up, the cat lady go up and try to do something, by the way, like I said, I kept thinking this. That's why we made a shirt of it, because I think it's funny. Every time, though, that she makes a move on him, like I said, we made a shirt of that. Look. The captain versus the cat lady. He's like, I get him. And he's like, all the muffins and the mega pints in the world. I love it. No. Surfer Rosa, thanks for the 9. Brian, incredibly average, just released a short video of Heard today. Oh wow, I didn't realize he'd made anything new. I haven't gotten anything on that. I'll have to look it up. Vicky versus line. Yeah, I mean, with their breathing, Yeah. Casey, thanks for the 3 from Australia. It's 3 a.m. here. 3 a.m., Lord. I know, it's at a weird time there. Well, I leave these up. If you got a weird timeline or time limit, I'll leave them up so you can definitely. I like to catch them live, but I understand that too. I've just, while this trial has been up, and really the month before, I've just taken to trying to sleep about 2 hours. Is that healthy? Probably not. Sometimes I'm like, oh my God. But 2 hours of sleep, baby. 2 hours of sleep a day. King Lucius, what's up? Thanks for the 2. Wonder if people would do a crowdfunding for JD. To be fair, like for his stuff, he had his NFT project. I mean, he made quite a bit with that. And then for other stuff, I I don't know if he would want that. I mean, that would be something I would, before he'd ever do that, I'd want to make sure that, like, that would be something wanted, You know what JD would want, literally, and I know this from sourcing. He wanted to get the information out there. If you want to do something that benefits him in some way, get this information out there. Make sure everybody and their mama knows what happened there. Make sure they tune in and see this stuff, because they need to. Christine, thanks for the $5 there. Have you seen the clip from Andy at Popcorn Planet? There are some shenanigans by Amber Heard's team going on at the courtroom again, including with a doctor. You're talking about with the folder and all of that stuff. I didn't see it there. I saw it other places there. I'm behind on a few videos and other people. I like the Popcorn Planet breakdowns. Like I said, I think Yellow Flash has done some breakdowns on that stuff too. I thought he did a good job. That'd be something to check out as well. Pamela, thanks for the 2. Grumpy Dropping needs needs to be locked up. That's so gross. So gross. Can you imagine? Ugh. Let's see. Thanks for the 20 there. Holy crap. I was thinking JD was saved by whomever stole his money. He was no longer as good a target for Turd after losing $650 million. You're right. I mean, it did. It's crazy. I think it saved his life. I very much think that. I think that when he had his money stolen, I think it saved his life. It's a terrible thing to have his money stolen, but I think, again, I think that she was going to set up Elon Musk. I think if you look at the pictures when she's with Elon Musk, you can look up tabloids and everything else. She started having abrasions and stuff, and her story, she was telling her mom behind the scenes that Elon was violent. I believe that she was going to do this to Elon, and then JD stood up for himself. I mean, in fact, if you read through Jennifer Howell's statements, Jennifer Howell, which she wasn't introduced for some reason. Again, they left a lot of people on the sideline that I was kind of surprised by. But Jennifer Howell, she said that the mother was reporting that Musk was abusive and he was all this. And again, my problem with that is taking Heard at her word. Because she said that about other people when we know it's not true. We absolutely know that's not true. So, again, I'm not willing to take her word on anyone else. I'm not willing to, even if I find them questionable or anything else, I find taking listen and believe, even if you don't like a party. It's not worth that. But here's the wording for that. Paige shared with me while I was visiting Whitney that Elon Musk had gifted a Tesla or multiple Teslas, but Amber found out they were bugged. Paige told me that Amber said Elon was controlling, abusive. They was in a legal battle with him over the rights to embryos they had created together. He wanted to destroy them. She wanted to have a baby. Paige told me that Johnny was either an angel or saint compared to Elon. I mean, when you go through these statements, she was talking about Elon Musk being an abuser. I think Elon was the next party to go down because he had some real money, He had that big money. And whatever, I think she has something on him. That's my personal opinion. And I mean, I don't make a shirt with Amber walking the plank. Grimmer Reaper, thanks for the super chat there. When science, facts, doctors, and experts don't agree with you, you go to the black market and hire Dr. Don Hughes, the doctor of anything you pay for. Pretty much, yeah. You want somebody to tear down your statements and say they're doing it for victims? That's how you get it. You hire a bully for hire. That's straight. Bully, Dr. Bully PhD. Tammy Cox, thanks for the 2 there. No statement, plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Nathan, thanks for the 5. I want to know how AH is going to claim JD is costing her jobs when she took Pirate 6, Fantastic Beasts, from him and ruined his relationship with Disney and Warner Brothers. Well, what's funny is her earnings don't match up. Again, she just arbitrarily pulled $100 million out of nowhere. That total, it doesn't match up with with reality. She's never made that kind of money before, but she just said, "Oh, well, JD, I'm going to sue him again." If people don't realize that she's countersuing, so she's asking for $100 million, and again, her $100 million is based quite literally on her saying that it's 2 times what JD asked for. I mean, it's crazy to read. Like, the counterclaim is one of my favorite documents to read. Like, it's hilarious. It's so bizarre. Like, here, the counterclaim claims like Russian bots and just all kinds of insanity. Like I said, it is one of my favorite articles because it's just so out there and insane. But this is actually, here it is. So this is the counterclaim. And in the counterclaim, it's a long document. Here, don't watch it. Scroll here. Let me take that off screen for a second. I'm going to scroll down to the part where she says that about the money part. Because, I mean, she really does say, like, I want $100 million because it's 2 times what he asked for. It's right here. So check this out. Right here. Awarding her compensatory damages of not more than $100 million, twice the amount JD asserted against her. So it's like, really, she filed and asked for $100 million because he asked for $50 million. She didn't base it on anything. She just asked for it out of the blue. Ed C, thanks for the 5. Who thinks we should bring JD and AH as X as character witnesses, see if a pattern emerges or new evidence pops up? Your past says a lot about you. Well, it does, especially in abuse cases. Like, one of the things that you use as a predictor of future abuse is past abuse. That is a big one. And he has never had a claim. They couldn't find it. Well, they had one ex that said during a heated meeting, he threw like a bottle or something, and it bounced over and almost hit her in the foot or something weird like that. I can't remember, but that was the only thing they could ever get on record there, and it was bizarre the way that it came up. Let's see. Not Chris. Thanks for the 5. Why wouldn't she test if childhood PTSD didn't get triggered by their drug use? More tests seem needed by me. Well, it would be actually nice. Like, here's the problem with the testing. The testing is paid for by your people. Your people are going to say what you want. That's the issue with any of this. Your people said, yeah. Art, there's 349. And the coffee, I could use a coffee right this minute. Casey, thanks for the 3. No matter the outcome, Johnny wins. She's done. I believe that, actually. I very much believe that no matter the outcome, Johnny Depp wins. Because the public, again, screw the media. Who cares what the media says? The public, the people who pay for movies, the people who pay for products, the people whose studios have to go to, because again, they may get funding for something, but they're going to get funding for long if they keep losing money. Well, the people, they're the ones who say, and the people said quite a bit. DB Scotty, thanks for the 5. Great coverage. My gut feeling it was turd. Wanted JD to kill himself when married to get his money, like a Fatal Attraction, Dateline, or Lifetime movie. Okay, Fatal Attraction, by the way, when you're talking about the personality disorders that she has, taken to its worst outcome, that is Fatal Attraction, the movie. Boiling Your Bunny and all of that, yeah, that is Fatal Attraction. That is BPD mixed up, again, taken to its worst. I'm very careful in saying one diagnosis. The box does not indicate the individual. When you check a box, that doesn't say individually what one person is from the other. So you have to be very careful in saying everyone wears that. But with her, everything that's stated about her type of personality, that's Fatal Attraction. It is. It's Fatal Attraction, the movie. PB, thanks for the 5. Great job. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I'm glad, like I said, I appreciate y'all showing up and keeping up with this stuff with me, too. This is a part of the counterclaim I always love, too. You got to remember, she switches tactics, too. This is the beautiful thing. Like, anytime she gets something stricken down, she'll change tactics. But at one time, Amber Heard didn't just go after people like Johnny Depp. She went after every supporter that he had, and she wanted to dox them. She hired a company called Bot Sentinel to track anyone that mentioned her online in what they considered a negative way, and she compiled a list of them, and she asked for the sign-in information. There's a subpoena to Twitter with over 200 users. It's got all these accounts named in it, and she wanted their personal information. She wanted Twitter to hand over their sign-in information, where they signed in, like whatever, because she was saying they're not real people. Now, she doxed 89 people, Hollywood people and stuff. What do you think she was planning on doing there? She was planning on dumping their information in public. She was going to do damage because she's a vindictive piece of garbage. Victoria, thanks for the 5. She hoped JD will OD and she'll be left a wealthy widow. Once he decided to go sober, she planned to shift the blame to him and ruin his life. She's a predator. Very much so. Very much so a predator. Very much so. It's interesting, the OD thing. You know, I've never really taken in, but she did. She was trying to shovel Xanax into the man, wasn't she, all the time. You need to take a Xanax. You need to take a Xanax. More of that Minecraft. Thanks for the super chat. Elon pays, so she lives. Her credibility gone. He's safe. Well, I wonder, like I said, what I feel like she's got something on old Elon. I wonder. I've heard rumor. I'm not bringing up rumor again. Every time I bring up rumor to clarify, you know, I don't want. There are certain words that you hang over people, and they're dangerous. And but there have been people that have gone out there and made public statements about certain things about him. You could find them very easily if you want, but I almost even hate listing the rumors anymore, because there's been no evidence to back them up, and you have to be very careful about stuff like that. Shabaka Woogie, thanks for the 279. I'm still not over having the result before testing. Yeah, I know. You've got PTSD. Oh, how do you know? Well, I signed it, and then I'm going to test you. No. And again, with one of the problems I really had with that is the fact that you don't go with past diagnosis if you're running an exam to decide, you know, what the current state of someone is. Even if you had seen a bunch of past providers and you came to me to find out about something, I would not give you the same diagnosis that they had without testing. What I would do is I would look at what you self-reported when you came in. I would make diagnostic inference off of it. We'd have to diagnose you to pay for the sessions, and then you would see a med provider, and the med provider would diagnose. Again, these people are all in one. They're making one decision. I actually like the approach where you see multiple providers, because that way you have multiple people having to confer and having to concur. You know, we have to talk to each other, and we have to agree with one another. Because again, you see that there's a lack of consensus in a lot of this stuff. Hollow Bag Creations, thanks for the 5. Why can't the court appoint someone to do a psych eval on both of them to discount all of the one-sided doctors? Well, they can. You know, Johnny Depp wasn't forced to have a psych eval. He wasn't the one making the claims. That was the big thing. So, Third Eye Blonde, thanks for the 5. Can you brief me on today so far? Is Amber testifying today? Don't know in the second part. And the first part, this was just all cross of the lady that was up there yesterday. Her medical the lady she went to see that basically has testified, Amber said, and it should have been all hearsay and stricken. But that's pretty much, it's been cross of her. Some of the cross was weak, in my opinion. They added some good questions here and there, but a lot of it was weak, too. I thought they should have just gone hard at her. They should have tore her apart on the stand. Trina, thanks for the super chat. Blah, my brain. What do you think AH might be on? Well, we have a list of what she's on legally. Illegally? I don't know. That's a good question. She's also an alcoholic. We know that for sure, you know. I have no idea. Tater? I'm not sure how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. Thank you for the super chat. And no statement on that. Plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. I'm sorry, I will butcher your name in ways that you wouldn't think is humanly possible. I apologize for that. I will butcher your name. Carol, thanks for the 5 there. Your number 1 super sticker. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. You folks are number 1, though, because you know what? You show up. You make these channels work. Without you all, none of this stuff works at all. So that's what we need. We need to build up something outside of the media, because the media made this stuff happen. They destroy people's lives. So, Torres, thanks for the 10. So yesterday, Hughes is not handing papers over from that green folder she had on the stand. PR guy is getting notes passed and a paper from the lawyers. Yeah, I've had that. And from Amber Heard herself, she took a piece of a notebook, so it wasn't just paperwork like from the teams. She left a piece of paper on the table. Let me pull that up again. Give me 1 second. I got to make sure like copyrighted music doesn't come on when I play this. But Amber Heard like leaves here. Give me a second. It's a TikTok thing. All right, here we are. So Amber Heard leaves a notebook on a table. You can see it here. All right, watch. See her notebook right here? I know it's smaller, but see, still, she's got her notebook. She leaves it right there. See, here we go, right there. All right, now look. Now she's like, all right, I'm just going to leave that. No big deal. Just walking away, guys. All right. I see all you later. And look what he's got behind his back now. So she dropped off her notebook to him. Yeah, it's messed up. LA, thanks for the 5. Did you catch AH smirking and turning away when they were discussing the knife? Sure, she really had PTSD. Oh, yeah, she does that stuff all the time, too. Like, that irritates me. Oh, she's so sad. Look at her sad face. What's messed up is, in the past, like, calling that stuff out, you always get these people that are like, how dare you make fun of a victim? She's not a victim. She's faking. You can tell she's faking. She even signed up with some of the malingering scales. Again, like this lady did everything she could to make sure that none of that stuff came up in her report. But, okay, she was asked a question. Again, malingering is you faking the symptomology of a mental illness. And one of the questions she was asked is about multiple personalities. I'm going to say something that may tick some people off. Multiple personalities, you're not going to encounter that. If that happens, it would not be commonplace in any way, shape, or form, because someone would have to have enough trauma, it would shatter their psyche, and they would have to develop other personalities on top of it. The commonality, that would be so rarefied. You have people that report that. Now, if a client reports it, your job is not to question them in that. It's to figure out what their needs are. If they're reporting anxiety and other things, you're treating their needs. You look at that, and maybe they have some kind of symptoms of psychosis or something. But that is a problem with malingering. When you have people coming in and saying, yes, my PTSD was so bad, it broke me psychologically, and I developed that. Again, there's a reason that is used as a malingering test. Amy Darcy Marie, thanks for the 5. When this is over, I feel like she'll still try to keep tabs on JD. I don't see someone like her ever letting go completely. Now she'll keep trying to destroy him. And if you know what, here's the thing: if she wins, she's going to write an article so robust that it's going to be horrible stuff. Susie A, thanks to the 20 there. Thank you for your coverage. Court TV just said AH will testify after lunch break. I really hope this happens. Yeah, she's going to get started. That'll be good. That would be good. Alexandra B, thanks for the super chat there. I have to go for today, but just wanted to thank you for the coverage of the trial because I'm a fan of JD, but also of you. Love Tug. Hey, love return. Appreciate you folks. We'll see if she, like I said, they all reported that she was going to She was going to testify Monday too, and we didn't have testimony. So we'll see. You know, again, that's potentially true. I'm gonna put that in the Amber Heard on the stand. I'm gonna put that on my thumbnail. I'll switch it out just in case. Yeah. But like I said, we'll see. You know, again, they all went on record saying Monday that she was going to be on there, and JD hadn't even finished yet. JD's team, they ran out of time. Here's what sucks about this case is they had more to present. They had much more. They had a bunch of other witnesses, but they ran out of time, and the judge had been so hard on that. I love the fact that, like, if this was prosecution of, say, the mafia or something, we could have as many hours as they want. You know, we could do this all month long. But if it's about a man clearing his name, a few weeks, that's enough. How dare you think about going over? Ah, man. That's just crazy stuff, huh? Let's see. Tatum, thanks for the super chat there. She wants to cash in on a counter to pay this one. That's true. It's true. Opinion, thanks for the 5. AH is a really bad person, and she gets a kick out of doing harm to others. She's evil. Greetings from Florida. New sub, thank you for the coverage. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Glad to have you here, too. Yeah, I mean, you look at the personality there. The personality is definitely a malicious one. And you could see it with other people. You don't have to look at her with JD. You look at it with other people. Like listen to the lower workers, like the entry level workers, you know, that were around her. Listen to what they say. She doesn't make eye contact with the plebs. You know, oh, you're just some regular dude, regular lady that works out there, but you work for JD. She wouldn't even make eye contact with them because they were beneath her. But yeah, I mean, what's up with that? Like, that's nasty. That's nasty stuff, you know? Let me put Amber Heard takes the stand. Change it up. Thumbnail stuff. Oh, she's going to take the stand today. That'll be interesting. I want her to take the stand. I want to hear her story. Although I'm going to tell you people, like, it's going to piss you off. It's going to piss you off a lot. And that's okay. It should. It should. Scott William, thanks for the 10 there. I would love for Jason Momoa to come out and say that his recent eye injury was from a fight with AH during a short-lived affair. Obviously, I'm making that up, but I would love for it to be true. Well, I remember the eye injury. I reported on all this stuff. I do remember it. So, yeah, you know, I would love to see it, too. Jason Momoa, it's interesting because, you know, he wanted to stay out of all of the insanity. He didn't want his life pulled in. He talked about how difficult it was to have a divorce in the public eye. And what does she do? She drags him in. That's when he turned on her. It's interesting he didn't turn on her before that, you know. 2012, thanks for the 2. 10 days, no talking to her attorneys. Bad move, AH. She's been yelling at some of her attorneys. Rafaela Angel Dog, thanks for the 8 there. I was diagnosed with DID after 4 months in a psychiatric hospital. Yeah, like I said, rarity. That's the rarity. When you have a client come in, like typically, if there's something like that, you're not gonna have a person like Amber Heard come in and say, I had PTSD from somebody who abused me and personalities emerged. That's not going to happen. Like, okay, well, it's statistically to the point of almost irrelevance. It just doesn't happen. Like, again, it's statistically almost impossible to have something like that. A lot of people have heard about a lot of different diagnoses, and they don't understand like how they would shape or how they would come together. And that's why malingering scales work out very well, because a malingering scale will capture that, you know. Now if you're diagnosed, again, meeting with clientele. There's a difference in what's happening with, like you're talking about there, or you're even talking about with going into to see a therapist. The therapist's job is not to second guess you or make fun of your plight or any, they're supposed to look at that. And again, if you have something going on that could shape that, that'd be different. But you're not talking about, from a relationship with Johnny Depp. And on top of that, she has nothing that's caused any issues for her in her workplace. I mean, just like I said, that's why it's caught in malingering scales, 2012, thanks for the 2 there. Last Stand, better thumbnail. Funnier thumbnail. Shelley, thanks for the 5. How is none mentioning how horrible she was on America's Next Top Model? Well, the being a terrible person and being a mean, cold-hearted bee, they have to be careful about, again, the value judgment versus fakery, I just, man, I need a time machine. Go back in time and be like, yo, Johnny Depp, stay with Vanessa Paradis. You will be safer. The grass is not greener on the other side. Although, maybe she eats grass because the the stuff coming out the other way, it looks like she's got some kind of something wrong with her. Maria, thanks for the 5. Good job. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. How come the newspaper articles are not considered hearsay? Well, it's fascinating, isn't it? When they brought in, the articles, they should be so easily dismissed. Like, I would have eaten them alive too. I would have eaten those lawyers' lunch for that as well. Bringing in all these rumors that nobody knows if they were true or not. They're just reporting rumors. Again, I report rumors sometimes as well. We all do. If you hear something going on, you report it. Again, you don't know if that's true or not. There are a lot of rumors that fly around Hollywood. I hear a lot of stuff like these days that, again, I've been talking to a lot of people at Warner, a lot of people at Disney, a lot of people at other places as well. And I hear a lot of rumors these days. Are all of them true? Absolutely not. But, it's the same way, like, I did, I heard about when Ezra Miller, he got in trouble. I knew that day. It's funny, 6 days later, the mass media reported that Warner was indeed having meetings behind the scenes. Well, I heard about it that day, and I reported it that day. And it was funny, like the media, were calling all that lies and stuff until Rolling Stone reported it. I thought that was fascinating. Statuesque Creations, thanks for the buck. It may not have gone through if you. It's got a message redacted. Sometimes those go through, sometimes they don't. If you meant for it not to go through, make sure it removed it. But thank you for the super chat there. Dolly Love, thanks for the 10. Appreciate that. And the super sticker, that's a cute sticker. I've never seen that one either. I like that one. A little fan one. I love it. Ghost Rat, thanks for the 5. I had DID as a kid, but around 18, I had a day where I broke down sobbing. It was just gone. Brain decided I was old enough to process all my issues. Again, when people get treatment, like I said, looking at a treatment provider, you don't look at what the clientele thinks they might have too. You always look at what is best for treating the issue a client is reporting. If a client comes in and you're reporting depression, we're gonna fix that depression. If you're reporting hearing voices in your head or something, or you're reporting loss of time and other issues like that, that's a different beast itself. We'll be looking at schizophrenia and other issues just to see what's going on, and trying to tell if you've had a psychotic break. Again, you treat the symptoms, you treat the dysfunction. When you look at this field, a lot of people get lost in the idea of label. Label doesn't matter. Dysfunction matters, because what you're trying to do is push someone back toward functionality. You're trying to make it where they can go out and they can do something in their days. So I guess very important. And the reason I bring that up is because this discussion that we're having here, this lady, she's just a gun for hire. If she treats people, I wouldn't want to be treated by this lady. She charges $350 a session too. You know, I was like, man, I'm in the wrong, I'm in the wrong thing. Statuesque Creations, thanks for that. Go back and watch her old deposition. The story about her trying to escape Johnny and hitting him in the head with a door. She swapped their places. Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? Like when you listen to her in 2016, that's the divorce deposition. If people haven't watched that, by the way, look at it. You have a video deposition, and you can watch her arm movements, and you can watch her body language, and oh, it's fascinating stuff. If you've never seen it before, it is very well worth watching. Janine Davenport, thanks for the 50 there. Appreciate that. I don't understand how you assess a relationship when you've never met half of them. That is a good point. That is actually a very good point that was brought up by JD's team. How do you make inference or judgment about a relationship being anything? How can you say that it was quote unquote toxic, or, how do you say it's dysfunctional? And how do you take the word on one partner? But again, that's what that lady is. She is a hired bully. She is a hired gun. She is not a treatment provider. Like when she's in that, she wasn't trying to treat Amber Heard. She was trying to give Amber Heard a way out. Because again, this lady, part of her role, like that presentation that they were talking about, part of her role in diagnosing has been to teach lawyers how to basically get their clients off. Let's see. So she has her media section on her website. Give me 1 minute. Let's see if I can pull this up. But she has a section in it, and it says, Dr. Hughes is available to the nation's media to talk about, and, she also treats, let's see, she also has her treatment part, and part of that is, again, battered women who kill. Like that is part of her specialty racket, battered women who kill. So if your client happens to kill somebody, if your female client, let's not get it twisted there. If your female client happens to kill a man, then Dr. Hughes to the rescue, because Dr. Hughes is a hired gun. She's there to truly blame the victim, and we see that defense a lot. She's a celebrity clout chaser, though. I mean, that's the problem with her. Like I said, I feel like there's enough stuff to do an entire live stream on her. She is a celebrity clout chaser. She's not just a gun for hire. She's worse than that. She chases celebrity statue. But here's her stuff, where she talks about it for the media. She's available to the nation's media and press to disseminate psychological, clinical, and research information and offer her expertise on the following. Notice her expertise: battered women who kill. Who decides if they're battered? Well, she does, because the other partner is obviously dead. That's why they brought her on. I think she would be telling us a different story which is scary. Matt Rainwater, what's up again? Thank you, man. Thank you for the 20 there. This round of mega pines on me, brother. Your bluegrass buddy. I like, thank you for that, first of all. I like seeing so many people from like these areas and stuff too. I remember when I first started, I was told well, if you have an accent, particularly a Southern accent, you won't do well on this platform. It's like, well, why? Why does that matter? It just does. Take our word for it. And I'm like, all right. So funny. What's really funny is I keep hearing these, the crazies out there. They keep telling us that, anyone who talks about this, anyone who discusses this kind of stuff, they're all sexist, you know. They're all misogynist, and I think it's fascinating right now because the amount of the majority people that are interested in this case currently that are talking about this, like on this channel, you know, again, the age gender for May, we have more females watch than males that keep up with this. And of course, they switch the narrative for that. Like, for the channel, here's the statistical breakdown again, who they, you know, if you put in your information into YouTube, more females than males. Now, of course, they dismiss all the females for that. They then say, oh, you're all just Johnny Depp simps. You know, it's like, what? Like me, I don't truly like celebrity that much. It just amazes me. 2012, what's up? Thanks for the 5. Real case. A mother killed and fed father to kids. This B would make the mother the victim. Want to just blow up? Abuse is abuse. Yes, abuse it shouldn't matter what gear is between your legs when we're talking about abuse. But to people like that, you know, it tells you that there is a problem societally when you can dismiss abuse depending on the gear between someone's legs. Like, that shouldn't happen. We should no more be excusing, you know, the victimization of females as male. No one. Stacy, man, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you for that. Andy T, thanks for the 10 there. I have panic disorder since 19 years old. It affects your work. My boss is new. I'm going to be out for 45 minutes if an attack came on. Yeah, you know, with what she was saying, that her stuff just doesn't work. Like, she was talking about how she's impacted by, I'm looking something up real quick, but in her work, how she couldn't do work anymore because, well, you know, here's the issue with all of that. Oh, that's interesting. So, Incredibly Average just put up a piece of never before footage where she testifies about her DV from her arrest. You want to watch that real quick? Let's watch that. And again, give Incredibly Average's channel some love with everybody covering this. Incredibly Average was the first person to truly turn me on to this case. I mean, like, let me pull that up better. He was the first person to truly, like, make me look at a lot of the audio and stuff. If people would keep an eye on the case portion, like, I want to make sure if it comes back up, we're there. So here let's listen to this though.
Arrested for committing domestic violence against your spouse.
I'm going to irrelevant, harassing, has nothing to do with this proceeding. It's argumentative. Go ahead and explain how you want to.
There was no domestic violence within that relationship, and the state of Washington, where I was arrested, immediately dropped the charges because they knew the exact same thing that I just told you, that no domestic violence ever occurred. And my ex has stated such. In fact, it was so ridiculous, those charges. There was a verbal argument.
Her body language. Like, look at her body, the way she moves her mouth and stuff. Like, you can tell that she is a terrible human being. Ronnie, thanks for the super chat. Did the last witness win the case for? Oh, no, not even. Like, the person that'll win or lose this case is going to be Amber Heard. Like, that's the only person that can win this case for her is Amber Heard. But look at that body language.
Was misinterpreted, misrepresented, and completely overreacted upon by two individuals in a power position. And as soon as they found out that we were partners, which we were not going to be arrested.
How dare those cops step in? How dare those cops step in and stop her from abusing someone? They are abusing their power position. How dare those cops?
Arrested for before, as soon as he found out we were partners, the male cop, not this other woman who's later been brought into the press, this male cop put me in handcuffs, and that's there was no no physical violence, no physical abuse, and zero domestic violence whatsoever between us. It was a trumped up charge, and it was dropped immediately for being such.
Isn't it a fact,
Look at
Ms.
that
Heard, that in
face.
fact on September 24th, 2009, you were arrested for domestic violence committed against Tasha Van Ray?
Asked and answered. Isn't that what you just talked about?
Did I miss something?
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Heard, that on September 14th, you were in fact taken to jail? It wasn't dropped immediately.
Same objections, Vegas.
Same objections.
Isn't it a fact, Ms. Heard, that you spent the night in jail from September 14th to September 15th, 2009, as a result of your arrest for domestic violence?
Same objections. It's irrelevant.
Is that true?
352. She's already answered what happened. It's
Is that
vague. It's argumentative. It's harassing. You just want to, get your harassment in. Go ahead.
Let the record reflect
been in
Mr.
jail.
Harder's directing her not to answer. Did you
I
spend the night in
answered
jail?
you.
I never said don't answer. I never said that.
Reporter is about to.
That's not my fault.
Yes, it is.
Because she keeps cutting me off every time I say something.
There's no need to yell, Mr. Harder.
Well, I have to be heard. Everyone's talking over me. You've got a whole wall of lawyers over there who are
Ms.
talking over me.
May I continue?
Except for Hans.
Can I say something?
Ms. Heard, Ms. Heard, isn't it a fact that Tasha Van Ray on September 14th, 2009 claimed to the police that you had hit her arm?
Same objection.
No?
I don't know anything about this.
Answer give a full answer, please.
I don't know anything about the claim that you just made about what Tasha said or did not say. I can't possibly know that. I know nothing about what you just said.
Isn't it a fact that on September 14th, you hit Tasha Van Ray in her arm?
No.
Action.
Isn't it a fact on September 14th, you broke the necklace off of Tasha Van Ray's neck?
352,
A
it's
necklace.
irrelevant to these proceedings. Argumentative harassing.
Isn't it a fact that Tasha Van Ray reported to the police that you had hit her arm?
352, irrelevant, vague, argumentative, and harassing.
And speculation.
Isn't it a fact, Ms.
It's
Heard,
heard still.
that you know very well that your
heard.
spouse, that your domestic partner, Tasha Van Ray, requested that you
so
be
aggressive in
arrested
this.
for domestic violence?
Calls, you need to please let me get my objections in, okay? Please.
Okay.
There's intimate relationship.
Interesting, interesting, isn't it? I thought that was fascinating stuff there. Even her lawyer got onto her. Oh, yeah, thanks for the 2 there and the super sticker. Appreciate that. I just thought that was fascinating. That was incredibly average, by the way. You definitely need to check incredibly average out. It's mind-blowing that there's only one person in the courtroom that has ever been accused of domestic violence. There's only one person, before this mess, there's only one person that has ever been arrested. There's only one person that has ever spent time in jail for it. That person, Amber Heard. Christine, thanks for the 2. Every time I start to feel bad for her, I watch this. Indeed, that's the way to go. Hey, Elizabeth, thank you for the 50 there. Appreciate that. Thank you for the great, unbiased reviewing of this trial. Oh, and female killers are some of the scariest. Stab you like 50 times, howling like a wild animal, then turn around and cry at victim. They loved the one they stayed to kill. Yeah, Jodi Arias. I mean, she's a, I mean, if you listen to that case, she was a stalker. Like, she stalked this person because they left her, and she ended up murdering them in one of the most brutal fashions imaginable. And when she did that, she immediately claimed, he was abusing me. Some people that works with, it saves them, from prison for the rest of their lives. But I mean, a lot of these cases are crazy. Soraya, am I pronouncing that right? Thank you for the 3 there and the thumbs up. Appreciate that. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 279. Miss Heard, still not marrying Elon? Aw, do you, Amica? Did you, Amica? Did you even do the Amica? Can't super chat, but was that deposition before her cheek implants? Because her face doesn't show that much expression these days. I think she's had a lot more done to their face than just cheek implants. You know what I mean? Like her face is rounder. It's not like weight. There's injection. You can tell where she's had Botox and other things too. But yeah, it's cut down on her expressiveness for sure. Ronnie? Thanks for the super chat there. Do you think Chew will cross on AH? Yes, I would guess. Like who I wish would do that again. I wish it was Adam Waldman, because he would destroy these people. But yeah, I think it would be Chew. Gonzo Film Review Daily. No, actually, I wonder. It may be the woman lawyer. I can't think of her name right off the top of my head. It may be her, because when you're talking about being a victim of something, all these terrible things happen to you. You've got to seem sympathetic to the jury. So they may use the female lawyer. How likely is it that Gonzo Film Review Daily, thanks for the 5. How likely is it that JD's team can bring the AH perjury in the UK and 2016 deposition footage? They may bring in some perjury from the UK trial, possibly. 2016, they won't bring any of that in, I'm sure. Bethany, thanks for the 5 there. People need to understand toxic femininity is a thing. Yeah, and the other thing in this that you really have to understand, I mean, the true thing you have to understand is that men, when they talk about like men going and getting help, we hear about toxic masculinity. That's such a thing. Men need to feel. If a man exposes themselves, lays themselves bare, they become ridiculed and a laughing stock. Like people look at Drew Barrymore. Like Drew Barrymore thought it would be funny to make fun of Johnny Depp. She thought that was good times. She had a good old gay old time just making fun of Johnny Depp being abused. She had a fine old time with that. I mean, she thought that would be accepted by the status quo. Now, luckily, people called that out, but it shows you. It shows you why people, they don't feel, they don't express, And yeah, I mean, I think like just a lot of like when we use. People get offended so easily these days that they forget what should truly be offensive to. There are some very poisonous, toxic, poisonous people out there. When we use toxic, yes, poison people. There are just poison individuals. Sometimes I think people forgot what that was, they look for broader context and they forget the individual a lot of times. So you're right, for sure. Lauren Hill, thanks for the 2 there. Least popular baby name for girls in the USA, Amber. Hey, I bet you these days, that just tears it down for sure. Emma, thanks for the super chat there. What happened to Waldman? Was it leaks? Okay, what happened with him is crazy, actually. He put some stuff online that came from the UK 2020 trial. All right, he's putting it out there from their UK 2020 trial, where her team filed that he was leaking documentation, and the judge took him off of the case. He's like, yeah, he's leaking They were items that she had made public by all of the stuff she used in the UK 2020 trial, all of that testimonial and stuff. It came from this trial. It didn't come from there. It came from this trial. She leaked that to them. When she did that, when she took it out of this case and she took it to another case, she made it public. And even in making it public, the judge still was like, nope. That stuff made it public. You're gone. And that I thought that was jacked up because, again, she is the one who made it public. She took the classification. You know, it could no longer be classified because, again, she's the one who put it out there. If it's a problem, there should have been a real problem with her team. Cinnamon Cat, thank you and welcome. Thank you for the membership too, and welcome to Tugs Thugs. Thank you for that. King Lucius, thanks for the 5. JD's team might be saving about AH past till she's on the stand. Great work covering this. Keep up the wonderful work. Well, thank you there. That first of all, one thing with the past though, the abuse, they tried to put that in. They were going to bring it up with that expert witness, and the judge didn't allow them because they brought up Tasha Van Ree. They were going to bring up Tasha Van Ree, and it just, for whatever reason, they didn't. But that was I'm feeling like they went before the judge because they told the judge, hey, we're going to build this because that lady brought in past relationships. They should have been allowed to bring that up, but they weren't. Noah, thanks for the 5 there. Has anyone questioned these bruises? She had to compare them to dates that she got Botox because it causes bruising in the exact area. Food for thought. Yeah. It does. You know, we've talked about the pictures there before, but date-wise, I don't know if they did that or not. See, we don't know the medical dates that she had procedures. We haven't been privy to all of that information. I wish we were. I'd love to have that information just so I could do comparisons, but we don't have all of that, you know? Used to like Drew, too. Who's Drew? Like, which Drew? I'm not sure which Drew you mean. Let me see. Catching up. Scorpio? Oh, Miss Scorpio. My bad. Miss Scorpio. Thank you for the $5 super chat. No statement in it, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. That's right. Thanks for the 5 there. Indeed. Thank you for that super sticker. Oh, Drew Barrymore. Okay, yeah. My bad. I'm behind for a minute. What we have about a 15-second lag between when I say something and when the chat comes up. So I've forgotten what the statement was there by that moment. Threw you off. Thank you for clarifying that. Epigen, Guy, thanks for the 5 there. The difference between the lawyers is that JD invites us to dinner at his house while AH speaks to her. Sends hers to the hospital when she's angry. That's true, too. Like, she's been treating her lawyers. Ooh. Hey, Patty Force, thanks for the 2 there. Thank you, Big. You're my new friend. Aw. New friends. Miss Scorpio, thanks for the 2 there. Appreciate that. This is just like the movie Gone Girl. It very well is. The claims of the bottle being entered, yeah. It is indeed. It is the movie Gone Girl, is it not? Lucky Trickster, thanks for the 5. Pretty sure there were a couple of instances where the witness said the PTSD was from being sued. That means she didn't have it from the relationship. That's true, too. That is very true, too. Like, I need to go back and listen to all of her statements, you know, where I'm like, ugh. Tug, I can't understand why Amber wins if they prove even one case of verbal abuse. Not verbal abuse, abuse. I think it's domestic abuse. Okay, now that's why they're so desperate to. That's why they're so desperate to say that calling her a lesbian camp counselor, that's domestic abuse too, and things, because they don't have any proof that someone put their hands on someone. They got a lot of stories, but they don't have a lot of evidence. There's a big difference. Jen, thanks for the 5. Who was doing all the recording of Heard and Depp during their marriage? Were both parties aware they were being taped? Sometimes. Sometimes they were doing it as a therapeutic tool. Sometimes. But a lot of times, there were secret recordings too, without consent. Like, for example, the cabinet slamming, you saw that was secretly videotaping. That was actually illegal. It is illegal to record another party without their consent in California. It is a two-party consent state. You know, like here, for example, it's a one-party consent state. California is not. California requires two-party consent. Fascinating. Shot Kitten, thanks for the 5. I've been getting Botox for years. Never had one bruise from it. Not at all, but filler, I always get a bruise. Yeah, the sites that she has her marks on, if you look at where they are, they look like that. She also had a sty removed. You know, we found that out yesterday, that she had a sty removed in the past. And that sty was also just, as much part of that as anything. I think she, again, if you go in and you look at the pictures Josh Drew has in his witness statement, if you want to see all the pictures and stuff too, I'm going to drop this into the description. That is the witness statement by one Josh Drew. It has not all the pictures attached, but it has a bunch of pictures attached because he was the one taking the pictures. So, yep, we're back. I see that. Setting it up. They come back fast, you know? Like, I mean, I'm glad they do it and they do it quickly. I just wish they would, like when they do it, I wish they would, like, give us half a second to get ready. Here we go. All right. I want to tell everybody we're live too. If you would, share it out. Tell everybody and their mama that we are live and that you are here and we are here, and maybe we'll see Amber Heard take the stand. Amber's gonna cry right away. I bet you money. I bet you she cries fast.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated. All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Laura Amber Heard to the stand.
All right.
Here comes Amber Heard, man.
Amber Laura.
Tell everybody.
I do.
All right, thank you. All right,
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name
Yes, it's Amber Laura Heard.
and what is your address?
I live in Yucca Valley, California.
And how old are you, Amber?
I am 36. I just celebrated.
Okay. And do you have a daughter?
I do. She also celebrated her birthday recently. She's 1.
Okay. And what is your profession?
I am an actor, mostly.
Okay. Now, why are you here?
I am here because my ex-husband is suing me for an op-ed I wrote.
And how do you feel about that?
I struggle to have the words. I struggle to find the words to describe how painful this is. This is horrible for me to sit here for weeks and relive everything. Hear people that I knew, some well, some not. My ex-husband, with whom I shared a life, speak about our lives in the way that they have. This is the most painful and difficult thing I've ever gone through, for sure.
Now, there was a trial in the UK in July of 2020 where Mr. Depp had sued the Sun newspaper and Dan Wooten. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what was your level of participation in that lawsuit, in that trial?
Well, I was not party to that lawsuit. I was a witness I suppose, the primary witness, since it dealt with the truth of the relationship that I shared with Johnny.
And what, if any, role did you have to play with respect to, for example, witness statements and testifying?
Objection, compound.
I said, for example.
Overruled.
I had to write, I think I gave 7 witness statements under oath testimony. I sat on the stand for 4 days under mostly cross-examination. And up until this point, it was the hardest thing I had ever had to do.
Thank you, Amber. I'm going to take you back, and if you can just tell the jury a little bit about your background. Tell us where you grew up.
I come from Austin, Texas, a small town outside of Austin that you probably haven't heard of. No one has. It's called Manor. And I was raised by my mother and my father, and I grew up with a little sister, although I have a big sister as well.
And your little sister's name is?
Her name is Whit Hurd.
And how much of an age difference is there between the two of you?
Whitney and I are about 1 year, I think we're 16 months apart, so right next to each other.
And what did your father do for a living?
My father broke horses and did construction, he painted houses, and hunted and fished, but that was for fun.
And what did your mom do?
She worked for the state of Texas.
Let me just, since you talked about the breaking horses, can you just tell the jury what your role is in assisting your dad on that and what is involved in breaking horses?
Objection, leading.
Can you just tell me about?
Overruled.
You just got to stay on, basically. I would help him. I was more of a crash test dummy. You know, when you train a horse, it's a wild animal. It doesn't necessarily like to be ridden. And there are people out there who are crazy enough, like my dad, to pick that as a profession, I guess. And he was really good with horses, and I was the son he never had, so it was my job to, stay on.
And what, if anything, did you learn from your father about how to react to the horses?
Well, with training horses, I guess the key things are to not show fear, not get intimidated, not show fear, be tough and calm.
Tell the jury a little bit about your educational background during those growing up years and your work experience.
I worked any job that I could from the time I was really young. I wanted to get out of Texas and do something with my life and see things and do things. So I was in school and really pushed myself to, I just always pushed myself to be able to accelerate the process. I wanted to, get out of school as fast as I could, and I wanted to do more things with my life than stay in Texas.
So what types of things, so where did you go to school when you were younger?
I was a scholarship kid at a Catholic school growing up, several different Catholic schools, but they were always in the other, on the other side of town, in the wealthier part of town. And I grew up quite working class, and thankfully with, as long as I maintained an A average, I enjoyed the benefit of a scholarship, and I did that until I realized that I could take my GED and SATs early, and I did that and placed out of school and effectively left school at 16 years old, I believe.
And what did you do for work during those younger years?
I took any job that I could. I worked at my father's construction company. Sometimes just administrative stuff. I mean, it was a small company. But I answered phones, and I worked at a modeling agency that was also, offered photography classes, makeup classes, hair and makeup classes for people that were pursuing a career in entertainment. And I started taking classes that I paid for by working there, effectively as a trade. And I eventually worked there long enough to be able to pay for my headshots, which are the pictures that you use in the industry to promote yourself, in whatever, acting, modeling, or both.
And what, if any, charitable work did you do when you were still young?
It started off as a requirement for the school I went to, and then I liked it so much, I think, because it meant I wasn't at home, and that was important to me, is just to not spend time at home. And I really loved meeting people, so I worked at the soup kitchen every morning before school, during the school year, for about 4 years. I didn't go on weekends, but on weekends I would do various things. Worked at children's, museums, typically, because they would work with younger volunteers, and mostly soup kitchens and things involving children. I worked at with deaf kids for a while, and I love it.
And when you worked with deaf kids, what, if anything, did you do to learn to be able to work with them?
Objection leading and 404. And relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Well, I taught myself how to sign basic sign language, and then I pursued it. I audited a course at the community college, which I ended up going to get out of high school early later on. But I would audit classes. The teachers never wanted to kick the random 12-year-old out of their class, I suppose. So I remarkably was able to audit, I think, the majority of 2 semesters, and that's also helped me learn.
So how did you end up in Los Angeles?
I did a small job in Texas where I played a part in a movie, and the actor in the movie that I was playing opposite had an agent visiting him from LA, and I met her on set, and she said that she had heard about me from another bit part I did. I was taking jobs in Austin for really anything, to be an extra, to apply I did makeup once. Nothing, no job was too small or, for me. So I put myself out there, and she had heard about me, and she said, I have heard about you in this town, and I'd love to meet you in LA if you're ever out in LA. And I was like, when can I come? And she made an appointment with me for the following week, and I used all but $180 or something to get out there, and I landed. I didn't know anyone. I was 17, and I've effectively been there ever since, I suppose.
So when you arrived in Hollywood, please tell the jury what you did to get moving there, get going.
I went to every audition, every casting, every meeting, every appointment that I could. I put myself out there. I didn't have a car because those were expensive. So I took the bus around LA. It was before smartphones. I had a Thomas guide in my bag and a change of tank tops. Not that it mattered, but I went to about 10 auditions sometimes a day, and would change clothes if I needed to in the back of the bus I was taking, and I just hustled from one audition to the other. And I got a bit part on one thing, and then I got a bit part on another thing, and then eventually my roles kind of became more important or bigger, and it's been a slow progression, I guess, since then, you know, of doing either tiny bit parts in bigger movies or doing, you know, larger roles in movies that no one would see. And I guess, you know, it still is kind of like that.
So I'm going to ask you to go from 2002 to 2009. If you could just describe for the jury a little bit what types of parts you had. I think they've indicated they didn't, you have not been well known here in this courtroom compared to Mr. Depp. So perhaps just take them through a little bit of that.
Yeah, that's fair. I did small roles in big films like, you know, Zombieland and Pineapple Express and movies that were well known. My first one was Friday Night Lights. But again, I had small roles in those bigger films. And then I would do larger roles in kind of smaller films. Like I did a project where I was the lead in a John Carpenter film and he came out of retirement to do that. And that's kind of how it was in terms of my career for those initial, that first initial 10 years or so. It was just going from slightly bigger role to slightly bigger role and just working my butt off.
So I'm going to take you up to 2008. Did there come a time that you auditioned for The Rum Diary?
Yes, I auditioned for that in about 2008, I believe.
Please describe for the jury your experience in auditioning for The Rum Diary.
Well, I auditioned a few times, which is common in my work. You know, you get a call back, as they say. And I think I had at least one, maybe two callbacks with the director. And then I got a call saying that Johnny, who at the time was, I think I knew that he was producing it as well, was doing a project that was something very personal to him. He was reprising his role as his late friend, Hunter S. Thompson, and it was a very important project to him and that he wanted to meet me in person. I thought I would be going for maybe an audition, but it was just a meeting. I went to his office and met with him for a few hours.
And what did you talk about during those few hours?
We talked about books and music, poetry. We liked a lot of the same stuff, you know, obscure writers and, you know, interesting books and pieces of poetry that I haven't heard anybody else reference or know or like. And he was very well read and charismatic. And, you know, I think I left the office with a few books that he gave me. And we spent the whole time just talking about things that we care about. And I was so surprised that somebody, you know, I knew who he was. I wasn't familiar, you know, I wasn't a fan of his work. I wasn't familiar with him, but I knew who he was. You know, he's one of the most famous people in the world. So it was already a weird thing to go and get called into his office. And, you know, I'm a no-name actor. I was 22, I think. And I thought it was unusual. It was weird because he was twice my age and he's this world famous actor. And here we are getting along about obscure books and weird, you know, old blues. And we just, I thought it was remarkable. You know, I thought it was unusual and remarkable. I left there just feeling like, wow.
So did there come a time that you learned that you were going to be cast for the role in The Rum Diary?
Yes, a few days later, my agent said that Johnny's going to call you. We gave him your phone number. I was like, oh, okay. And shortly after, my phone rings, I pick it up, and I hear, you know, this like deep voice on the other line, and he said, "You got you know, you're it, kid. You're the dream. Hunter wrote this part, and you're the dream. You're it, kid." I was like,
and
amazed.
Please describe for the jury what that means. What was the Rum Diary and this Hunter Thompson? What was the concept here, and what role were you playing?
Well, it was my understanding that he was bringing to life his late friend, And what he told me was that this character is supposed to be the dream woman, like the dream, American dream. And so I knew what he meant. He indicated to me when he told me I got the role that I was that, you know, that I was the dream kid. That's what he said.
So did there come a time that you started filming the Rum Diary?
Yes, I'm not quite sure how much. I think we started filming in maybe March of 2009.
And where did you film the Rum Diary?
We shot it in Puerto Rico.
And describe, if you can, the events of the filming and your interactions with Mr. Depp during that time.
It was a bit surreal, you know, filming in a place like Puerto Rico. It was beautiful. It takes place in the 50s, so everything really looked beautiful, and, you know, cars and clothing, the music. It was a very colorful shoot in general. I couldn't have asked for, you know, a better scenario. I was on film. I mean, I was on set reading my books, and occasionally Johnny would talk to me, and then he started to be really kind to me, like more open with me. When we'd have hot days filming, you know, there'd be this big SUV pull up, and a security guard would kind of usher me into this car, and it would have the AC blasting, and I'd be sitting in the back of the SUV just thinking what a strange experience the whole thing was. And, you know, we didn't really have a whole lot of interaction on set until we did a scene that involved kissing. We had a kissing scene, and it didn't feel like a normal scene anymore. It felt more real. There are certain things that you do in the job to be professional, like when you have to do that sort of scene, and you don't you don't use your tongue if you can avoid it. There's certain things that you do to just maintain a certain line, and it just felt like those lines were blurred. I mean, he grabbed my face and pulled me into him and really kissed me. But we were filming a scene.
Did he use his tongue?
Yes.
Okay. Did you celebrate your birthday while you were in Puerto Rico?
I did. I celebrated, I think, maybe my 23rd birthday there.
And what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do for your birthday?
Well, we were already kind of talking about books and poetry and things like that. He gave me a few really beautiful poetry books. And he gave me a bicycle, like a vintage bicycle, because at the time I was riding around on a bike, and I had a lot of time off since I was a smaller role in the movie. And yeah, I think that was it.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that you ended up visiting him in his trailer?
Yes, I think we would hang out if, you know, after or in between scenes or in between setups. We often were, you know, talking about things, and would continue the conversation into the trailer, often with the director. Bruce Robinson was his name. And then at one point we talk about wine. It's another thing that Johnny and I shared in common, a love for wine, red wine. And we were talking about a kind of wine that I enjoyed, and I was, you know, going on about how great this bargain wine was, and I didn't understand, you know, how much more sophisticated Johnny's taste in wine was. So I was going on about the virtues of Malbec or something, and I brought him a bottle of this wine, and I set it down. And at some point, I'm going back to get back to set, and he kind of kicked his, like, you know, foot up in the air and basically kind of lifted the back of my bathrobe up. And
Can I just stop you there? Why were you wearing a bathrobe?
because I was doing a scene. It was a period film, so it took place in the 50s. And so I had all of this old undergarments that are for that time era on. And the scene involved me changing. So I had all the costume on. And he kind of picked up the back of my robe with his boot. And I kind of turned around and like laughed, like giggled, you know. I didn't know what to make of it at the time. And I just kind of giggled and batted it away playfully. And he kind of playfully kind of pushed me down on this like bed sofa that was in his trailer, just playful and flirtatious. And he said, yum. And he kind of like lifted up his eyebrows like that. And I just giggled, laughed it off, kind of batted him away, and, you know, moved on, went back to set.
And were you in a relationship at that time?
I was.
Okay. And was Mr. Depp in a relationship at that time?
That was my understanding, yeah.
Okay. And did anything else of significant happen during that time period while you were filming with Mr. Depp, other than what you've told us?
We just had this, you know, it was a friendship, a flirtatious thing. I felt chemistry. I felt this other thing that went beyond the pale of my job, for sure. Johnny clearly felt that way about me, had indicated to me that that's how he felt in many different ways. But at the same time, you know, we were both in relationships, and it is a job, and, you know, it was intimidating. And I just remember feeling kind of intimidated and a little nervous about that. And I also was in a relationship, so we went our separate ways, and I didn't hear from him for a long time.
And that's, so approximately how long were you filming in Puerto Rico for The Rum Diary?
A few months is my best
All right,
guess.
and when you left Puerto Rico in the filming, when is the next time that you had any contact from Mr. Depp? And contact could include anything, communications, written communications, as well as telephone or otherwise.
We had no contact until Johnny called me on the phone one day, and I was driving, and he invited me over to his home in California, Beverly Hills. And I it was out of the blue. I didn't even have his phone number. So it was quite unexpected. He called me a second time, but I don't think we actually connected, or we didn't stay on the phone because we didn't really speak. But the first time was the only time I actually spoke to him, and he invited me over to his house under kind of he said that, you know, we could get Bruce, who was the director, to come over, something about the movie, but it was clearly not about the movie, if you know what I mean. It was, so I said, I said, my friends are in town, and I'm busy with that, and kind of hung up, feeling really startled, you know, that didn't know what else to do.
What, if any, gifts did Mr. Depp send you during that time period after you filmed The Rum Diary?
He sent me several gifts. He sent me a beautiful dress, one that I wore in the movie, with a beautiful handwritten note, said happy wrapping, and made a reference to the dress being wrapping paper. He sent me a few gorgeous, expensive, what I can only assume are expensive, collectible books, items. And then when I was away filming on a different job, he he did send me some guitars. I know one delivery, I was informed about one delivery, and my partner at the time intercepted the attempt to deliver and called me immediately and said, what should I do? And I said, send it back. and she did. And she indicated that there was, at the time, that there was another one that had already previously attempted delivery, and it was also rejected. I sent it back because I wasn't there and I wouldn't have accepted it anyway.
Okay. Did there come a time that you ended up having to go on a press tour for the Rum Diary?
I got a call for the Rum Diary press tour in the fall of 2011.
So that's close to 2.5 years after you filmed?
I'm an actress, not a mathematician for a reason. Roughly, yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for the jury what a press tour is? Just explain it to them.
Well, you take a movie once it's completed, and if it doesn't have distribution, you, as part of the promotion of that movie, you go to these various places, normally cities like London or New York, and you do press events in those cities to kind of promote the film, and you go to place talking about the film.
And so you were then called to participate in the press tour for the Rum Diary?
Yes, I had just finished going through the process of separation with my former partner, and I was moving and going through that, and I got a phone call saying, remember that movie you did in Puerto Rico? Well, they want you for the press tour. And I said, well, perfect timing. And we did that, I think late October 2011.
Okay. So describe for the jury your interactions with Mr. Depp during the press tour.
Well, on the the beginning of the tour was Los Angeles, where we both lived, and we did a press day, normal press day, and then at the end of it, I was invited by Johnny to come up to his room to have a drink with him and the director of the film. And I went up to the room to see both him and Bruce, but as soon as I got there, Johnny said Bruce wasn't going to make it. So I stayed. Johnny and I started talking. He asked me about my relationship. I said, well, I'm going through it. I'm going through the separation right now, and it's been, rough couple of months, but that's normal. And he said, well, that's same with me. It's been, I can't remember exactly how long he said it had been, but that he had split from the mother of his kids, and said that he understood.
All right. And then what happened next?
Then we drank red wine and continued to talk, and the talking became us, reconnect. It was like reconnection was almost instant. It was just chemistry. It's hard to explain that, but we sat on the couch and we talked, and it felt like there was it felt like there was an electricity to the room. And it's how I felt when I was alone with him anyway. And it was instant again. I was like, whoa. So on the couch, we talked, finished some wine, and then I got up and left. And as I went to leave, he grabbed both sides of my face, similar to what he did in Puerto Rico when we were filming that scene. And he kissed me, and I kissed him back.
And what happened next with respect to any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, then we fell in love. We went on this press tour, and we was a beautiful and strange time. We were flying from one, not together, but going from one city to the next, Europe, New York, Los Angeles, as I said, and we're just traveling around talking about this movie that we did together, that we participated in together, and we were falling in love. I mean, it was just, at the first dinner in London, he sat me next to me. He produced the film and was a part of controlling the film and was responsible for different things than I was as an actor having a small part in it. And we went on this press tour, and I think in London, he had me sat next to him at a dinner, and then we ended up spending the night together in my hotel room. And for the rest of the press tour, it was on. I'll put it that way.
All right. And how long approximately did the press tour go?
I don't know exactly how long it lasted. I think, there were press engagements in this city for a few days, and then another city for a few days, and then there was a break, and then there was another press opportunity, I believe. So it was kind of spread out over maybe a month, if I'm guessing.
So when you returned to Los Angeles, what, if anything, took place with any relationship with Mr. Depp?
Well, once we were back from the press tour, we had this, whirlwind romance kind of just in these like beautiful places all over, and we're falling in love and not able to really show it because the world didn't know about the split between he and his former partner. And of course, as a woman, I was like, is that troubling? And I'd ask him, no, he swore to me that they hadn't even shared a bed for a year, and that they were protecting the kids and not publicizing it. So, or not making it known to the press. And so we kind of had to be a little bit under the radar, not a little bit, we had to be really under the radar. Because as Johnny pointed out, that the world would blame me and call me a homewrecker, even though I had nothing to do with it. So we were secretly dating, and then, it was beautiful. It was, I felt like this man knew me and saw me in a way that no one else had. I felt he understood me. I felt he understood where I came from. I felt that, like, when I was around Johnny, I felt like the most beautiful person in the whole world. It made me feel seen, made me feel like $1 million. And that kind of feeling where, he just lavish gifts and lavish expressions of love, and how he had never met a woman like me. I remember he took the foil off of this bottle and put it on my ring finger, and I had only been with him like days, or maybe it was weeks at the time. Yeah, it was probably about a few weeks, but it just felt very intense. But we weren't doing normal life stuff. We weren't like stuck in traffic with each other. We weren't going to the grocery store and doing life. We were like hiding in these places around the world. He has so many homes. And so we'd be in one of those homes, or my home at the time, and it would be like a bubble, like we were in this little bubble of secrecy, and it felt like a warm glow, as we would say. Just music and the kind of books that we both loved, and poetry that we both knew by heart, and it felt like a dream. It felt like absolute magic.
So while you're dating, I take it you're dating at this point, right?
Yeah, sorry,
while you're falling in love, you're also dating, right? Okay.
Yes.
Did there come a time early on that you ended up going to his Bahamas island?
Yes. So shortly after, I think started dating October of 2011, and as I mentioned, this bubble, where he'd come over to my house and not leave for like 3 or 4 days, just smoking cigarettes and playing music and reading poetry to me or painting me, or, just talking. And then he would disappear. And there'd be just no way to get a hold of him, no way to contact him. At first, I didn't really think anything about it, but he disappeared. At one point, and then came back and said he was dealing with some health issue, and would I join him in the Bahamas? And I think that's when I learned he had an island, and I was on a trip with a friend of mine in Spain, and it was for the holidays, and I kind of rerouted my trip so I could come and land in LA landing in Miami instead of LA, so I could go and meet him on the island. And he had Keenan come and meet me on that trip, like in Miami. I get off one plane, get onto another, and go and join him on his private island. And I noticed he was drinking Beck's and tea, like lots of tea. And I didn't foolishly think anything of it. I just, thought the man really, seriously, I missed it before, but really, really loves tea. And we had this beautiful, I don't know, less than a week probably, trip in the Bahamas, a private island, beautiful sandy beaches. It's a scene that you just don't, I had never experienced anything like that. It was a beautiful place, a beautiful time, and I fell head over heels in love with this man.
So after the Bahamas, I assume you came back, and are we talking now early 2012?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so what were you doing work-wise while you were dating him in this early stage?
What I always do, I would be taking job to job to job, going from one movie to the next, mostly not filming in LA. So weirdly, you live in LA to go shoot on location in other places. So when I was in town, we would go back to this bubble, like insular bubble with beautiful, blaringly loud music and no one else and nothing else. And then I'd go off to work, and so would he. Eventually, yeah, he left to shoot Lone Ranger, I believe.
Okay. Now, we've heard a little bit about Lone Ranger, and that's about mid-2012, is that right, when he was shooting that?
That sounds right, mid-2012, yeah.
And were you shooting anything at that time?
I was shooting...
Machete Kills?
I believe I was shooting Machete Kills in Austin. I had a small part in a Robert Rodriguez film that shot in Austin. But I think Johnny was shooting and then having some time off, and there was just a lot of travel, a lot of movement, so.
And so what, if any, visiting did you do with Johnny while he was on his set for Lone Ranger, and where was he?
Well, he was filming all over the Southwest, and at some point I came to visit him and on one of his locations, and I would stay in the house because I couldn't really, occasionally I would leave with his security guards, but I didn't really have anything to do but visit him for a few days. So I'd cook and kind of stay at home and paint or whatever and wait for him to come home and have dinner ready. And we would have these little bubbles, but kind of scattered throughout the Southwest and as he was filming. And at the time, Johnny had, when I first arrived at one of these locations, it was the first time that Johnny told me that he had a health issue, something with his liver, and that he wasn't, that's why he was not drinking. He was drinking a lot of tea, like a lot of tea.
Okay. And so we've heard a little testimony about boots. What, if anything, did you do to help Johnny with his boots?
Well, I mean, I suppose that I took off his boots and it made an impression on him, and I was happy to, anything I can do to show love. Certainly how I felt about him. But if he wanted to take off his own boots, he certainly could.
Did you buy Mr. Depp any knives during that time period?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, did you do with respect to knives during the time period you were with him in the Lone Ranger?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Johnny had a thing for turquoise, and that eventually, being in the Southwest, it can happen really quickly. I also too really love turquoise, and he has he loved knives. He loves a lot of things. When Johnny loves things, he does it a lot, and lots of it. So he had these daggers that he had given me that they were beautiful in design. And they're, long, curved daggers. And he just talked a lot about knives, had a knife and gun collection, and was quite proud of it. And at some point, I don't really remember exactly when it was, but at some point I picked up what I thought was a really beautiful turquoise handled knife. And I had it engraved with a saying that Johnny would say to me all the time, which I thought was romantic, as funny as that is to say now.
And what was the expression, the saying?
Until death, hasta la muerte in Spanish.
Now, by the time that you're visiting Mr. Depp during his shooting of Lone Ranger in the June through August 2012 timeframe, what, if any, relationship has he developed with your family?
Oh, well, starting really early on, Johnny was so kind, so generous to my family, but especially my mom and dad. He met my dad, and my dad's a big personality. He's a rowdy guy. And Johnny just all of a sudden, I had never noticed, Johnny have a southern, all of a sudden Johnny had this southern accent and was really like buddies with him. And they really seemed to get along very well. They're, just like instantly he was giving my dad gifts. He gave him guns, he gave him knives. They had this, Johnny just really just showered my dad. And my dad's a working man, salt of the earth guy. And he was just like, floored. He's getting all these amazing gifts and being invited to come on to these locations. And, Johnny's this big movie star. And my dad was just like, I think my dad would have married him himself, not if I hadn't. And he just instantly, he gave my mom jewelry, brought her out to come and see me while I was visiting Johnny on Lone Ranger in some part of the Southwest. I think it was Colorado. He gave her this beautiful turquoise necklace, and they were definitely taken by him.
And what, if any, relationship had Mr. Depp forged with Whitney by this time, your sister?
I believe the relationship came a little bit later as they got to know each other, but he did the same thing with my sister and just really found a bond with them that, was, it was, he tried to do anything and everything he could to make them feel like special, and they did. My mom, my dad, and my sister.
And what, if any, relationships did Mr. Depp form with your friends?
Well, Johnny's so generous and can be this really, like, overly generous almost, like showering you with gifts and compliments and just, like, and he has access and means to really, we're not talking about giving you a card. We're like talking about just these like extravagant trips or these extravagant gestures, and it's a lot. And he did that with my close friends. I relied heavily on my friends and had a pretty strong support network with them, and he really just showered them with generosity and love and light, and invited them to come to these exotic places and flew people here and there. He's incredibly generous.
So going back to the filming of The Lone Ranger, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp do with respect to a horse?
Objection leading.
What, if anything?
Overruled.
Johnny at one point insisted on buying me a horse. And I, of course, said that's extravagant. There's no way I could accept that. That's also, how will I take care of that horse? You know, it's so extravagant. So I said no, of course. Eventually, he got a hold of my dad and worked it out with my dad, like what kind of horse to buy, and then showed me a picture of this horse and said, it's yours. It's coming here. I think it was being transported, and he said, you know, that he had my dad's help on it, picking it out. And, you know, I grew up on my dad's horses. You know, I grew up riding with my dad. So, you know, I had resisted for, I think, about like a month and a half or something of him kind of bringing up the idea and me saying, that's a crazy gift. No, thank you. No, that's incredibly generous, but I couldn't accept to. All of a sudden I had a cult.
So, so let's take you through 2012 and your relationship. Could you just describe for the jury a little bit about how that relationship evolved through 2012?
It was always intense. It didn't become intense. It almost started that way. When I was with him, you know, I felt that electricity in my body. I felt like butterflies. I couldn't, you know, I couldn't see straight practically. It was just, you know, I was head over heels in love. And he felt like that to me. He felt like he was also in love. I didn't feel like he was faking it. I felt like what we had, it felt like to me at the time, there wasn't any love like that, you know? I mean, and then he started to kind of do this thing again where he'd disappear and he'd come back. And I remember at first when he first started drinking, I didn't really think much of it, but all of a sudden the behavior kind of started to go in line with the disappearing, and he'd come back and he'd just be different. And I'd say something and he'd accuse me of saying something else or saying it in a different way, or he would, it was mostly my clothing at the time and me working. That was the main thing. Like, I found myself trying to not talk about auditions because it would change the mood so dramatically. I tried to, you know, he would make these comments about, you know, whoring myself out, but do so in the context of me acting, you know, and he would talk about other actresses who do my role in this way where they were worthless whores, that they were, you know, fame hungry, you know, expletive, you know, just this. The point is, it felt really dirty to be an actor. Never mind that he was one. It was dirty that I wanted to do this job that I wanted to do, and I was doing the job of an actress. It was every time I was walking out of the house, he would ask me, "That's really what you're wearing, kid? Oh, I see." You know, I wore a dress to an event once, and I felt beautiful in it. Like, stupid as that sounds, I felt pretty in this dress I picked out, and I showed it him because you know, it's a carpet, it's red carpet, so it's like, you know, publicized, and I kind of thought it was weird he wasn't saying anything about it. You know, I left him to go do this red carpet, and I was like, "Did you see the you know, the event I went to?" You know, basically, I felt pretty, and I thought, like, "Did you see that?" You know, I wanted him to say something about that, I guess. And he said, well, this is after he stopped talking to me for some time, didn't tell me why. When he came back in my life, he wouldn't explain why he was acting different. He just kind of acted mad at me didn't know what I had done wrong. And when I brought up the dress and the event, because it was an event to support a charity I was really involved with at the time, and I said, you know, did you see that thing? And he said, yeah, I think the whole world saw that kid. That's how they'll remember you. That's how the world will remember you. And I was like, oh, come on. I mean, it's like, but it, you know, I felt good in it. I felt good. And he said, yeah, kid, that's what you're putting out there in the world. No one will ever forget that. And that's all they'll see you as. That's what you wanted. That's what you were going for. You know, my dress was low cut. I get it. It's low cut. But I felt, you know, I felt really embarrassed and horrible that I wore that. I felt like, how could I have made that choice? Of course, you know, he's right. You know, you start to believe it. I started to believe that made a lot of sense, of course. But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it. And it continued. And then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things. He loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture is what it started with. Glass, threw glass at me, and I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it like very easily could have hit me. And that, calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word, it was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, you know, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it, he was done, cleaned himself up, he had done it before, and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this like wonderful, like almost like just unreal, like but real, you know, but unbelievably nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved, like I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize it too. And that was how, you know, our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
Do you remember the first time that he physically hit you?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about it.
It was it's seemingly so stupid, so insignificant. I will never forget it. It changed my life. I was sitting on the couch, and we were talking. We were having a normal conversation, you know, just, there was no fighting, no argument, nothing. And he was drinking, and I didn't realize at the time, but I think he was using cocaine because it was like there was a jar of cocaine out on the table. I realize that sounds weird, but it was like an actual vintage jar of it. But I didn't see him use it at the time, so I didn't really factor that in. I just, you know, he's drinking and we're talking, and there's music playing, and he's smoking cigarettes, and we're sitting next to each other on the couch. And I asked him about the tattoo he has on his arm. And to me, it just looked like black marks. I didn't know what it said. It just looked like muddled, faded tattoo that was hard to read. And I said, what does it say? And he said it says wino. It says wino. And I didn't see that. I thought he was joking. because it didn't look like it said that at all, and I laughed. It was that simple. I just laughed because I thought he was joking, and slapped me across the face. And I laughed. I laughed because I didn't know what else to do. I thought, this must be a joke. This must be a joke. Because I didn't know what was going on. I just stared at him, kind of laughing still, thinking that he was gonna start laughing too to tell me it was a joke, but he didn't. He said, "You think it's so funny? You think it's funny, bitch. You think you're a funny bitch." And he slapped me again. Like, it was clear it wasn't a joke anymore. And I stopped laughing, but I didn't know what else to do. You know, I didn't know what to do. You would think you would have a response, but I, as a woman, had never been hit like that. I'm an adult, and I'm sitting next to the man I love, and he slapped me for no reason, it seemed like, and I missed the point. It was that stupid. Second slap, I know he's not kidding, but I don't know what else to say or do, so I just stared at him. I didn't say anything, I didn't react, I didn't move or freak out or defend myself or say, "What are you doing? You're crazy." I just stared at him because I didn't know what else to do. And he slaps me one more time. Hard. I lose my balance. At this point, we're sitting next to each other on the edge of the couch, or I was on the edge of the couch. And I'm all of a sudden realizing that the worst thing has just happened to me that could possibly happen to you. I realized that I wish so much he had said he was joking, because it didn't hurt. It didn't physically hurt me. I was just sitting there on this carpet, looking at the dirty carpet, wondering how I wound up on this carpet and why I never noticed that the carpet was so filthy before, and I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't know what to say. I didn't know how to react. I just sat there thinking, how much time do I have to figure out what I need to do? Because, God, did he just hit me? No, I didn't want to leave him. I didn't want this to be the reality. I didn't want to have the man I was in love with. I know you don't come back from that. You know, I'm not dumb. I know you can't hit a woman. You can't hit a man. You can't hit anyone. You can't just hit somebody because I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart, because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I'd leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. But I was just looking at the dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door, because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up, and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like, I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, "I will never do that again. I'm so sorry, baby. I put the fucker away. I thought I killed it, and it's done. I thought I put the monster away, and I've done it before. It's done." But on his knees. And I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. he seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos, like everyone else. And I got up in my car, I walked to the car, I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. I got up, I went to the car, I sat in my car, and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window. And I remember just seeing my breath on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time, and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
And what did you do after that?
I don't know. I don't remember what I did when I got home. I don't remember. I went to my therapist. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain it as to what she may have told her.
I went home, and a few days later, started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny, you know, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, you know, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, you know, he understood I could never forgive him and it was done. So I felt kind of safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, you know, yeah, we'll talk. I think I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple of cases, actually, of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about, which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never, at that time, dream of affording, you know. And we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. That he put this thing away. He killed the fucker, is what he said to me over and over again. I put that fucker away. I killed that monster. I'll kill it again. It's done. I'll never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him, so I chose to.
Chose to stay in the relationship?
Yeah, I did. I believed it, but, you know, I believed it wouldn't, I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
And so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So, just, is this a good time? You want to
You can keep going a little longer, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So could you please describe for the jury the evolution of your relationship after that time with Johnny?
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost, you know, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, you know, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. Nothing was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. You know, what I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. This is when I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over. And by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else, and then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? You know, if I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row, and when I came back, he was angry at me, you know, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably, like, at first it was indirect, and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head, which is a constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, you know, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, you know, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never, the normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him, and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again, and shove me back down. Eventually, he just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him. And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry,
What number?
defendants 1783?
1783, thank you.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes. As embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became.
Amber, let me ask it a different way.
Thank
you. Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection. May we approach?
Sure.
I like the sounds of crying without the crying. That's very interesting. You know, there's always been a weak spot in her acting ability. She's never been able to cry on cue. She has the power of, again, she's bringing in the feels without the facts, though. The feels without the facts. A lot of the story, like when you listen to it, it sounds like the focus on the carpet. It sounds like a Lifetime movie. Like you get all of the pieces in there, but the carpet. I kept thinking, how did I get here on this dirty carpet? I don't know. I'm curious how people will take this. I'm curious how that'll go over when we'll have to talk about all of it. I mean, I wonder how the jury will look at all of that. I mean, she can't cry. Like that's her problem. She cannot cry. Her sounds and everything were there. They lasted Approximately 12 to 13 seconds. She made one
Would you
actual
please
sniffle that sounded wet,
describe
but
for the jury some of the cycles you had with Mr. Depp through 2012?
she must have either
So
lost
in
that one.
2012, the violence was pretty, relative to what it became, pretty, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person. That was a person I had had something with, and I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him, so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down. It seemed like I'd walk away, and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair, or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me, then he would smash things very close to me, and then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me, or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I tried to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, it was mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it, but at the time in 2012, he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, disappear, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life, and with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that, and it would feel great, and we would be good again, and he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving, and then we'd be back in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually I'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I had to get good at paying attention to the different versions of him. 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she can
Objection,
say if
hearsay.
I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right, right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
So words, man. A defense built out of words.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
That's what you're going to run into, an entire defense predicated on words. You know? Again, built on therapists. The therapists who are, again, your advocates. They're not they're not medical doctors. They are mental health professionals. Not one therapist, again, that felt duty bound to warn anyone. Like I could tell a therapist anything. People will tell you anything. You know, that's the thing. They'll tell you a lot of falsity too. They will tell you a lot of falsity as a therapist, because a therapist is a good weapon. Like her testimony, again, one of the things, like, people are conditioned to listen to this kind of stuff. And again, we go with the feel over the idea of facts. And that is a difficult thing for Johnny Depp to overcome. It is always going to be a difficult thing, you know? You have Hollywood. You have elitist, white woman, tears. That is a powerful, powerful thing with a story. You know, a story, anyone can come up with a story like this. You know, that's the inherent danger of something like that. They're powerful. It's a tale that people automatically want to empathize with. You know, they automatically, and a lot of people have been through things like this, and they want to empathize with that too. You know. In society, I would say, like, as far as she wants empathy from the females, that's why she has talked about all of her sisters uniting, women uniting around her, and she's done that rallying cry since 2016. She did that a few times, in fact, and men stand up and defend. So it is scary, though, if you think about this as a false allegation when you're looking at it. Then you think that other people were brought in as early as 2012. Here's one thing you have to ask yourself, too. So Johnny Depp, he assumed that she would keep her mouth shut in 2012. He would risk the entirety of everything. She actually made a statement that really made it sound like she was trying to say that he had done this before. Because, you know, some of her wording, it just... I mean, some of her wording there. Anybody that can forge a story, though, that's, like I said, in our society nowadays, especially, that can be something that, again, it could destroy your lives. The punching right over her head. I mean, again, if you listen to...
Did you decide to confide in your mother about the issues you were having with Mr. Depp?
I think I felt safe talking to my mom because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me for staying with him, for loving him. Even though this was happening and was happening to me, I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp and the physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
I sustain as a compound.
When did you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse, the psychological abuse, the kind of control, the disappearing, the not knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing. I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner. So I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get brought to his house, typically in a secretive way. And then he'd come to mine in a secretive way. And it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing. And then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently. First I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was. The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage that this man had, and why it was
Objection,
pointed
Your
at
Honor.
me.
Hearsay. May we approach, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break, so please do not talk about the case. We're doing the outside research. Okay, we'll see you soon.
All right, so they're going to go break. Man. Here, let's see what people think about this so far. I mean, it's again, the problem is I'm being real about it. The problem is you've got to overcome the story. You as a person who is listening to this stuff, is sitting there. Imagine someone beating you, and I mean, we've seen the evidence. Second. Muting them out real quick. All right. So imagine, like I say, you're the person that had all this stuff happen to you. Imagine you were put through this, and then you have to listen to someone come out there and weave a tale. And part of that tale, she's actually put in a few things that work for her favor. Like, for example, she said, there were so many things that happened, I can't remember when that came in. And the reason that she would do that is because her timeline in the prior case, she and her sister messed up their timeline so much that they had a lot of they had some truly bad issues with their timeline, and it cost them. And it cost them big. If they would have been in a case like this where you could have taken them to task, they would have been screwed, just to be honest. I mean, they would have absolutely been screwed. Denise Clark Custom Art, I saw your statement where you said you worry about the tears. I don't think anyone is going to fall for overacting way too much. The problem is you underestimate men. You underestimate men and their want to protect, and you estimate, that women and their want to empathize. I think there are a lot of people that will do that. You have to be careful with that. I hope that people see through it, but man, it's scary at the same time there. Anderson Garcia, thanks for the 2. I'm playing the world's smallest violin. Oh man, you play such good, useful music too. Digital Demonic Davros, thanks for the 5. How is she even allowed to bring up things that cannot be corroborated? Because this is just, he said, she said, not testimony. Well, that's exactly what's going to be here. It's going to be, she says that this happened. She has no proof of it. She's going to bring in some pictures, which she says, this correlates with this time, or this correlates with that time. That's all she has. I mean, that's it. That is literally this entire case. That's why a lot of stuff is not being allowed in, because it's hearsay testimony, you know. She also threw her dad under the bus as a domestic abuser. Hey, thanks for the 10. She looked at someone and said, yeah, and then shrugged. Who did she do that to? Who was talking to her on the witness stand? She can't be talking to anyone but her lawyers, right? Yeah, she must have been talking to a lawyer. So I couldn't tell who that was pointed out there. Shabaka Wookie, or it could have also been a note when she was speaking. Maybe the lady in the front couldn't hear. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell who that was. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. I'd never been hit like that before. Yeah, my dad gave her PTSD. I wish I'd stood up myself, but she did a lot. I wished I would have left my butt. Well, yeah, I'm curious about her childhood PTSD. Like, how did she have childhood? How did her childhood and abuse bring up PTSD when she wasn't abused? Like, I'm very fascinated by the idea of the childhood PTSD now, because I don't understand how she could have had such a traumatic experience in childhood without there being some type of abuse. No hitting, no nothing. Like what's she insinuating? Scott Wiggum thinks of 5. Fingers crossed the jury is entirely composed of sips and misandrists. Yeah, you wonder. A lot of people know who Johnny Depp is, you know, and that comes into, and Cross is a big thing as well. Evil Sock, thanks for the 10. I hope Depp releases his drawings after the case. Yeah, I'd like to see what all he was working on there. I'd love to get a hold of one of those. I wonder if I could get a hold of one of those. I wonder what. Let me see. Let me see if I can ask somebody what. Like, I'd like to know, like, I saw a couple of little like things at a table, but I'd love to like actually see what he's working on, you know, throughout all of that. I'm looking at some of the, you know, she definitely beat him. She admitted it. See, here's one of her problems. She admits abuse. She has to. She was seen, unlike Depp, who never had anybody witness him do anything. She had people witness her. Like, again, she had to admit that she punched him in the face because Travis McGivern saw it. He was there. She reached over his back and hit him in the face. You know, and I like how destruction of property has become this abuse, this foundation where it's used for anything. Man, like again, this stuff disgusts me because I know. Hey, Pop Topic, what's up? Thanks for the 20. How you doing, Pop Topic? People should check Pop Topic out. Like I said, they came up with some really good stories throughout this. Like, they were the ones that really threw down a thread that went to the visa being removed, for example, which I would say, from what we heard, that was true in Australia, very much so. They threw down other things like the Aquaman connection. Like, again, Australia got punished, too, by social media for just being in Australia, basically. So you should check them out, though. She's adding too many pointless details to her testimony. Dirty carpet, breathing on the windshield, texture of the walls. There are clear signs of deceit. Any criminal profiler will tell you. Yeah, you know, she's an actress. She doesn't understand. Here's the thing. Building your tale out of acting, you know, what's my line versus living your tale. Amy, thanks for the super chat there. She will get destroyed on cross, believe me. Well, that's what's going to happen. Like, really, you got to, the true case comes down to cross, I think. Tristan, thanks for the 2. Men have to believe. All teary Fs. I raise my boy better. Yeah, a lot of people do. It's how you leverage accusations. You've got to remember, you have to have accusation, amplification of the accusation. That's where the media and other tools, social media, they play a role. Then you have to have people that believe it. And that's what we're talking about with people that go in and defend or, you know, simp or whatever. Nicole, thanks for the 10. I'm a survivor of DV in all forms by my ex-husband. Just thinking about one instance of DV by him, and I can't describe it as well as she just did. I feel deeply she's lying, and it has me mad. Yes, that's exactly what people should feel. You should be pissed off about it. because again, she's taking your claim. She's listened to people. She's tried to take, but she's tried to make it more powerful. She's trying that recollection. You like too how a 22-year-old is telling me that. Okay, so she's telling me at 22 she was listening to eclectic blues, eclectic jazz. She was reading eclectic books. Again, she has this refined taste. I do not buy her being that. Can a 22-year-old? Sure. Her? No. Can't buy it. Coffee lover 2. And the Oscar goes to someone else. Chris Picks, thanks for the 5. I'll be rejecting all knife gifts going forward. Indeed. Okay, thanks for the super chat. I have a problem listening to this. I turn it off and on. Yeah, I think it's important. Like, one of the things, if you know this story especially, it's important to listen to because you'll see the flaws in it. And you can see the new additions. I heard quite a few new additions that have never been in that story before. I heard quite a few of them. And I thought, man, the punching the wall thing is kind of new. Like, so much, like, added on to it. The carpet, again, you can go in and compare that to. There are transcripts of what was there in UK 2020. So you can compare it, contrast it, see what's there. Logan Hammock, thanks for the $1 there. Super chat, no statement, plenty of statement backing. Thank you. DL, thanks for the 5 there. Confused. Was on call. She has no child abuse. That's then how borderline. Sorry, I missed AH. She didn't bring it in. Like, she just said that she had never experienced anyone hitting her or anything. So, but she's supposed to have PTSD, that she was reporting symptoms from childhood. So again, I'm very confused about how that built up. Like, what exactly supposedly went on in childhood that was haunting, that did that? Again, her voice though. See, what carries, like, her voice works. She's an actress. Like, you can tell, like, her voice is trained to understand certain portions of it. So she gets part of this. The thing is, she doesn't get it all. She doesn't get it all at all. I mean, that's where she has her issue. The childhood PTSD thing. So she says there's a note of it, and I'm gonna have to read through it. They brought it up on the screen. This is actually okay. So here's the screenshot of her childhood PTSD report. Right here. So she reported moderate, threshold for traumatic events in childhood. She reported difficulty dismissing memories. Like I said, I'd like to read all of the notation because it's really, it's hard to read there. I'd need to blow it up and actually read it to see what was supposed to be there. But her daddy was supposed to be a drug addict and all of this other stuff. Like, she went through this whole tale, David McGill, thanks for the 449. He was drinking all this tea. Island was flooded with tea. Poor fella have a cup apiece without turd making a problem. I'm telling you, I knew they were going to build his substance abuse up and they were going to do it quickly. It's interesting how fast they went to violence. Like, they didn't even build a relationship, really. Oh yeah, there was some whirlwind romance, but at the same time, he was beating her behind the scenes the whole time. The entire time he was beating her. The entire time. Just lunacy there. Hey, Laura B, what's up? Thanks for the 5. Tug, I'm a survivor, and I see your BS. Do you think it's normal people perceive some fakeness? Yeah, but I'm telling you, like, the fact that she is an actress, the fact that she can carry her story to a certain level is hard to is harder to dismiss than if just somebody else got up there and faked, because actors fake for a living. So the thing is, she's missing a lot of the details. Like, for myself, my ears are like, I could smell the fakery. I can see it in her face. Like, her face gives her away. That's a big part of it. Her face gives her away, Let's see. Christina, thanks for the 2. LL, what tears? Exactly. Anita Taylor, thanks for the 2. Wish Johnny's ex could testify to no abuse. I'm shocked that they did not bring in Vanessa Paradis. She did give a declaration. I can't believe they didn't bring her in. Christine, thanks for the 2. She has an earpiece in. Does she have an earpiece in? I couldn't tell. I'll look at her again when I see her up there. We'll see what she's got going on. Produced by J the 12. Thanks for the buck there. No statement, plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Doke Shop, Doke Academy. Thank you for the super chat. No statement again for that one, but plenty of statement, like I say, in backing. Thank you for backing the channel. Christina's Bags, thank you for the 5. She gets no empathy. You can clearly tell she's lying. Carolyn Starr, thanks for the 14. Tug, I noticed a big bruising on her face. Left side is dark. I guess she got in a brawl with her girlfriend. Eve Barlow, why did you do that, Eve? God. You better watch it, man. She'll be on the stand one day testifying against her. No, actually, she wouldn't need to be on the stand because Eve Barlow, she doesn't have the money to fight that. Kiko, thanks for the 5. I asked my granny, who knows nothing about the case, to watch her testimony, and she said she's lying. Why are her cheeks bruised? I said that's implants. Yeah, when you look at her face, she always looks like she has bruises on her. Always. Logan Hammock, thanks for the 5. If she told her therapist about the supposed abuse from Johnny Depp, then why didn't they report it to the police? They have to report crimes. They actually don't have to report unless they see signs of abuse. They do not have to report with it, depending on how it's reported. It's all in the distinction of how it's reported. Go and read up. It depends on the state too, but go and read on your state on reporting laws. If it's the elderly or children and it's injury, there's a difference, but you don't have to report. So again, what they're telling me is they didn't see any real signs of anything. That's a big portion of that. Shabaka Woogie, thanks for the 7 there. I need a mega pint, a box wine, while eating a muffin, and tea while sitting on a couch drinking my. I thought it was really kids doing my makeup. I said drinking my makeup. Did I miss anything? These sentences are long now. Some of her stuff. Like her stories are way, I know her stories are way descriptive. Like JD's, okay, here's what I could do. Even though he was talking about, he would talk, he would converse, he would bring out a lengthy statement, but at the same time, I could clip what he said and post it online. With her stuff, I'm having to pick and choose because the detailing is, like I said, it's overly broad. Going again, the carpet, the obsession with that, like I said, that reeks of a fake tale. Reeks of it. Any Virus Dictionary, thanks for the 2. Crying and agitated to listen to her. Yeah, you just remember, when you look at it, remember there will be a story that is spun by the media, and they will definitely spin the white woman tears. They will definitely spin the Hollywood elitist white woman tears. All of those pieces are part of it. And again, even if you met that criteria, that doesn't mean you do that. But it's, Hollywood, they only pick a certain type of beauty standard. That's a big thing. Elitist, again, she can have the finery. She can afford the best. So her clothing and stuff works out for her. Hair, all of that. Again, all of it, and being Hollywood too. Again, that if it goes into the presentation. So when I throw that in, I think all those points they meet there. I would be curious how the jury looks at it right now. Southern Take, thanks for the 5. She testified at the UK trial. Was the toughest thing she'd ever been through. Sounds like a true rape survivor. Yeah, exactly. Being on the stand is, she's like, I'm enduring my experience again. Well, your experience, yeah. Tanya, thanks for the 2. The punch in the wall was from a Marilyn Manson video. That's interesting, actually. What's fascinating to me, again, there's a lot of stuff in here that we've never heard before because it didn't exist in claims before. Just added it. Amanda R., thanks for the 5. I consider myself a nonviolent person, but I would have a hard time controlling myself around her. Johnny is a saint. Yeah, you see that condescension. Look at, you really want to see what she's like, especially around the time. Go and look at that 2016 video. She's had 6 years to rehearse this story. when she started telling this story. Look at her in 2016. I wish we could bring that story up. I really wish they could play that, because her from that then, oh my God. Amanda R., thanks for the 5. I consider, I got that one. Thank you again, Amanda, though. Chrissy B., thanks for the 5 there. May the 4th be with you. I forgot it was May the 4th, actually. Except Amber, she's a Jar Jar. I forgot it was like on the 4th area. Like, see, what's today? I don't even remember the date. Is it the 4th? Yeah, I guess it is the 4th. My God, I didn't remember that. Thank you for that. Thank you for reminding me it's the 4th. Laura Kelly, thanks for the 2 and the super sticker. Appreciate that. Tristan Lee, thanks for the 2. All real victims know she's a fraud, period. James Ford, thank you for the 5. Did you notice she was told in front? Did you notice she told on herself in her first sentence on the stand, he's suing me for an op-ed I wrote? Yes, actually, that was okay, you want a really good telling part that came up? Listen to that first sentence that the first statement that she made on the stand. She absolutely did bring it up. All right, we're back. Hey, Anna Lee, by the way, thank you. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the membership, too. Welcome to Tugs Thugs. I'm pulling the thing up right now while I'm talking to you, too. I'm getting it lined up. They're just bringing the jury back in first anyway, so we got plenty of time to situate. I like how she tries to look sympathetic, man, and it makes her just look raggedy. She wants to look worn down and stuff, too. And she probably is worn down a bit. She probably is worn down a bit mentally, you know? Keegan, thanks for the 5. You spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears covering AH. What would happen overall for you to feel that your hard work had been worthwhile? I think my hard work has been worthwhile, just seeing the change in the way that the public sees it, you know? I think just seeing how many people actually support the idea.
Thank you.
And have told the story outside of it.
Your next question.
Thank you,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
we're back.
Amber, I'm going to take you up to March of 2013. Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I remember that was after a period of some peace, and then he and sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we I want to send a picture to your dad of support," because my sister was upset with my dad. And so he poured a shot and kind of said, "Let's take a picture." I don't drink spirits, but I know that, you know, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He had broken this long period of sobriety that I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever. Sounds foolish now, but I, you know, held up this kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad because, you know, I didn't know what else to do. And I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking. And then the month got really crazy from that point on. It was a bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, well, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of being with them, and then he was accusing me of being with my friend, the one I had seen in Spain. I'm, you know, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me. You know, hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting about the accusations. I'm trying to diffuse the situation by trying to tell him I'm not sleeping with this person and I'm not sleeping with that person. And it was kind of, as soon as it seemed as though I had convinced him of one, there was somebody else he was sure I was sleeping with. And it was a revolving door at that time. A painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my ex, who's an artist. That was, one day he was convinced that was proof I was sleeping with her or having an affair with her. I didn't really love him. And all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot, and he's kind of saying, let's send it to your dad to show support. And what I remember of March is just like an it's almost like it was a never-ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get to the point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done with it and he's ready to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of like pure joy. And it was one fight after the other, March.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
As I mentioned, the painting, which had been hanging there for months, one day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is not in and of itself that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point. You know, like he stays up and keeps weird hours and smokes and stuff. But he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine, and it was like, it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making sense. He had effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for. It meant I was having an affair with my ex-partner, with whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, you know, it's been there, and what are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, you know, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful, luckily, because he was not, he wasn't with one of those normal, what do you call them, Bic lighters. He wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of ridiculous fight, like didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could do, nothing I could say. I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Tom Waits.
Well, let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Yes, 161 with redactions.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. And the date on this is 3/12/2013, and it's a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should know there exists a book. Is that to you? Is it to Mr. Depp from you, or it's vice versa?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? And I'm not going to repeat the rest of it. Could you tell the jury what happened on that Friday night?
There were, like I said, there was a few different incidents in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which are one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we'd sometimes go there. I remember he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He like called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, you know, it was, you know, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood on the wall. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this, I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, you know, I didn't internalize, like, I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, you know, I don't make a big deal out of, you know, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible because and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of, you know, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down and bring up 170A. Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I'd been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 170A in evidence. You can publish the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown Johnny slapped me. I walked away from him, and that made it worse. We got into like a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I picked up I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm. And he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment, and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170? Michelle, and if we can, and just to start, it's 3/23/2013, and if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go, scroll down and then.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
Let's wait until we get to the spot. All right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text.
With no words?
Well, it says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to her mom
May
for
we
the
approach,
date?
Your Honor?
Okay.
All right. So we get a random arm mark. Unless they better have another picture here that I've never heard about, because you know what? She said that Johnny Depp pummeled her face, basically. And in that one picture, we don't have any facial marks whatsoever. And that's, that kind of, like I said, it doesn't fit there. They're trying to admit items from the mom, by the way, and the mom's deceased. So that is you can't cross her. You could say anything that you want about conversations about the mother, because again, the mother's not here to actually say anything about that one way or the other. Amber, oh man.
All right, 170 will be in evidence with redactions.
You lying, you a liar. Let's see it.
And may we publish to the jury, please?
All right.
And that's the picture you sent to your mom
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd, 2013?
Yes, it was from a previous fight,
Okay.
the bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes, we had a couple of these fights in Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't, can you tell them what you mean by orange, at Orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it was an apartment, what type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex, so it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting, I'm sorry.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And I didn't want to admit to it because it's not true. So I held out, and he just drank more and did more cocaine. And I woke up the next morning, I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze. And I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't gonna be able to talk him out of it. And he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or at the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, everyone was wondering where he was. And I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time. And at the time, she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. Eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had plans, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs, we get in the car, we're on the way there. We're headed up Sweetzer's the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street, and he has the window down, he's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but he's constantly smoking, and at some point he starts howling out of the window and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog and one was my dog, but he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal while holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was torn as to what I should do, because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. It was just this eerie moment where he's howling and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. No one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one reacted. They just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed about.
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Just don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, so we get him there. And no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him, and everyone smiles and says, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A? I think, is B the one that's in? 167B is already in, right?
I think they include the animals because
Oh,
they
it's
don't
in.
have
Okay, go
kids,
ahead.
so they're their surrogate kids. You can't claim child abuse, so what's the next best thing?
Does Your
Animal
Honor
abuse.
show that one to be in 167A? Defendants, sorry.
Well, this might be your 167A, but it's an evidence as a plaintiff's number, and I'm not sure which plaintiff's number it is. I don't need it in twice, so.
I would agree. Do we?
Your Honor, I don't think it's this version of the photograph that's been admitted, so
It's a different version,
it's a
same
different-
photograph, but a little different, is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the
All
same
right, well,
photograph, then we'll go with it. Then what
Okay.
number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 167A.
167A, any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure.
I can't wait for the cross on this picture. They're going to talk about this is the cocaine and the tampon applicator on the table, the cocaine box, all of that stuff. I think that's what they're going to put in now. Again, you notice, like we get a random story. I'm really confused about the arm thing too, because she said, he pummeled her face. And yet she took a picture of her arm and she doesn't have any marks on her face. But then she said it was from an incident before. Like her story is all over the place.
Is in evidence you can publish.
So may we publish that? Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, and Amber, you said that you took this that morning, is that
Yes.
correct? Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay, and what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay. And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold colored liquor?
Yes, they're different, actually. It's confusing. They're different, different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, they're Barocca, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
So what is the bag, the brown bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his prescriptions and cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it, there appears to be a CD of some sort, DVD, something. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single, I believe is what it's called, the single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time, and was like, look at my morning.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct?
I
Let's
sent
go
it
to
to my friend.
167, please.
God, I hope
And
they
is
ask her about the
that the
applicator.
email in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22,
Yes.
2013? Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, so we'll do those redactions, 167 and evidence with redactions.
All right. And may we publish, please? All right, and is this the text message, the email that you sent to Rocky with this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to, let's go to Hicksville. Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
It's a fancy trailer park, like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere, set up with these little trailers, and we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were gonna do, like laffy, as we said, laffy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do out there. It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert, with a few friends and campfire and music. And I don't know somebody brought MDMA. It was being passed around, and somebody who took it kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire, all of us, and she kind of just leaned into me and put her, head on my shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. And I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically before I really felt anything of the effects of that. But that was the environment we were in, and as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts, well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, that it was a joke, but he was like, hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more. And I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke, but she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. He says, "Hey man, you think you're touching my fucking girl? You think you're touching my fucking girl? That's my fucking girl." And he gets louder and louder. And she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, "Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh?" And he kind of held her and she just looked frozen. And she's crying and was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating the, in asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of lying about it, and that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just turned all that, it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, just screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. And I realized that he's just probably really high. Because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And he says, "You know what I'm fucking talking about. You know what I'm fucking talking about. Be honest with me. Where are you hiding it?" And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him and I said, like, what am I hiding and where am I gonna hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, what it feels like patting me down or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and it's just one of those things I was like, I just finished that dress. And he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs, he rips my underwear off, and then he proceeds to do. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something? It made no sense. And he was telling me we're gonna conduct a cavity search, shall we? Like, just shoved his fingers inside me. I just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there.
No tear.
While he did that, he just twisted his fingers around. I didn't say, like, stop or anything.
So the next morning, what transpired?
I remember thinking that Johnny would change his mind. And it would be, yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. I remember just wanting whatever fucking weird trip, whatever trip that was to end, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park, and I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time, and no one knew what was, I felt so lonely, like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away. That just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176?
That's some monstrous shit to accuse somebody of. She remembered to correct the profanity, though. You notice that?
The next bill was in May of 2013. Did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading, and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Man, this is awful. As somebody that has worked in victim advocacy forever, the damage that this will do is unreal. I mean, it is unreal. The amount of damage that this will do to people wanting to come forward with their stories. This will set people back decades because nobody wants to believe anyone anymore. And it's stuff just like this. Because again, when you hear this, I mean, and the trust that this destroys between people, because everyone's afraid that they're going to end up with someone like this in their lives. I mean, again, Hicksville has gone from a story about Johnny Depp trashing something and arguing to Johnny Depp threatening to snap some chick's arm. Who was she, by the way? Never know. We've never heard from her, but that becomes about snapping someone's arm to a story of sexual assault.
In June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit taken away from? Sure. Thank you.
By June, I was so torn. I was so in love with this person because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was, but he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful thing that would come out and take over. And it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing. And no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body, he'd lose control, and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick. And then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved, that made me feel like my soulmate. As cheesy as that sounds, I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something, that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me, and I believed it. If everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person, and I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age, I 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope and like promise. I had so much hope. You know, the whole thing. Kids and growing old together, sort of hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do, which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection,
because I
hearsay.
thought,
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll vote for that.
I've been telling people she's writing
I wrote
letters
that
to
letter
herself.
because I thought it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, you know, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he did, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Did there come a time later in June that you finally met Johnny's kids?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I finally met them in the summer of 2013. I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe like a year and a half at this point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, you know, dying to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. You know, Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them. And I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland. Summer 2013.
So then I'm going to jump to, and it's not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about that particular event.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe, ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I could maybe be the fun girlfriend. And I learned the hard way that was not happening.
So what happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing that seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant Johnny offered her some, she of course said no, and then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine, so she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, was kind of, I'm a woman, he's a man, so she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of reacts in a way like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify, and he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there'd be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, normally hangs out, and the doors close, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, and I don't really remember, I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was gonna aim at me, because he had this particular thing about, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride, at least I didn't say anything, to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, we'd given her drugs, wasn't an affair, wasn't, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. Again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my
Objection,
nose.
hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection.
He gestures to my nose.
No.
And holds out his handkerchief, like a
He's
cloth
dead.
handkerchief. And I instantly just felt really embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and it, as embarrassing as it is, I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but like the emotional part, I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was, that he could hurt me, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride, the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat. And he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of like, he was upset, he was emotional, and he just, that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just like maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
Thank you.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking, and was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily Rose said.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you can tell gestures,
Sorry.
you can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said, okay?
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a face, chest forward way, like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. It was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary, the way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry, and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions or observations.
That's
but you can't
garbage.
say what Lily Rose said.
Oh, dance around
Lily
it.
Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic,
Garbage.
like almost like a panic attack, like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realize that he, kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him, I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that he could fucking kill me. And that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in me more than I could fucking kill you. It just sounded like hyperbole. It sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me, well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind, and we were taking off. And I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely. And I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
So
It is already into evidence.
he
Your Honor,
choke
so
slams her
I'll
against the
publish it to
wall,
jury.
but it hurts her feelings.
And
Her
I'm going to
feelings.
ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point to
is
break for
probably-
the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for
Yeah,
today.
we have something to
Again,
talk about
do not
today.
read anything about this case, do not do any outside research, and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good evening, we'll see you in the morning, okay? Thank you.
So her proof of injury and assault are text messages, by the way. Look at this right here. This proves that I was assaulted. I like what she said there. She said he choked me and grabbed me by the neck. He told me he could effing kill me. And I was an embarrassment. And I remember
And
thinking,
again, ma'am, since you're still in the
I love
stand, you
this.
cannot discuss your testimony with anybody to include your attorneys, okay? All right, anything further before?
No
All right,
tears.
we'll see you in the morning.
She tried crying. You can't cry on shed low. You can't cry on cue. All right, I'm taking them off the. Oh man! Oh man! Oh man! I swear, she can't cry on cue though. She can't cry on cue. She can't cry on cue. That's what I'm learning about her. She cannot cry. She can do a lot of crap, but she can't cry. Let me pop the chat up here so I can. Oh my goodness! What do you folks think about that? This stuff is. I'm just gonna say this bluntly and rawly. Okay, this pisses me off a bit because number one, what a bunch of bullshit. I mean, just straight up, what a bunch of bullshit. Because she has no injury in any of these stories. She also weaponized Jerry Judge. The man's dead. Jerry Judge can't be brought up here to rebuke this stuff. The judge should have never allowed that in because he pointed or nodded. Who gives a shit? She used a dead man. Like, he can't get in here and say, no, that didn't happen. You're not supposed to be able to do that. The judge should have struck that. Oh, he motioned. Oh, right. Oh, you can bring up motions anytime. No. No, no, no. The reality is that she has no proof any of this went on. So she was like, Johnny Depp has never had a woman accuse him of hurting him. In this story, we've heard him attack 3 women so far. We have Amber Heard. We have some random woman in Hicksville whom we don't know. She's never testified to anything. And we have a flight attendant who apparently he threatened to break both of their arms. But they've never gone to the tabloids. They've never talked about this whatsoever. Even though this would be a juicy, salacious tidbit, and they'd get paid well, we never had either one of those women move forward either. We just have these random tales of violence, you know. Oh, watch him go, watch him roll, watch him beat up these random people. And she's allowed to bring this up in court. I mean, it is boggling my mind, man. Like, how the hell? How the hell is that allowed? The theatrics. Like, again, she accuses a lot of things. She pretends she's going to cry. I wish I may, I wish I might, but I can't shed a tear tonight, right? What a mess. It pisses me off, though. It very much does. Oh, Lordy. Saw it. Thanks for the 5 there. I love the way Johnny didn't even look at her. Kept his eyes down in age. Kept winging mumbly on. Made no sense. The jury's not stupid. You hope. I mean, you know, he weaponized the kids. Again, you hope the She named the random from Hicksville, Kelly Sue. Yeah, but there's no Kelly Sue. We've never had them appear or speak, is what I mean. Like they're just a random name out there that's never come forward, never identified themselves, never said, "Yeah, Johnny Depp tried to break my arm." That's what I mean. They just like these faceless, nameless rabble, just some random name. Again, who is that? I don't know. Johnny Depp couldn't remember a Kelly Sue. Like he said, there was a woman that was touching on Amber and stuff, and he was not happy about that. And it turns into this, not just that, but we heard our first allegation of sexual assault. Body cavity search. My God, man. Tug, how do you think Cross will go? I think they're going to tear her apart. They better. Do you think she'll crack under pressure, gaslight Johnny's lawyers and the jury? I see it coming personally. Yeah, they better do a good job with it. That's the thing. They better do a good job taking it apart because it is a mess, Are you willing to tell me she has PTSD? Exactly. Black Samurai 954. Thanks for the 5. She's trying, hence she's trying, hence the fact she's wearing blue. Authority, structure, communication, dependability, trust, and loyalty. Yeah, that I for the longest time I always found industrial psychology fascinating. The psychology of selling something to the customer, and that involves you are a customer. People are selling you things all the time. It doesn't just mean products like a Coke can, although there's billions in that a year. I mean, there's a lot of money invested in it. The first thing, like when you look at that, talking about what she's wearing, like color coordination and goes into that. The first act of industrial psychology anyone ever goes back to is the storefront window. Storefronts were just used to store crap. And then L. Frank Baum, the guy who wrote The Wizard of Oz, he used to write a newsletter as well. He writes this thing about the storefront window, talking about how you could use it as display place. And lo and behold, bam, that sells products. That's why you have companies like Macy's to do that. And that extends into a whole branch of psychology where you go into colors, how to influence. And it's astounding stuff. That's what that was mentioning. I've always found that fascinating. Thanks for the 5. No statement. Plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Oliver is back. Whoop, a jump. Sorry about that. Gotta find that again. Oliver is back. Thanks for the 2. Dr. Curry was bang on. Go Tug. Justice for Johnny. Yep. She was right exactly about that. Tuner 96, thanks for the 5. She can make her voice tearful, but not her eyes. I hate her so much. I know, like her voice. It's the same thing she does in acting. That's the thing I said would happen when she testified. I figured it'd be like that. Frank LaBella, thanks for the 5. Is there a script for our next movie? And under Indy, still no tears. Exactly. Hey, what's up, Flash, man? Thanks for the 20. Make sure, again, check out Flash. Flash has been covering this with videos while we're looking at it live. And I like that. I like it from the perspective of what's going on outside of the courtroom. What's being perceived there, but also how people are seeing it, how people are being influenced by it. So go over to Yellow Flash 2. Check out his videos as they come up. Definitely support indie journalists, too. Make sure that stuff gets out to the masses for sure. But Flash, thanks for the 20 there. All the headlines are going to have pictures of her fake crying and throwing Depp under the bus. This is such bullshit. Not one tear, and they will lie. Of course, men don't matter. Men are only currency that matters when. And they'll use him for currency to ruin his career. They have already. I mean, that's the problem with a man standing up and telling the truth. Oh my God, he's trying to, and they'll throw whatever nastiness. It's so nasty. Oh, I can't stand these people. All right, Sapphire Flame, thanks for the 2. I hope JD's side sends a female lawyer after her. That's what's going to happen, I bet. Yes, Ro, thanks for the 2. We love you, Johnny. Man, Johnny Depp's what a mess to have to deal with. Michael Gallops, thanks for the 5. I hope they hire a better actress to play Amber Heard in the movie. Exactly. Maybe Photoshop some tears. That's true, man. She's had enough implants and stuff. Maybe they took out her tear ducts. Just a lead. Thanks for the 5. No, jury is swayed. Now she says whatever. Adds animal abuse, body cavity. Jury's on her side now. Opinions, logically, it makes me sick. I don't know what the you can overdo it, I think, with the jury. Like, you know why they added, again, I was saying this, you know why they added animal abuse, in my opinion, is because they have no children. They don't have children together. She weaponized his kids. I was just a caring, doting stepmother here, and I was moving out the children and trying to save them the entire time. I was trying to save them, but they don't have kids together. If they did, she would have had him hanging the kids out the windows. So, Elizabeth Stafford, thanks for the 2. Who else can clearly she's acting and badly? Hopefully the world, because man, phew. Many thanks for the 5. The behavioral panel covered her. Please watch it. Fascinating. To check that out. Reverend Jack, thanks for the 5. Amber was recounting stories step by step, exactly how our doctor. Yeah. That actually was, I thought it was fascinating. I mentioned that when I was clipping some of this stuff on Twitter. So the knife story, she recounted it word for word with the excuses. The doctor was just there to reinforce word by word some of her stories. So when she threw them out, you'd hear that. The doctor yesterday explained the steps of how a woman thinks she can change a man. Seems sus. It is, very much so. She was just there, like I say, as a buffer. And, oh, what a mess. Like I said, what a mess indeed. Hello, P. Thanks for the 449. Did JD's team solve the issue with Hughes' wrong folder? Did you see that on Popcorn Planet? She did not give the right notes. I saw that. Actually, I saw it on Twitter is where I saw that. Like when it first came up. Yeah, I don't know if that became like something that they brought up in any way, though. I've not heard about them bringing it up in any way, shape, or form. So we'll see if they do or they don't. Lilith, thanks for 5. I went to Johnny Depp's Instagram. The comment section says enough. They don't believe Amber for 1 second. I'm curious what I need to look on the, let's see what the mainstream media is saying about Amber Heard. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I can guess, but let's find out. Let me see. Wow, actually, let's see. Oh my God, look at this. Oh, they're trying so hard to get the emotional testimony thing. They don't even mention that she can't shed a fucking tear. Look at this. Okay, here's the headlines from this. Look at people. Amber Heard gets emotional testifying about the first time Johnny Depp hit her. It changed my life. Look at that picture. No tears, though. Just this ugly cry face without anything. Look at that. Man, I'm going to be using that for thumbnails, though. You said ugly cry face for all kinds of stuff. Spring Johns, thanks for the 5. I want South Park take an episode about this Amber Heard abusing. Oh, man. She has to lose first before they do it. Beatrice, thanks for the 5 there. No statement, but plenty of statement to backing. Thank you. God, that face. That is a thumbnail, though. That is definitely a thumbnail. Amber Heard's team fires back at Johnny with sordid abuse claims. That was from yesterday, though. Experts divide on what Amber Heard and Johnny Depp trial can mean for the MeToo movement. The MeToo movement needs to. I'm gonna be blunt about this. The MeToo movement is broken to the point that it needs to burn the fuck down because it's. It's been commandeered by people like that, and it no longer serves a valid purpose. It needs to go away. I'll take it even further. Once it became when we have to say men too, because Me Too doesn't include men, it has no purpose, period, because it's no longer about people that were survivors of something going out and sharing their testimonies. Now it became about weaponization. It became about division, and that division, it was men, you know your place, you know what you are. Women, you know what you are. Those are your roles. Chicken Permission, thanks for the 5. Every time she speaks about Johnny's abuse, she's shaking her head no. Very weird. That's true. Shabaka, she doesn't know how to emote. That's what her problem is. She doesn't know how to emote correctly. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. If JD looked for his drugs in her punani, it makes you wonder what she hid in there before that day. Is that a habit of hers? She uses Amica to heal tears, to heal everything else, apparently. Or tears, rather. Yeah, I said tears. Tears? Yeah, I guess so. Gross. Gross. Cooper Kendrick, thanks for the 20. The way she was talking about trauma feels like a movie character talking about trauma. I've had to do this in court. Could never imagine communicating this way. Maybe I'm off base. Love what you do. Keep up the good work. No, I think you're very well on base. I think you are, because, again, if you really want to see something that doesn't really fit, it's not just about the fixation with certain things, but it's fixation on things like the carpet. That sounds like movie. That sounds like in a movie, where you'll have somebody go out and they'll give this speech. It'll be a self-driven speech. That's what it sounds like to me. Very much so. Tristan Lee, thanks for the 2. Cross, demand proof and push credibility. Praying JD. Yeah, they need to push it hard. They're going to have to. They're going to have to tear her down. Try to task, thanks for 5. Here's a picture of what she said about the dogs out the window. There's a picture of what she said about the dogs out the window. And you see it's her holding the dogs out the window. That's crazy. I've seen a picture with her driving and stuff. I didn't see there was a picture of her actually holding them out. That's crazy, though. Holly Mitchell, thanks for 2. She seriously needs locking away from people. Yes, very much so. I agree. Anderson Garcia, thanks for the 2. I've been told abusers stare at victims in court. Some do. For sure, for intimidation tactics. Navy vet, love for the broken. Thanks for the 5. I don't think A.H. should expect an Oscar nomination for her performance. Even Amica didn't help her. That's true. Tina, thanks for the 5. A.H. has perjured herself the entire time on the stand so far. I pray JD's team is taking lots of notes. Oh, they are. Paul Mom, hey, thanks for the 10. Thanks for the laughing super sticker. Appreciate that. God, it's crazy about this. I make fun. What makes me mad, what truly makes me mad in all of this, is that this burns a man's life down. And it burns someone who had a career and everything else. And you know what his crime was, honestly? His crime was falling in love with her. I do like this shirt, though. Look at this. I do like this even more as I watch this. Look, the captain versus the cat lady. It really does. You got to make light of some of this stuff. You really do. Because, good God, man. Her evidence, though, again, her entire evidence of abuse for that story at the end there was this. Check this out here. It's this. Oh, look. This is where I had a bloody nose and Jerry Judge, he saw me and all this happened. I was holding the kids. Where's the proof of anything? Well, it's this text by Johnny Depp. Thanks for the super chat. Behavioral experts will have a field day with this. I look at it, man. I see, again, I work with victims. I work with survivors of this horrible shit. And I know some of you are yourselves survivors of it. And it's, what an insult. So thanks for the 2 there. Is going to rip her a new one tomorrow. It'll be a few days. We'll have a few days of her being on the stand, I'm sure. She won't be done tomorrow, I'm betting. Janine Davenport, thanks for the 10. I have seen this a lot in my own practice, I think. She did Kate James. She's borrowing stuff from her parents' story, though she has read, etc., not her own story. No real tears, though. I even doubt her parents' story. I mean, I don't, her daddy, she talks about this relationship, and the way that she has her relationship seems so odd, especially when you look at it in the context of her when she's with JD. She accuses him of abuse, and she accuses him of all this horrendous crap. But at the same time, she's always there with him. It's strange stuff. Generalized memory, thanks for 5. Does everyone understand? This is only Act 1. She hasn't even married him yet. That's true. Hashtag JD has cleaned up carpets, and hashtag it's a Zippo. It's a Zippo dum dum. She's just, what's strange is the way that she brought the sexual abuse in. It was bizarre because she was she was cry acting with some stuff, but she didn't even try to cry act when she brought in sexual abuse. I thought that was kind of odd, you know? I mean, I did. I thought that was kind of odd. I thought it was very distasteful to weaponize Jerry Judge, though. It's disgusting to me. Like bringing up Jerry Judge, throwing him out there like he's just some kind of, worthless piece of garbage, and you talking about having to clear up, Johnny Depp's bowel movements, and I mean, again, it's like, are you kidding me, people? Are you kidding me? Chrissy B, thanks for the 5. What is Amber's end game? Ruin JD, raise her career status, and then what? I'm sure she looked up real victim stories to make up dramatic lie. Oh, yeah, she did. She definitely looked up real stories. She probably listened to people, but the difference in retelling is, she borrowed stories. She didn't live one. Yeah, I mean, you can hear it in that. But yeah, I'm sure she did. Her end game is to make herself, well, at first, she was trying to raise her clout. She was trying to make herself more and more impervious to criticism, because you become unfireable that way. You become unsellable. And to be honest, she's getting to the point, like, she can't act. And she's not as pretty as she was when she was younger. So she's getting to the point in her career where she needs to be able to act. That's part of it. And it just doesn't work. So Jennifer Carter, thanks for the 5. Can they tell if the jury watches YouTube if they don't comment? No, they're not checking their devices or anything. So no. I mean, I'm sure that they see some of the stuff. I'm sure some of them do, No one important, thanks for the 5. He pushed me down, but I retaliated by getting up, and he would push me again, and I got up again and again. She thinks she's Captain Marvel now. She's heard these defiant stories, and she thinks she understands them, that mindset. It's like, ugh. Thanks for the 5. Have you checked R, Justice for Johnny Depp? A lot of juicy memes and responses there. I haven't checked it out there. I don't use Reddit very much, so I haven't even really thought about checking it. I'll have to check it. Horror Girl, 68, thanks for the 10. Such a bad actress. Feel for Johnny. Indeed. Horror Girl, huh? Yeah, I love me some horror movies. After this, I'm going to watch a horror movie. Kelly Jensen, thanks for the 5 there. JD is too nice to call her dad as a witness. Surely wish he would. I wish they would, I wish they would have gone just for, for blood, basically. Katrina, thanks for the 2 there. I'm surprised Fox is laying it on her. Here's a question. How do you think that Warner Brothers felt about seeing Aquaman brought up yet again? Because Aquaman was brought up during the beginning of all of the mess, like earlier in Cross, with the witness. They brought up Aquaman, and then it led into this. How do you think Warner feels about that? Is that Vargor? How do you pronounce that? Can you tell me how to pronounce your name? Varagyer. Can you tell me how to pronounce that in the chat down below? I'm curious. Thanks for the 5. Remember how one of her disorders makes her feel superior to everyone? I'm betting that she'll want to stay on the stand longer than JD. Probably. I deserve twice the time on the stand as JD because I'm twice as important. Tristan Lee, thanks for the 5. Does not matter anymore. Proof of nonstop lying because God forbid a woman freaking cries. I'd cry with my livelihood, credibility on the line. Come on, you make crying sounds. You're recounting a person that you trusted intimately, treating you like worse than he did the dogs you said he hung out the window. Yeah. Heather Weather, thanks for the 2. Thanks. She stole her PA Kate James' own rape experience. Oh, yeah. She's stolen a few experiences. She stole JD's experience, too. So she's going to get to the experience about about where she was smashed in the head with the phone, she actually stole that experience from JD as well. See, I got from my sources a long while back. This is mine. Like as far as like it hasn't been put anywhere else. You know, I myself am the one that put this into the ether. So JD during his divorce proceedings talked about how she had actually smashed a remote against his freaking forehead, you know, just like that mineral spirits can. And there's a picture of it. There's a picture of it out there. I've got it, actually. I've got it, and I've got the text where he brings it up. Here's the text. I'll have to find the picture. But this isn't like, again, I got this from sourcing. But let me bring it up. Give me 1 second. So this is actually to Laura Wasser. Remembered something. There's a pic of a remote control at 1480 house that cracked because Amber threw it at JD and hit him in the forehead about a year or so ago. K for Kevin Murphy. So you can see like the remote. I've got the real picture, like a better one, but I have to dig it up. But you can see where it's cracked and stuff. Kevin Murphy's like, hey. And remember, listen and believe. You know, you just believe anything anyone says. So I don't even have to question that. It's real. Because Amber, you know, that's what's worked for her. Jerry the Fairy, thanks for the 2. Do you think she'll have tissue box tomorrow? Yeah, I'm surprised she didn't have one today. You know, so she could cover her face, you know, and pretend to cry. She'd be like, oh my God, what's that? Yeah, James Stone, thanks for the 2. She name dropped the Hicksville girl, Kelly Sue. Yeah, we heard that. And JD said he didn't know who that was. Like I said, they're random names as far as, like, who is that? Have we ever heard from a Kelly Sue? No, I don't know who that is, you know? Never heard of anybody that's come up with that. Nobody's ever sold their story to a tabloid or anything. I mean, you know the tabloids went crazy looking for that person for sure. JD for the win. Saw. Love your work and opinion. Thank you for that. Thank you. I appreciate all of you too. Like I said, you know, you guys, all of you have let me tell this story. You've help me tell this story. You've told me the pieces. Like if I don't have a piece, you help me out with it. Again, you've helped me understand the story and tell it much better. And you've helped me boost my platform while doing it. Dragon Star, thanks for the 10. The way she describes how violent and angry he is all the time. Why are there not hundreds of photos of Bruce's face? Exactly. Especially given he wears those massive rings. Exactly. The first story that she told about the picture, not the first violence that she alleged, but the first picture that she brings up. So she said in that he held her down on the carpet and he pummeled her face, right? But the problem that she has in this picture, and hope to God they bring this up, is the fact that when you look at it, notice something. You can see her face. And you know what? There's no bruising on her face whatsoever. So if you're holding someone down and hitting them in the face, I don't care if it's barehanded. She tried to immunize herself from that by saying, you know, I pride myself on being tough. I pride myself on taking care of my own thing. Well, you know what? When somebody's breaking your face, it doesn't matter how much you pride yourself on being tough. And she also trades on her looks. So you can tell me when somebody breaks her nose, like she's had cheek implants for her looks, but she's not going to go and get herself checked out at least by a cosmetic surgeon. I mean, come on, really? Dragon Star, thanks for the 10. The way she describes how violent and angry he is all the time. Oh, yeah, I got that one. Yeah, but that's what I was reading there, and that's true. Tosh, thanks for the 10 there. Thank you. No, thank you. Appreciate that for sure. Katrina, thanks for 2. Oh, please. Have you checked out the address thing? What do you mean the address thing? What do you mean? I'm not sure what you mean with the address thing. Faye T, thanks for the 10. Gets pushed, then has to turn around to face JD and tell him, Johnny, you hit me. What the actual F? What a dumb story. So much of it doesn't work, but it's just an ode to feelings over facts, you know? That's Gamora. Thanks for the super chat. Have you seen the way the doctor was changing files and her PR team exchanging papers? Yeah, I saw that. We were talking about that earlier today. Yeah, I saw that yesterday when people were posting about it. I thought, what the world? Tina Hansen, thanks for the super chat. No statement. Plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Let's see. Natalie, thanks for the 5. I was so dehydrated from crying so much from my testimony at my trial. An AH can only squeeze out one tear. I'm so disgusted by her performance. That's exactly it. I mean, look, I'll tell you, like, I'm gonna be real about something, okay? When I stopped doing therapy with people, it was because from listening to from children. This is a byproduct of kids from me, not from adults as much as kids. After a while from that, like I couldn't even listen and remain like, you got to be stone-faced with stories. You can't be crying or anything like that. And it got to me bad enough that, like, even talking about when the Sophia story came up, right, on YouTube, I had trouble just talking about it. And that's secondhand. Like, that's not even, because it's just so horrible. Like, it haunts you. Like, and that's just telling of it. And again, that's not taking anything from anyone. It's just saying, even secondhand, that stuff will mess you up after a while. But firsthand, it doesn't. She has no more tears to cry. Maybe that's her defiance speaking too. Yeah, right. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. I have iron deficiencies and bruised at nothing. Her marks look like she got tangled up in a purse. I get bigger bruises, hit the door frame. Amica. Yeah, I mean, that's not. It could be for me to. She was writing letters to herself. Like I told you when we were going through her witness stuff. I saw letters to self, and I thought, oh my God, she has put into testimony letters that she wrote to herself, diary messages, a la Gone Girl. Somebody mentioned yesterday the movie of Gone Girl came out in like 2014, but the book itself was out in 2012, I believe. She modeled that book, it sounds like. Katrina, thanks for the 5. I said yesterday you could try to find out if there was a P.O. box or address. Oh, yeah. I wrote to ask that. I haven't received anything back. I'm sorry. I forgot all about answering that. I did write. Well, I put it out there to see. I just haven't heard anything back yet. Dull Life Dan, hey, how's it going, man? Thanks for the 5. They have to bring their A game to Turds Cross. Yes, the entire case will be won or lost there. Yep. Yeah, see, it will censor the first time till I change it. Oh, it was censored the first time? Really? What internet person did for pictures? It's not her. Well, we don't have any proof, like with pictures or, again, the validity of items. Like, you have to believe. I could hit my arm on a wall or punch my own arm. I mean, again, God, her cry, though, is so awful. Some dude at Taco, thanks for the 2. Here, tears are like evidence. They are none. That's true. That is very true. There are no, because you can't shed a tear, because it's all fake. Yeah, that's true. Paulo P, thanks for the 449. I saw that. Did JD solve the issue with Hughes' wrong folder? Oh, yeah, I saw that one, actually. Let's see. I'm rolling back to see where I was. Heather Painter, thanks for the 2. Bull, exactly. Moon Tan, thanks for the 5. Histrionic, adjective, overly theatrical or melodramatic in the character or style. A histrionic outburst. Yes, it fits with her description of her personality, doesn't it? Kaylin S., thanks for the 279. That pic does not look like her at all. It didn't, did it? It didn't look like her at all. Like, none of it does. It looks so fake. Jacob, thanks for the super chat. Dead men tell no tales. I'm afraid I really think she was gonna kill JD. I think, like, she was telling tales. She was sending messages to herself. She was doing that. Again, nobody had to see abuse because she was doing it to herself. Katrina, thanks for the 2 there. And the fist bump. I appreciate that. Horace Beck, thanks for the 2. She named the rando. Oh, yeah, I got that one for sure. Aaron, thanks for the 2. And the Heavy's voice, wah, cry some more. I swear, man, when I see her stuff, I'm like, Dear Amber, we know know you're lying, Amber. Hang up the fake tears. What a liar, man. What a liar. Heather Weather. I like that. Check her duping delight at the end of her act. Oh, Leslie said, thanks for the 2. Who is Steve? Those texts were from Steve. Those are JD's. She called him Steve, and he called her Slim. That's from an older movie. Like they were talking about their so that's what they nicknamed each other. So that's why that comes up. Thanks for it. Let's see, Bargelia. Thanks for the 10. Thanks for the super sticker there too. That's cute. Anton, thanks for the super chat. After all the crying, sobbing, and one sniffle, we saw no tear wiped or shed. She truly is an embarrassing performer. She won't get any good gigs after that abysmal performance. Hashtag justice for Johnny. Hashtag Muffingate. Muffingate. I like that too. Muffingate. Wow. Lauren Hill, thanks for the 2. She doesn't use a stuntman in her movie Bruises. In her movies Bruises. Well, she's got a thing where she learned to apply makeup at one time. She told us about it. Tina Hansen, wow, thank you for that. Thanks for the $300 super chat. Every time the references, every time she references Johnny hitting her in the face is a time she hit him. Yes, she has reversed everything. Yes, she took on Rum Diary character persona for years. Yep, that's exactly what it was. She became his story. Because you know what? Again, she could abuse him, and she could claim that it happened to someone else. Or it means that she's not culpable. And it's amazing. Thank you for that too. Sexy Toast, thanks for the buck there. Sexy Toast and the poop sticker. William Taylor, thanks for the 10. How'd she get beat over the tattoo when she was the one who that made him change the tattoo? Was that early in the relationship that tattoo changed? Her claims are awful. She's a piece of shit. Yes, it was early on in there. It was very early in the relationship. And what's fascinating about it is, again, she's what doesn't make sense to me. Again, like her claims, she's morphed her claims since the UK 2020. UK 2020, her whole claim was built around this idea of victimization via isolation, items like that. He kept me alone. He kept me away from my friends, even though they were living right across the hall. And I mean, when now she didn't think that would fly as much, because they've had 2 years to think about that. And really what she decided on was sexual violence would be the thing. People have heard all of her stories. They've heard all of this. So the only way to make any of this impactful, one thing I can hand the judge is the judge let that go forward. In the UK, they they even hid the claims that were bad. They hid them behind doors where you didn't even get to get a transcript of what was said. So the sexual violence claims, there was a little bit of claim behind the scenes, but nothing like we're seeing. Tristan Lane, thanks for the 10. Well, she covered just about every abuse there is now. All that's left, maybe assault on the elderly. Tried that. Exactly. Lies versus cries and shock value. Oh, yeah. She did use that against the president. She's just, she's something. A Beaver's Unit, thanks for the 2. Just dyed my dress pink and he ripped it. Really, who cares? She doesn't know what to exaggerate in the story. So she just goes into these weird tangents, and it's bizarre. Well, when they were playing audio snippets early on, they actually made Johnny Depp's point, I need to walk away before something happens. That said something happens. No, it says I got to walk away before something happens. Isabel Turner, thanks for the 449. She got choked for talking to Lily Rose, but Johnny let her helicopter off the island with a child under the arm. That isn't math. Well, you know what she said? She doesn't math very well. She's not a mathlete. They were like, let's see. So around 2012, and you met around, 2009? We're talking about, 2.5 years? She's like, I don't know. I don't math. I'm an actress because I'm not a mathematician. Or so. I was like, oh, my God, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Matt Cat, thanks for the buck super chat. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you for that. I'm thinking about assigning, let me know if there's a couple of people out there that are here all the time that I will know who you are for sure. If you would write me, I'm thinking about maybe assigning 3 more mods or something. If you're here in the morning, if you want to write me and let me know, because there's so many chats. Like, one of the things with mods, again, I don't want people banned for anything unless they're just outright spamming and try to ruining things. But here, let me show you. Let me show you what this problem is. Let me share my screen. I want you to see something, okay? This is what the mods have to contend with because of YouTube. Watch this. So, you can see my chat rolling through here. Excuse me. I know you can see that. But if you look, you see these? Like, somebody has to approve your statements because they hide them all. And that's why if you think, man, I don't have a statement, somebody has to approve them. So I may, if somebody's here tomorrow, I may put in 3 more mods to help approve if you want to do that, if you don't mind, if somebody wants to. If you're here a lot, like I said, I just don't want to randomly give out. I don't want anybody banned unless they really, like if they disagree or something. I don't like bannings. I don't really like having mods, period, but I need somebody to approve that stuff and, help with that. Like 222, thanks for the 2. The bruises are fake or old. The older, the darker. Exactly. Hey, what's up, 2012? How you doing, buddy? Yeah. I'm just with the size of everything, the amount of mod, like I said. I know there are a few mods in there, but my God, some of you are just, I feel like you're overwhelmed out there, My email is granular, GRANUALR, granular, like a grain, heaven, HEAVEN, @gmail.com. Daring D's, Dauntless Detours, thanks for the 5. ThatUmbrellaGuy, I'm glued to your channel from 9 a.m. in the trial. I'd love to help. I emailed you and sent you a mod resume. All right, yeah, I might drop a, like I said, I'll drop a, yeah. Nathaniel, Tug will never math for all of you idiots, so stop. I'll never math for you. Star Teller, thanks for the 2. A 14-year-old would ask someone drinks. Right. Sticky Tom, thanks for the 5. All this wrist grabbing and breaking, I think Amber is getting JD mixed up with Steven Seagal. That's true. He's got him snapping wrists like, he's going John Wick style. He had 2 9mm pistols and he was running through. Be like, no, that's Keanu Reeves. She was like, oh yeah, I forgot. I was going to accuse him next time. Be like, oh, it's okay. So Cat, thanks for the buck there. No statement, plenty of statement back. Thank you. 2012, what's up? Thanks for the dude. Crazy day. Had to get in touch with a U.S. Marshal. Wow, that's nuts. Oh, Lord. Raviel, the angel dog, thanks. It ain't real abuse. Embarrassment is the furthest thing from your mind. Exactly. Her whole statement, he led you around by your nethers, but the thing that sticks in your mind, the worst thing that ever happened is saying you're an embarrassment. Nah. I tell you, nah. My biological, I don't talk about my biological dad was a mean guy. My biological dad was just so mean. Like he he did some crazy stuff, and whew, yeah, when I think about those instances with him, I don't think about him saying mean words. I think about him doing mean actions. I think about the ugliness and that kind of stuff. I don't think about like a mean word that he said. A mean word, yeah, you may go to that sometime, but it's not the first thing you think of. Think about if somebody punches you in the face, you don't think about the words necessarily that were said around. The first thing you remember is the pain to your face. I've broken my nose a few times. Like I had this instance, this wasn't with a parent or anything, but I had this instance where I broke my nose as a kid. Well, I had it broken, and it was, some jacked up situation. And of course, there were mean words and stuff like that. But I don't think about the mean words. I think about my nose being broken, the searing pain, and the contact and all of that. I remember that very well. I don't think about the mean words at all anymore. Beaver's Unit, thanks for the two. I totally do it. And keep an approximate name. All right. Well, in the morning, I'll grab a few people in the morning, like when people are here. Can you please the poster? That wasn't a poster. It was a shirt actually. I've got there's two of them. There's one here. I'll post both of them. Okay. So there's two shirts on my thing. I haven't put it on a I could put it on a poster if people. I just never thought about it. I guess I could put it on a poster. That might be funny to have. I didn't even think about it. I think they have a poster. So there was a shirt with the one with just the shirt, and then there's a one for the channel with that's I think the one. And here's the other one. Did they finish for the day? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're finished for the day. Yes, Ro, thanks for the two. She threw her own sister under the bus. Of course she did. You could do a poster, though. A poster of the cat. Yeah. You could do one on the... you could do one of the thing. Like I said, they all come from Teespring. It's all the same money. It all goes to charity, so it's all good. It's a good laugh. It's funny with the... I don't know. I think it's funny. And, making fun of the old cat lady. I can tell you for a fact, I remember some, I remember when I don't remember what brought it up. I remember somebody, though, talking about profiting off of poor Johnny Depp, like talking about channels and stuff. And it's funny because I've sourced into, let's just say sourcing. I think I'd pretty well know if anyone had a problem with you, like making stuff to make fun of things. And I mean, like I said, I give that part to that profit right there to charity anyway. But yeah, that's not something that anyone cares about there. They're glad to get messages out, and it's not profiting off of somebody. It's taking this and adding humor to it. You remember what happened, but you also remember, like, here's one of the things I remember from all of this. I remember the solidarity from it. There are people out there that prove that you can be strong in numbers. You can make stuff happen, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And like I said, anything earned from that, hey, it gets to go to a children's hospital. Maybe we can actually, make a difference with some kids' lives. Where this person, the thing I remember about Amber Heard is she ripped off kids. So, if I could tell you though, I remember people bringing stuff like that up, and I kept thinking, I probably know more about what somebody might or might not want than you probably think. So, if there was a problem, I think I would know about that. Natalie, thanks for the $5 there. If she's so upset about having to go to court, why isn't she suing Johnny? Won't she have to go to court? Or why is she suing Johnny? That's true. Why does she have to go to court again? What do you think, Tug? That's excuse me. That's a good question. That's actually a very good question. She's so upset she wants that money. You love your shirts? Thank you, Shabaka Wookie. I like them. I've got I've got some for me. I don't want to call them samples because I got the same ones, but I've got some, and they're not free. I have to buy them too. But I got some coming myself. Isabel Turner, thanks for the 5 there. She did, JD gave her pics. The kids drew to hang on the fridge, but Lily Rose was 14 years old in 2013. That's funny. That's funny, actually. So, yeah, 14-year-old Lily Rose was drawing your pictures to hang on the fridge. That is funny. That's hilarious. Kelly Jansen, thanks for the 5. I just can't envision JD grabbing a woman's wrist and threatening to break it. No, I'm no huge celebrity fan, but I see him as a human being. Yeah, exactly. You know, I've talked to about 30 people that have been connected to JD in different ways. Plus, you know, that talking about people with bigger relationships. You know, not talking about people like, you know, the sound boom guy or whatever. I've talked to plenty of people that have worked on set with him and stuff too. And I tell you, like, I couldn't find any. This is the kind of, like, I feel like I need to know what I'm talking about in this. I need to know who these people are. And, you know, because again, I mean, we're talking about something that if a guy's abuser, I want to know about it. I don't want to support an abuser. And I very much can say I'm not worried about having supported an abuser because that woman's a monster. Lilith, thanks for the 2. I need your voice to tell me bedtime stories. Yeah, I'll be like, once upon a time, there was a witch that couldn't cry, and she lived in a deep, deep, dark hole. And she chased. She sounds like a kraken or something. Once every 30 years, she would come from the bottom of the ocean, and she would try to lure in any sailors. And then came our captain. Poor Captain Jack, man. Natalie, thanks for the 5. Isn't there a scene about breaking a wrist in the movie Murder by Numbers? Sandra Bee's character describes her abusive ex. I didn't think about that, actually. I haven't thought about, you know, all the new. I like Murder by Numbers. Maybe I'll watch that tonight. It's a good movie for me to watch. So I haven't thought about that. I'll watch it and see what's there again. Payne Mystic, thanks for the 10. JD on a plane threatening a stewardess that took drugs and no air marshal, no getting kicked off the plane. Yeah, it sounds very suspect, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it? Right? Thanks for the super chat. No makeup today. Viewers cannot see that she's not crying. Well, she should have brought some like teardrop. You know those gel drops that make your eyes look like really watery. You know those eye drops that are just gel based and they make your eyes look wet all the time. She couldn't even use that, huh? Muhammad, thanks for the super chat. Thanks for 10 there. I could not watch her testimony. I think the jury will struggle with her testimony. She's not helping herself. Yeah, I'm curious. I want to talk to somebody that's been at the courtroom, that's seen the jury, and I'd like to know what their response to all of this is. You know, how exactly they're looking at everything, you know? I mean, that would mean quite a bit. One second. I was trying to find something there. 2012, thanks for the 2. Thanks. I don't have to watch it because you know, here's the thing. I mean, I'll leave my stuff up. If you can't watch it, you can't watch it. I understand. But I would recommend that you watch it as much as you can. Again, you do what you need to for your own mental health. But the power in this is many of you know this story. And if you know her story, if you know what they've alleged, and you can tell when the lie, when she's tried to solidify the lie with so many moving parts, she's made mistakes. She's made plenty of mistakes. She also, again, weaponized Jerry Judge. Jerry Judge is dead. I was telling somebody about that. Like, you know, hey, what's up, Darth? Hey, Timmy Fuller, thanks for 5. Darth News is here. Yeah, what I'm going to do next week, I'm going to do something. I'm going to do one day. I don't like to panel with people very much, and that's not rude toward people. I like Darth. He's actually good people. I like him. I like Come Geek Some. There are certain people that I like quite a bit. But usually when I don't the reason I don't panel is because I look at the chat as my panel. You folks keep me involved and interested. That's why I don't do big panels. But one day in our break, I'm going to bring everybody on that wants to come on, and we can just talk about everything, and you folks can show up, and we'll see what goes on that day. We'll do a panel, like I said. We just bring everybody. That way they can also get recognized for being around and covering this for such a long time. Brian K., thanks for the 20. Go! Indeed. Tug, if someone abused your daughter, could you still love them? I'll be real. I'm going to be very real about this, okay? And this is not bragging or anything else. If someone ever abused my daughter, I would kill them. I would kill them in ways that you can't possibly imagine. When they talk about the monster there, I think a lot of us, like myself, I think anybody that's been through horrible things, I've had some very things in my life too, and I think it leaves you with a rage and a hole sometimes, and that hole sometimes just bubbles up, and like they could call that a monster. It's there and it's capable. And when I was younger, like when I was in my 20s, I was violent, like not toward women. I was violent toward people, like not toward relationships, but people. I just, you look for things to fill that hole. And like I said, there's just hate because, there's just, it's the only emotion, like especially as a guy, there's not a lot of resource to take away ugliness or pain in your life, because you don't talk about it. And guys don't have a lot of emotional settings. So I refer to, like I said, anger and hate. And if somebody, as I've gotten older, like family and stuff has done well. My kids do really well for me to be calm and peaceful. Like my kids have probably changed me in ways that I never thought possible. I don't say that like I don't say that'd be like ooh, whatever. It's just true. It's calmed me down and made me a better person. And but if somebody ever hurt my kids, I would fucking kill them. And there would be no force under the heavens that could stop me. I don't think I could control myself. So that would be my answer. Mies Clark, Custom Art, thanks for the 10. They need to run their testimony through plagiarism checker to see where some of the stories are coming from. That's true. Peyton Mystic, thanks for the 5. I'll bet she wears her hair down the whole time while I'm standing. While I'm standing for that earpiece that was pointed out. Yeah, I couldn't find the earpiece because I was so distracted by the other crap too. The hammer. Amen. Again, like, that would be my family, period. Like, if somebody hurt my wife or something, I would, God knows what I would do, but my kids, oh God. So the story about like her dad being I wouldn't give a shit if it was a superstar actor. That wouldn't matter to me. It'd just make a bigger headline. And now, what it tells me is her parents don't believe her. They don't believe Johnny Depp is an abuser. You know why they don't? Because she's trying to make it sound like the mother was a victim, therefore she would understand why she would allow herself to be victimized. But I think it sounds more like the people around her knew that she lies, and they knew not to mess with her. Charlie Lee, thanks for 5. Do you think that Manson is starting to feel odd about booting Twiggy for alleged rape from 20 years earlier? Yeah. I think he's probably like, oh, Jesus, man. Yep. But we learn, here's the problem. Like, we want to be our best selves, and we want to be able to listen, and we want to be able to believe. We want to take people at their value, and people are learning the hard way. Like, I've gotten to the point, it's hard for me to, a person that societally does, they make a mistake and they believe because they don't really think about the consequences. I can understand and empathize with them when something goes wrong. It's those people that like to set lives on fire. Those people I can't ever empathize with. So, yeah, I think Manson, he probably does. Shabaka Wookie, thanks for the 7. A 17-year-old got his hands on me at 7. My dad begged me not to press charges. Years later, to spare the guy's father the humiliation, he did not stand for me. Oh, fuck all that. I'm sorry to hear that. Like I said, if you were my kid, like I said, I would murder. I will murder for my kids. And just like I said, that's not bragging or anything. I know some people like to voice flex and stuff. Like, I'm just being real. I don't think I could control myself. Like, I don't think I have it in me. You know what I'm saying? I don't think it's there. I think I would explode. And like I said, I don't think there's anything under the heavens that would make me stop. I see. Brigiga, thanks for the 5H. Sounded like she was trying to channel Jessica Biel in the center. Her cadence and everything it did. The difference is Jessica Biel is a decent actor. Yes, it did, though. I didn't really think about that. That's interesting. Isabel Turner, thanks for the 5. Johnny speaks slowly because he's recalling memories. Amber speaks quickly because she's memorized a script. Well, it's also in the way that he recalls me. He thinks, okay, if you listen to me, I'll get quicker when I speak, but you can tell that I search for my words. Like, I will go, you can hear the pausing because I'm trying to think about what I want to say next. I can hear him do that oftentimes. I also think, you pick up habits from being an actor. There's probably some drug use in there. There are many things, but I think his story, there's also there's this thing about recounting pain. When you recount pain sometimes, I look at this, again, I can't look at it from a female perspective, but I can look at it from a male perspective. In recounting pain, you sometimes choose your words because, like, as a male, you stop yourself from emoting, Like, if I slow down and, like, if I'm going through something painful and I'm talking about it, if I slow myself down, I might not crack up, I might not tear up with rage or pain or whatever comes up. I can keep that mask up. And that's something you see too. I think when recounting your childhood abuse and stuff, you also, like, he was talking about his mama, for example. Like, he loved his mom. For all her flaws and monstrosities she did, he loved his mom. And he protected her, even protected her memory, Tristan Lee, thanks for the 5. Last from me, but you could speak a second on Turd's first court display. Has a smooth and believable presentation. JD's wise next move. When you look at his versus hers, okay, I think, here's what I think in it. I think when he spoke, again, he put together a narrative. She's tried to do the same thing. She tried to adopt his childhood. She tried to adopt ways through with the abuse that he suffered there. She, in the way, like, when he was bringing up details, he would bring up the abuse. He wouldn't bring up, again, the carpet. I remember the carpet. I remember, how did I get here to the carpet? Again, that stuff, it sounds like a script. And I don't mean like a script you wrote. I mean, it sounds like a movie script. It sounds fake. I think he was very believable in that. The thing is, though, again, you don't know what the jury looks at it like. I'll ask, like, I texted my mom. My mom knows about this to a degree. And I texted my mom, and I was like, let me see here. Let me see what I said to her. I was like, man, she's a terrible actress. And my mom was like, LOL, love her no makeup, frowsy look, the way that she's trying to look like she's, like torn down and stuff. And from her, she's like, man, this is ridiculous. And that's from an outside observer. So I'd like to see some more outside observers, like what they think that have never seen that, because that's how you determine who is believable or not. But the case is going to be, it's like I said from the beginning, JD helps win his case, but the real case is going to be won or lost on Amber Heard. Right there. It depends. Cross-examination will tell you who's going to win this case. 2012 Jameson, thanks for the 2. Tugs Board has support alpaca. Yeah. It walks me around, tells me stories. Do you believe that she came across as convincing at all to the jury? But possibly. It's possible. It's possible. Again, the cross is what tells you. I think it depends on the makeup of the jury and stuff like that too. Yeah. Benj, thanks for the 5. If all the abuse was there before she married JD, why would she still marry him? Well, I think it's just like on the same side, like just to play devil's advocate with that. JD, he married her and there was abuse. Why would you do that? Because you think the person will become better. I don't believe she was abused. I'm just saying, why would someone marry because of abuse? Well, because people do stupid things and they tell themselves that things will get better. Crisscross. Jump. Crisscross will make you. Crisscross. The Mac Daddy will make you jump, right? It's the dirty carpet, a dig on the maid. Didn't they have maid service every day? How dirty could it be? That's actually a very good question. How dirty could the carpet be? I mean, the man has money. Like, it can't be that nasty, right? Again, thanks for the 2. Someone is botting my comments with my face and name. That's very weird. Somebody, you said that twice, actually, in comments. It's very strange. Is that still going on for you out there? That's really weird. Like, I put on the subscriber mode. Again, I keep the subscriber mode off in the morning until we start, and then I turn it on because the bots start to roll in. I wish we didn't have to turn it on, period. I wish everybody could come in and talk and do whatever, but we do have to turn on subscriber mode, because if we don't, it turns into a real, a circus and a half. Yeah, I'm gonna, like, there's a, she also, they claimed that they claimed also that the first incident of violence took place in 2012, right? And the first incident from the UK, she said, was in 2013. Isn't that correct? Like, I'm gonna tear her up. I'm gonna tear her up. Get in that. I'm gonna tear this apart. When we'll have a week to go across things, and we're gonna go through. What we'll do is we will pull up her witness. See, here's what we have. You want to see what we can compare all of this to? I think this will actually be fun. We have. Remember, she mentioned having to fill out like 7 witness statements. Well, we actually have all of those. We have her witness statements. We have them all. And I think those will make good live fodder, because we could talk about her incidents. See, she has all of her incidents listed. All of the allegations, all of the days they supposedly came up. She has all of that. And we could actually go through everything. Like today, for example, the first thing that, and somebody else messaged me and mentioned this too, and I wrote this down as well. The first thing that really jumps out to me, like her first violent incident, she mentioned was 2012 today. Well, actually, she said before it was 2013. Her time, that's why she keeps saying her timelines, because she doesn't remember her timelines. And see, here too, she had never been hit before. I was stunned. I'd never had a man other than my dad hit me. So on the stand, she said she'd never been hit like that before. In her witness statement, she said that her daddy did it to her before. So, My Beavers unit, thanks for the 5. She perjured herself today. Yep, her first deposition. I posted the document. But she said there was no violence in the first years of marriage. Oh, there's so much in there. You're right. I didn't see your comment there. Yeah. I'm going to go through her whole thing for a just to go through and tear it apart. Star Teller, thanks for the 2. You only need one jury for a mistrial. Whew. She's just a mess, man. I'm just stunned. Like, I am. I'm stunned sometimes by the oddity with that. So, absent Al, thanks for the 10. I am one of the people who yell at movie theater screens and TV screens. And now I don't wish bad on many people, but I wish the very worst for her. I pray for karma. Exactly. Okay, Guile, thanks for 2. What is this, Hallmark? Exactly. Tar the Lab, thanks for the 5. No statement, plenty of statement. Thank you. Beer Cutter, thanks for the 20 there. What a liar. Sounds so rehearsed and overdone. Amen. Jerry the Fairy, thanks for the 2. Do you think someone will give her a tissue? Well, she apparently didn't need one, did she? They should have, though. She should have had one up there, to be honest. Nathan, thanks for the 5. Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human arm? Pretty sure I heard that in a movie somewhere. Yep. I'm pretty sure he ain't spitting it out twice in a row like some kind of crazy freak. Joseph Wellman, thanks for the 5. All of her lies are going to hurt so many. Yep. And her fake crying just shows how bad of an actor she is. Yeah, it's true. Dizzle 8D, thanks for the 20 there. Kristen Stewart would be proud of these awkward mouth sounds. Sure, for real. Hey, Jenny's, thanks for the 5 there. I was at trial last day. JD testified. One male juror laughing at JD's funny remarks, and obviously in support of him. 3 women. Rest women, men. Hard to read the others. That's interesting, Yeah, a laughing juror. You remember the old statement, they used to talk about in the West. A laughing jury ain't a hanging jury. I always thought that was a very profound statement. Now, if a juror, if they seem to be, smiling and going along, they don't think you're an abuser. Shabaka Wookie, thanks to 279. Is it true her Aquaman role is down to 10 minutes? Oh, that's what I've heard. I'll look at that and have to see. Nutmeg, thanks for the 3. Thank you for the super sticker there. I like that. I don't think I've seen the one with the little hearts there. Thank you for that. Yeah, she was like, you know what? I used to work at the soup kitchen every day, not on the weekends though. And I work with the kids, and it was like, are you kidding me? You've been working. I hope somebody goes and fact checks that. I hope somebody goes to Texas in a little town, like, what did she say she came from? Like Butt Plug, Texas. What's the place I remember? I come from a little town called Foss Allegation. You ever heard of it? You're like, oh yeah, I kind of know that one. I think JD visited that, for the last 6 years. Trina, thanks for the 2. Do you think AH displays a narcissistic immunity? I think, yeah. I think when we talked about her personality, they talked about personality defects. I think that they were shown in there very much. You're right. Hey, what's up, man? Thanks for the 5. If any artist out there, can you please make JD into Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan? That'd be funny. Like, that'd be funny. Christopher George, thanks for the 2. She's good at making a story. Southern Take, how's it going? Thanks for the 2. Not a tear from that performance. That's true. Yes, Cyrus, thanks for the 5. The speed she flip-flops between emotions and states is amazing to watch. It is, actually. When you see her switching off. What scares me in her switching off of emotional states, that's when we see her in a role or something, we assume that's the norm, but maybe her norm is that flip-flopping of emotions, and that's actually kind of scary because it indicates something about a person. It indicates a lot about who they are or what they are or what kind of crazy, they represent. And that kind of stuff, I think, ugh. Let's see. April Faith, thanks for the 10. She's so full of it. I can fake cry better than that. Yeah, at least you could fake cry. I mean, if you could fake cry, you could do much better than that, Now, Jen, thanks for the 5. Honestly, her face makes her look constipated, and it's really sad. She's like, I gotta really drop this. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's what happened in April. She was telling a really sad story, and she tried to cry, but it just came out wrong. She never meant to. She was like, this is so sad. Then I was upset, and I made a number 2. That's how it went. That's what happened. You figured it out. You figured out the enigma there, man. They better. You know what they did though? They were like, in 6 years they learned she's wearing like rubber pants and an adult diaper probably. April Faith. So she's so full of it, you said, and the other person saying her constipated. I think you hit it there. Miss Dog Lover, gone girl, indeed. Gone down in hell. What's up, Fed? Thanks for the 2, dude. She's trying to tear up, but nothing big. Epic. Thanks for the 5. You would think with Rottenborn on her team, she would understand more about hearsay. True that. She got away with hearsay, though. That's the scary thing. Like, she got away with it. Brad Patterson, thanks for the 5. Her facial expression tells it all. Making up as she goes. She's just psychotic. Yep. Carolyn Starr, thanks for the 7. Tug, I meant right side. I can even see the swelling on her upper cheek. The blush is dark, trying to cover it big time, but the left blush not dark. Anita, thanks for the 2. I can't remember, but I remember exactly. Christina's Bags, thanks for the 10. Her hair is black in the picture, and when she was with JD, her hair was blonde. Also, when she take pictures of her face and her arm, yes, you would think so. That would be my whole thing for sure. Katrina, thanks for the super chat there. I'm seeing on Insta, she just perjured herself regarding first incident of violence. Yeah, I kept it on mute because it rages me. What happened? Well, she perjured herself in a few ways. Her date, first of all. Again, I mean, there's just a bunch of stuff in there. The Uber Geek, thanks for the 5. But let's remember the most important thing. Johnny drinks a lot of tea. That's true. Damn that tea, right? Taylor Stance, thanks for the 2. No statement, plenty of statement in that. Thank you. Carly, thanks for the 179. No statement in that one either, but plenty of statement and backing. Thank you. Nathan, thanks for the 5. FYI, A Disco Bloodbath is a memoir by James St. James about his roommate's rise to fame and the murder. Is that the Macaulay Culkin movie? Is that what the book that's based on, the Disco Bloodbath thing? Is that what that is? No wonder AH wanted that book. Is that what that's based on, though? I didn't realize. It just wasn't placing in my brain for some reason. Lisa Donahue, thanks for the 5. I say J.D. should dress up a different character he played in movies, TV shows, and just think it would be funny. That'd be funny if he came in, like, differently. Yeah, Party Monster. That's it. Party Monster. I forgot. Yeah, I forgot that was the movie. I probably know that another day. One day, my brain is just like, whoa, what a day. Cameron, thanks for the 10 there. That doesn't look like a bruise you get from grabbing an arm. Nope. Voice in the Dark, thanks for 2. Her acting was better in Aquaman. Indeed. That doesn't say very much, does it? Michelle Peterson, thanks for the 5. My doctor picked the wrong day to slap a 24-hour monitor on me. Lord Jesus, help me. He'd be like, oh my God, what is this elevation? And he'd be like, that. I call that the Johnny Depp trial. Max Bang, thanks for the 5. Hey, Tug, new here. Thank you for your work, including working with people who need you. Fantastic coverage. Hey, thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'm glad to have you here. Thank you. Chrissy B, thanks for the 5. How far back do they have Johnny's text? I don't remember he ever apologized or cutting his hand off after the first time he slapped her. You demand tug. They have the text messages, all of them, all the way back through the beginning of the relationship. See, JD's original team in the UK trial, they did this wonderfully bumbling thing. They turned over every text message that he had, like every single one. So, yeah, they were a bunch of idiots. Reaver, thanks for the 5 there. Would you be able to do a panel or vid with a body language expert over the down week analyzing her testimony? I think her acts and lies need to be exposed publicly. Maybe. You can hit me up about it. I'll see what's what. Depends on how long it takes and stuff like that. Because, it just depends on how that plays, But message me. Shabakawi, thanks for the 279. Oh my God. Should have turned on the stand being sprayed with water. Lauren Hill, thanks for the 2. No problem with math. Writing extortion letter, that's true. She can math really well when she wanted all that money, right? She really wanted that. Hey, freaky chick. Hey, thanks for being here. Kirsty Project, thanks for the 5. I think AH showed up without makeup and mascara because she thought she was going to cry a lot and it would ruin her face, but she failed. Keep it up, Tug. It also gives you a plain look. It makes you look like when you're made up and stuff, you don't look she wants to look ragged and she wants to look worn down because she looks ragged and she looks worn down. She looks used up. She very much does, Langdon, thanks for the 5. I'm curious, after closing argument, are the jury able to recall witnesses? The jury? What do you mean? I don't understand that question. They could have, they can ask about testimony and stuff. They could ask about different items within it and ask for all types of evidence, if that's what you meant. Gee, thanks for the 10. My father had a violent period of time with my mom when out of work for a year. And my mom can remember the exact date it started. That was 20 years ago. It stopped, but you don't forget dates. You just don't. The things that stick with you, especially in the first times, like the first time somebody does something crazy to you, like you remember the crazy. You don't remember, man, I remember how the carpet tastes. No, you remember the crazy. Again, the storytelling tools you use in a script aren't the storytelling tools. Memory actually asserts. Isabel, thanks for the 5. How about the doctor that assessed the entire relationship without ever meeting Johnny? Yeah, that's pretty jacked up, actually. But then again, she's a bully for hire. She's not really a doctor. She's a bully for hire. Big difference. Doctors, they try to heal people. She tries to tear them apart for money. With a lot of little letters and hyphens behind her name and whatnot. No favor. Thanks for the 2. Could Amber get jail time for perjury? Yeah, you can, but she probably won't ever, Probably won't. I mean, just to being honest. Carol, thanks for 5. I love Dr. Curry's face as she was watching. She looked like when she was looking on at that one woman, she looked like, man, time to throw it out. Uncle Brad, thanks for 10. I'm not a member of equity of SAG, but I could have turned in a better performance than AH. Indeed. I don't have to be part of the Screen Actors Guild to perform better than that, I think. God, I would hope anybody could do that for sure. You're right, though. Giga, thanks for the 5. You spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. I saw that one. Here's a good question, I thought. So you've spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears covering AH. What would have to happen overall for you to feel your hard work has been worthwhile? I think it's been worthwhile. I think the amount of people that know the truth behind this stuff, the amount of people that are talking about the reality of everything, I think right now, I think it's been worthwhile enough. I like seeing people wake up to the reality that maybe we have some broken issues and maybe we need other things like fixed. Elizabeth Stafford, thanks for the 2. Hey, what's up? Darth News at Trial to Daily and VA, asking about the jury. Yeah. I'm going to get, like I said, I want Darth to come on and goof off with me. This is D007. Thanks for the 5. Is it true that Elon and James Franco are still on the witness list? Turd is the word. They put the witness list out. Yeah, they didn't redact the witness list, but they they're on there, but at the same time, it's like, I wonder why they were added in the first place. I agree with Love Tug. The channel way cool. He's done so much on the case. Make sure to watch past vids. Won't be disappointed. There's a lot of videos out there, you know. Yeah, I like Darth News. Like, Darth News is a good show. Period. You know. Hopefully Darth News understands that too. I don't live stream a lot with other people. Again, I like certain people though. Even if I didn't like people, I wouldn't bring it up. But I will bring up that I do like people. Like Darth News, like, I think good people, you know, been attached to this stuff since go from Jump Street, you know, and that's great. And you also have people like Come Geek Some, you know, he's been covering this and other stuff before that. I mean, there's a lot of people. I almost hate naming people because you leave people out, you know. I mean, there's a lot of good ones out there. Echo, thanks for the 5. When they asked her what she did for a living, she could have said, stay-at-home mom, because no one is calling her for acting jobs. That's true. Well, she said, you know, I get bit roles in big movies or big roles in movies no one watches. And I thought that was a perfect summation of her career, you know? Deborah Forbes, thanks for the 10 there. No statement, but plenty of statement backing. Thank you. Echo, thanks for the 5. When they asked her what she did, okay, I got that one. Did you text that one twice, actually, before? Yeah, you did. I think that's a good statement. If you texted it twice there, I appreciate that. I'm going back through, catching everything. But that is a good, that's a good statement because, like, again, her let me pull that up. Early on in her discussion of her career, like, she also, you know, they brought her baby up and her baby having a birthday because she's a mom. I mean, everything's on the line. She was willing to have a baby to avoid what was going on. I like how she said JD slut shamed her too, you know? She's like, my dress was too short. It was so silly. I was so proud of myself for that dress. JD slut shamed me. That's what she went with. Like, I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I've seen her dresses before. Again, like in Tokyo, she has a dress that plunges all the way to her butt crack. And she also made did you not feel that, like, when she described the early days of the relationship, it was creepy? Like, he lifted up my bathrobe, then he pinned me playfully and lifted his eyebrows and said, yum. I thought, you know, it just, or you know, they were supposed to kiss on screen, and she went through this whole thing about not supposed to kiss with tongue, and then they said, oh, he kissed me. Oh, did he kiss you with tongue? Yep. Oh, wow. You know, I'm looking through some of the statements that are there in the beginning. I also found it, you know, when they were talking about it, the knife, like, she brought up this statement, you know, he would say until death with the relationship. And she was like, you know, that was something that used to be meaningful. I used to think, you know, it's commonplace to say until death do us part. That's not a threat. You know. The mount, thanks for the 2 there. And the super sticker, the cool super sticker, appreciate that. I just, like I said, I thought that was kind of bizarre, some of the stuff Now, Ramirez, thanks for the 2. Thinking she's a sociopath, doesn't know how sad looks. She does. She reminds me of, like, you know, in Dexter, where he's trying to figure out how to emote like a real person. James Ford, thanks for the 5. Did you notice she told on herself in the first sentence? Yep, I saw that one, actually. Let me see. I may be caught up, actually. I may be caught up. Yeah, I think I am. I think I've caught up, everybody. So check this out, though. I want to show you a few things. Here is her first witness statement. Okay. I mean, all of her witness statements are out there. And like I said, when she went over her first story, again, she messed up right off the bat. First of all, the timeline's wrong. She went with the wrong year. But then she was saying, you know, we were talking about one of his tattoos, which he'd altered from Winona, his ex-partner, to say Wino. I laughed at something he said, but he must have not meant it as a joke. And he hit me with a open hand across this cheek. I was stunned. I'd never been hit. Never had another man. I had never had a man other than my dad hit me. Like, she never accused her dad of anything. She said she'd never been hit. I was staring at him with a shock. And they hit me harder. Kept thinking, I can't believe this happened. It just hit me. Then he started in and said, are you fucking laughing? You think it's funny, bitch? I didn't know what to do. He tried to provoke an answer from me, saying, And he hit me even harder. Now, what she said, you know, when she described that first instance, she said that it didn't hurt. You remember that? In her first statement, she said it didn't hurt. Well, in this, she's saying when he hit her the third time, it felt like her eyeball was going to pop out. So, you know, again, there are a lot of irregularities. She's not got that same statement rolling down with her. I mean, there's a big difference there. But she went with the whole, I mean, she just, here we are, you know. Said, you think you're funny. You think you're funny, bitch. A funny bitch. I didn't say anything. I didn't react. I didn't defend myself. And he slapped me one more time, hard. It didn't hurt me. It didn't hurt. That's the way she went with it. It didn't hurt me. It didn't hurt. But in here, again, she's like, it almost popped my eyeball out. Hey, is that the little one? Hey, is that the little one? Hey, bring her here for a second. Yeah, it didn't hurt though. Like all those rings and stuff, she was good to go. I mean, she miracle healed from it all. She's that tough. She's that profound. She's just like, I heal from everything. She's actually a mutant, you know? That's where the story of the X-Men come from. Yeah, that was Baby Umbrella Girl. I think she got written back off though. I was like, bring her here. She'd come here and say hi real quick. Her salt of the earth daddy that she didn't want to be home because of. She got to have somebody to blame, you know. Got to have somebody to blame, and yet, well, she had, you know, if you look at her life, like outside of all of this, she hangs out with her father a lot. Like she, let's see. I was looking for Killackey's. So there's actually a guy who talked about her father. His name is looks like Killackey, you know, Killackey, and he talked about the father, or he talked about the father and the threats that the father actually made. His name was David Killackey, Killackey. It looks like kill lackey, you know, like I'm going to kill a lackey. And he talked about the father and the father making threats. It was kind of, I don't know, kind of crazy discussion. It came up a while back. It's Trelly. Thanks for the 2 there. JD's lawyers better grill her tomorrow. It won't be tomorrow, I bet. I bet she runs her story all the way through tomorrow. I bet she's on the stand all day tomorrow, and we move nowhere. You know, I'm imagining she's going to suck up the whole day, though, for sure. Hey, Esme, what's up? Good round of applause for Esme. Woo, Esme. Esme, always keeping Keeping the chat clean. Appreciate that. I think I'm about to call it a day, though. I think we're caught up. We've hit everything. I want some sexy toast first. Here's soundless. Let's see. There's soundless sexy toast. Like, ooh, look at that toast. He looks so happy. Let's do some sexy toast real quick. I want some. Here we go. Sexy toast time. Man, it's sexy. Yeah, you got to get into that buttery goodness. Like I was saying, if you want to check it out too, I want to make sure to mention a couple of things. First of all, we have a comic book. I do want you to remember that thing. Because again, companies empowered this mess. That's the one thing that we complain until, you know, we talk about we want change from something. Well, there's a link in the description that is for our book. Again, 44 pages of all ages, full color goodness, the kind of stuff that you want in your life, that you need in your life. You definitely, like I said, if you want to change industry, that's how you do it. And remember, we have some cool shirts and stuff too. I think you'll enjoy picking those up as well. I'll make a poster of that one thing too. I think you can make one of those pretty easily out of the design. So I'll do that. But anyway, I'm going to end here for the day. I appreciate all you folks. It has been one heck of a day. It'll be an interesting one tomorrow. I'll put up a thing for it tomorrow. But anyway, I will catch you all later. Bye there.